Chapter 1 System Awakening. Counterattack at the rear of the crane. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Jitsai Middle School, Aming County, Bailu City, Grade 1, 18. Above the rostrum, a middle-aged female teacher wearing black-framed eyes was chanting English. The English letters in the sky, like a lullaby, made the students drowsy. At a table in the last row, a boy with short, broken hair was lying on the table and sleeping. His name is Yi Hong, and he is 16 years old this year. Yi Hong only felt that he had a long dream. In my dream, I was admitted to the best middle school in the county, instead of buying this private school Jitsai Middle School at a high price. In my dreams, my parents praised myself so much that I became the child of someone else's house in my neighbor's mouth. In my dream, my classmates are at the same table, and it is no longer so cold, but smiles like flowers. In the dream, suddenly, there was a rigorous electronic synthesis sound, which burst into Yi Hong's mind. Found the target. In the bound host, the God-level enhanced system was successfully bound. Who is talking? What is the level reinforcement system? The English teacher on the stage frowned, looking at the sleeping guy in the back row, angrily. This boy named Yi Hong has one class in the entrance test. The class is either reading novels or sleeping, and she is not her teacher at all. The most annoying thing is that the class teacher also arranged his beautiful daughter and this poor student to be at the same table. As the name implies, it is students one by one. The daughter has complained with herself many times, saying that Yi Hong has been staring at her all day, making her unable to concentrate on studying. Thinking of this, the English teacher couldn't help but stop the lecture, and the chalk in his hand flew to Yang. Unbiased, just hit Yi Hong's head. The chalk broke apart, leaving a few white marks on Yi Hong. The students in the class were taken aback by the shock and looked in the direction of Yi Hong. Who hit me? Yi Hong took pain and woke up directly from the dream, and the whole person stood up. Pooh! There was a burst of laughter from the students around. Especially at the same table of Yi Hong, Zhang Xuewei, who was named Manhwa. The beautiful melon-seed face is full of contempt, and I wish to stay away from him. Yi Hong was completely awake. Yes, there is no system in the world, it's just a dream. Today is the second week of my high school life, and I am now taking English classes. Yi Hong raised his head and looked at the podium, with a hint of apprehension on his ordinary face. The gloomy obeisant on the stage was Yi Hong's English teacher. Although he was very old, he made everyone shamelessly call her Miss Zhang. Miss Zhang knocked on the blackboard and sneered. Student Yi, do you sleep soundly? This translation question is for a look. If you can't do it, you will be fined 100 times. Yi Hong scolded his mother. This menopausal aunt must have deliberately embarrassed herself. Even if he learns the scum again, he knows that the entire sentence translation is the content of the next chapter, which is not something that they can do with the high school students who have not entered the school for a long time. But Yi Hong couldn't help it. He was arrested and slapped first. If the attitude is bad, the parents will be called. In desperation, Yi Hong had to daringly walk to the blackboard. A whisper came from the class below. I can't even understand this question. How could this crane tail be done? Do deserves. Who made him toad want to eat swan meat without looking at his respect? He was so embarrassed to spend the same table with our class. Almost everyone is waiting for Yang to leave the rice cake. Yi Hong looked at the general English question in front of him and gritted his teeth. He was preparing to serve Ruan and Miss Zhang to say he would not do it. But at that moment, the voice in my dream sounded again in my mind. Ding! Check English words. English ability +1, current progress, 110, level, entry level. Yi Hong's eyes widened in an instant. He obviously never recite the word, but the meaning of the word appeared clearly in his mind. This feeling is like installing an English-Chinese dictionary in my mind. What's wrong with classmate Yi at night? Miss folded her hands around her chest, disdainful. If you can't do it, hurry up and copy it 100 times. Don't waste your classmates' time. Know that you waste 1 minute is equivalent to wasting 50 minutes of everyone in the class. It's annoying. Yi Hong was nagging for a while and could not help but roar. You dare to hit the teacher. Miss almost lifted her glasses up. Okay, I want to see how you made this question. The people in the class were frightened by Yi Hong's voice, and the voice of whispering was turned into a loud discussion. Yi Hong is mad? His attitude is so arrogant. The anxiety is bad. See how he ends later. Everyone's eyes focused on Yi Hong. Yi Hong was not nervous and looked at the next word. As expected, the voice rang again. Ding. Check English words. English ability +1. Yi Hong did the same, and his eyes swept through a whole series of sentences. Ding. English ability +1. Ding. English ability +1. Ding. Current progress 11100. English ability improved to proficient level. At this moment, Yi Hong seemed to enter another world. Just like Daigo initiation, there is a warm current rushing to the sky cover. Those tough English words instantly became easy to understand. The translated answers for the entire string of sentences are fully visible in my mind. It wasn't until this moment that Yi Hong was convinced that the system that once appeared in the novel actually came to him one day. Yi Hong smiled confidently, picked up chalk, and quickly wrote on the blackboard. No more than 10 seconds. Yi Hong has already translated the sentence. How? Why so fast? It's impossible. He must be scribbling. The students still don't believe in Yi Hong's ability. Yi Hong threw the chalk into the chalk box casually, patted the dust on his hand, looked at Miss Zhang, who was stuck in the side, and said lightly, Miss Zhang, although this problem is too simple for me, I still one thing to say. Please don't trouble yourself with this kind of problem in the future. Just a word on the blackboard. This interesting obviously needs to be replaced with the past participle interested to be more accurate. Miss Zhang seems to have just recovered, glanced at the standard answer to this question in the textbook, but found that Yi Hong's answer is more perfect than the standard answer. What's more exaggerated is that Yi Hong can point out the loopholes in this sentence at a glance. You know, the editor-in-chief of compiling textbooks is the legendary professor of Jiangda University. Yi Hong, this is no longer an ordinary talent, but an English genius. Miss suddenly realized in her heart, no wonder people simply disdain to listen to their own class. With this strength, they can simply go to the college entrance examination. She blushed and shyly said, Your classmates, you did everything right. Come back to your seat. Let's continue the class. Hiss. Everyone in class 18 took a breath in shock. How is this possible? The tail of the crane is completely right. Yi Hong turned smartly and walked to the seat. Looking at the complex eyes of everyone, Yi Hong couldn't help feeling so sad. Before going to the podium, Yi Hong felt that he and they were not in the same world. Because he is just a scum. After coming down the podium, Yi Hong still felt that he and they were not in the same world. Because they have all turned into scum in their own eyes. After returning to the seat, Yi Hong found that Zhang Shuawei at the same table secretly handed a note. It reads, How? Yang turned his head, but found that Zhang Shuawei's face was red, and the body unconsciously moved closer to Yang. The boys who saw this scene around them all had flames of jealousy in their eyes. Yi Hong sneered inside. Yesterday, you ignored the young man. Today, the young man let you try what Gao Pan cannot afford. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 2 Skills Strengthened and Experience Sword. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Yi Hong pretended to ignore the note and called in his mind, System. I remember in those novels, the system can communicate, even tune in. But the system did not respond at all. It seems to be an autistic system, and I don't like to communicate with people. Yi Hong had no choice but to experiment with other functions of the system. He suddenly pulled a math textbook out of the drawer. The eyes of the classmates who saw this scene all around were straight, lamenting that the genius really was different from everyone's ideas, even reading mathematics books in English class. Ding. Go through high school math textbooks, Math +1, current progress 110, current level, entry level. Yang took out the textbooks of other subjects one after another, and as expected, There will be a prompt every time you read the system. After a trip, all subjects have the same proficiency as English, and he has all been promoted to the proficient level. He is confident that as long as he gives himself a night time, he will be able to learn the entire high school curriculum. Yihong's mouth twitched slightly, and he was very excited. With this system, his life will no longer be ordinary. During this process, Zhang Xuewei's eyes still kept looking here, and the class could not listen. But Yihong still ignored her, leaving her quite frustrated. She even looked in the mirror and began to doubt her charm. After school in the afternoon, Yihong packed all the textbooks into his school bag, and he planned to go home with his bulging school bag on his back. Private secondary schools are good at this point, so they don't have to study at night. He just carried his school bag, but found that Zhang Xuewei got up with him, lowered his head. His teeth were biting his lower lip tightly. His hands were stirring nervously on the corner of his clothes. Yihong 1 m 7'5", Zhang Xuewei 1 m 6'2". From this angle, just can see Zhang Xuewei's snow-white neck and that looming girlish style. Yihong shook his heart, but his face remained indifferent. Classmate Zhang, what's the matter? If not, I'm leaving. Zhang Xuewei raised his head, and Shui Lingling's big eyes looked at Yihong. Yi classmate, I remember we seem to be going along. Do you want to go back together? I just have some questions to ask you, classmate. Yihong secretly sighed. He said this to Zhang Xuewei a few days ago, but what he got was just full of eyes. Now it's the other way around. It's Zhang Xuewei's turn to beg him. It's ironic. But he did not refuse Zhang Xuewei, but nodded lightly. Zhang Xuewei immediately patted his palm happily, carrying his school bag and happily walking next to Yang. At the entrance of Jitsai Middle School, Miss Zhang Zhengli stood beside the gate. She would go home with her daughter Zhang Xuewei every day. Seeing the figure of Zhang Xuewei in the distance, Miss Zhang immediately waved. But when she saw a boy next to Zhang Xuewei, her face suddenly gloomy. The most unacceptable thing for her is Zhang Xuewei's early love, because she is worried that this will affect Zhang Xuewei's learning. But when the two approached and saw that the boy was Yihong, Miss Zhang's face became extremely unnatural again. Obviously, she had not come out of the shadows in the class. Mom, I will walk with classmate Yi later, and I just have a few questions to ask him. Zhang Xuewei smiled, and Yihong smiled aside. It turns out that it was like that, with night classmates. Then I was relieved. Remember to go home early. Relax, Mom. Looking at the back of the two people, Miss Zhang suddenly reacted. The three of them walked together. Can't you also ask questions? Even though she smiled and shook her head, the girl still complained to her at home yesterday, but now her attitude has changed 180 degrees. It's really a big girl. Along the way, Zhang Xuewei kept asking Yihong to learn the secret that suddenly became so powerful. However, Yihong always talked about him, not answering her directly. This performance not only made Zhang Xuewei angry, but made Yihong more mysterious in her mind. Yay, classmates, can I call you Ahong directly? It is always too much for the classmates of ye classmates. We are at the same table. Of course, I will call you Xuewei directly. Xuewei, the rose in the snow, matches your temperament very well. Hearing such blatant words, Zhang Xuewei's entire face suddenly turned red with shame, and said with a mosquito, I hate. What kind of temperament do people have? Ding. Let the girl's heart bloom with words, +1 the girl's skills, current progress, 110, current level, entry level. I wipe. Can this feature be strengthened? This system is good enough. Although Zhang Xuewei still wanted to stay with Yang for a while, the two had already reached her door, and there was no reason to continue to haunt Yang. Zhang Xuewei was quite lost and said goodbye to Yang, but when she thought of seeing Yang the next day, she smiled again. In a food street in Dongqing district of Anming County, there is a not-so-obsessed snack bar called Night Food Snacks. The facade of the snack bar is not large, and the decoration is relatively old. At this point, although it was time to eat, there were few guests in the shop. Before Yang came to Yeshur Snacks, he shouted in his heart, I have a system, young man. From today, no one can yell at me. Stinky boy, what are you doing there? Hurry up and help. A soprano like shells exploded in Yihong's ears. Yihong suddenly lacked momentum and dragged his head into the store. Mom, there are so few customers. Where else do I need help? That's right, Yang is the Xiaodong family of this night food snack bar. This snack bar was passed down from Yehong's grandfather and is now run by Yehong's parents. But the two of them obviously have no talent for business, and the business of this snack bar is not as good as one day. In order to let Yehong enter the legendary aristocratic school, Jitsai Middle School, the couple even gritted their teeth and took out most of their life savings. Yehong silently vowed, "I used to be incapable, but now that I have a system, I must help my family change the status quo. No matter how many guests you have to learn something. In the future, this store will be handed over to you. Don't be as useless as your father." A middle-aged woman wearing a scarf walked out of the back kitchen while navigating a plate of beef noodles in front of a guest while nagging at Yang. The woman's figure was fat, and her face was well-maintained, white and tender, completely unlike the mother of a 16-year-old boy. The woman is Yehong's mother in Xiaoying. At this time, the kitchen chef complained, "Where is Lao Tzu useless? If you're fighting for something, the old lady will have time to lose weight." And Xiaoying hit back with no mercy. Yehong shook his head with a headache. The old man and his wife were not happy to go back and forth a few times a day. He dropped the school bag and slipped into the back kitchen. In the back kitchen, a sturdy middle-aged man, wearing a chef hat, was burying his head in dough. From his facial features, it can be seen vaguely like Yehong. This middle-aged man was naturally Yehong's father, Yi Xiao, and the neighborhood gave him a nickname, Yu Xiao. Yi Xiao didn't look back and threw a piece of raw beef to Yehong. "Take it to practice the knife man." Over the years, his parents have gradually cultivated Yehong's cooking skills and business skills, and apparently also think that he is not the material for studying. Yehong pouted, but after thinking about it, he still didn't tell them what happened today. He had to wait for the test results that day and used the report card to tell Heir Lao about his changes. Wash your hands, wash your meat, take the knife, all in one go. It's just that the moment the beef was cut, the system's voice came again. Ding. Feeling the change of ingredients. Cooking ability +1, current progress, 110, current level, entry level. Okay. Yehong's eyes lit up, and the speed of the knife could not help but quickly. Ding. Cooking ability +1, +1, +1. Ding. The current progress is 11,100, and the cooking ability is upgraded to the mastery level. It was that feeling again, and suddenly there seemed to be a lot of cooking knowledge in my mind. After exploring this period of time, Yehong roughly knew the hierarchy of the system. Experience points between 1 to 10 points are entry level. Experience points between 11 to 100 points are proficient. I just don't know what level it is after 100 points. Yehong, who is proficient in class cooking, cuts beef more easily. Tuck, 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 tuck. The sound of crisp meat cutting intensively rang in the kitchen, and Yi Xiao, who was bowing her head in noodles, couldn't help but stunned. When can this kid cut so fast? Yi Xiao turned her head and opened her mouth in surprise. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 3 Boss, I need another bowl. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. I saw slices of cut beef lying on the cutting board. Beef is uniform in size and clear in texture, as if the force used in each piece is exactly the same. Yi Xiao asked himself, he couldn't cut it so beautifully if he wanted to cut it. Ahong, this is what you cut. Yi Xiao threw the dough in her hands, threw it in front of the chopping board, picked up the beef slices and looked carefully, like a pilgrimage, for fear of ruining the art in her hand. Nonsense. Yi Hongdan decided to wipe the kitchen knife and put it back on the shelf. Good boy. Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh and slammed Yi Hong's shoulder. When did you secretly practice the knife work so well? This night's snack has finally succeeded. Yi Hong rubbed his shoulders with a dissatisfied expression. Don't shoot me, old. Your bones will almost be shot by you. This dad is always light and heavy. Ding. The shoulder muscles have been hit by foreigners, and their resistance to combat is +1. Current progress, 110, current level, entry level. Huh. Is he okay? Daddy, why don't you beat me twice? Don't be so stinky. Just get the beef off the pot and don't let the guests wait too long. Yi Xiao continued to turn around and face, humming shouts you were in her mouth, apparently seeing Yi Hong have made progress, and she was in a good mood. Yi Hong shook his head and threw the beef into the pot. Next is the unchanging cooking process of beef noodles. This cooking method is a secret recipe passed down from Yi Hong's grandfather. It has not changed for decades. But just when Yi Hong was at one step, his hand suddenly stopped in midair. There was a weird feeling in his brain, and there seemed to be a voice always telling him, "This is wrong. There are other ways to make this bowl of beef noodles even more delicious." Yi Hong understands that this may be that his mastery cooking skills are beginning to work. He dropped the seasoning in his hand and changed it to another ingredient. Next, this feeling appeared again and again. Yi Hong kept changing the order, and the entire cooking process had been changed beyond recognition. And this scene happened to be hit by Xiaoying, who just stepped into the back kitchen. "Stinky boy, are you crazy? How many times have you been taught? How can you add water first? The noodles made in this way are not right." Yi Xiao was also attracted, and the two sighed at the bowl of beef noodles just out of the pan. "Would you like to redo it?" At this moment, there was a rush from outside diners. "Boss, is my beef noodles okay? I'm starving to death. If I don't get on, I will leave." "Come on now." And Xiaoying responded with a smile and turned his head to stare at Yang with fierceness. "If the diners are scared away by this bowl of noodles, you will definitely open your kid's ass." Elder Yang was saying, "Amla, make sure he eats and wants to eat, hee." And Xiaoying didn't have time to take care of him and hurried out the front hall with beef noodles. Yi Xiao didn't have the interest of making a face and secretly observed the reaction outside through the gap of the door curtain. "Guest, your face is ready. Please use it slowly." The diners who ordered beef noodles had a bald head, and a large gold chain hung on their chests. And Xiaoying placed the bowl of beef noodles in front of this diner and wiped the other table aside. While wiping, he glanced at the diner's reaction with anxiety, ready to prepare for the diner's dissatisfaction, and stepped forward to apologize. "It's really slow. I'm starving to death. I wouldn't come to this kind of shop if I just passed by." The bald diner mumbled a few words, broke away the disposable chopsticks, picked up a bunch of noodles, snipped a few times, and sent it to his mouth. "Well." The diners suddenly stunned with wide eyes, and their movements stopped. "Bad." On the side, and Xiaoying immediately rushed to the diners, nodded, and apologized. "I'm really sorry. We made some small mistakes when we did it. If you don't mind, we will immediately replace you with a new one." The diner glanced up at Xiaoying staring blankly. "Boss, what are you doing?" After that, the bowl of beef noodles was sent to the mouth like crazy. Swimming. Soon, a bowl of noodles came to an end. After the noodles were eaten, the diners did not forget to solve the remaining soup together. He reluctantly put down the empty bowl, licked his lips, and stunned Xiaoying said, "Boss, I need another bowl. You said that this noodle is so delicious. Let me wait for a long time. I will. Oh, by the way, help me pack 3 servings. No, 6 servings, such delicious noodles. I will bring them back to try them for the brothers." He scratched his head and said, "I've seen a ghost. There is such a delicious beef noodle in this world. I haven't found your restaurant before." And Xiaoying didn't know how he returned to the kitchen. She was holding the bowl stunned, still immersed in the exaggerated reaction of the diner. This bowl of beef noodles, which is not according to common sense, has received such praise. Isn't this diner the taste bud broken? Yi Zhao's expression was as wonderful as that of Xiaoying. The two of them did not speak and looked at Yang directly. Yi Hong shrugged. "I said he had eaten and wanted to eat again. Do you believe it? How did you guys do it?" Yi Xiao looked at Yi Hong with the look of the monster. And Xiaoying is more direct. "Are you really my stupid son? Go. Do you guys say your son that way?" Yang let them give up their positions and started cooking the next bowl of beef noodles. With the first bowl of experience, Yi Hong seemed more handy. Ding. Cooking ability +1. Accompanied by a pleasing system prompt. Yi Hong's hands seemed to become magic, and he quickly made the 7 bowls of noodles that the diners requested. During this process, Yi Xiao and Xiaoying all watched without blinking their eyes. They found that Yang didn't change the raw materials at all, but only changed the order of several ingredients and seasonings. But they could turn the decay into a magic, turning a bowl of beef noodles into another realm. Could it be that his son really has the talent to be a chef? Son, I don't think you're going to take a college exam anymore. I'll simply send you to the new Southern Culinary School to learn cooking. Yihong directly admired the second old man's white eye. Don't make trouble. Your son will be the one to do big things in the future. That night, Yi Xiao and Xiaoying spent the whole night studying beef noodles made by Yihong. The two also tried to cook beef noodles according to Yehong's method, but there was no way to make it as delicious as Yehong's. After trying again and again, he ran out of the soy sauce that was not much left. Go buy some soy sauce and come back. Faced with these two superb parents, Yihong obediently admits his fate. He left the night snack bar and planned to go to the supermarket next door to buy soy sauce. There is a shortcut to the supermarket, only to cross a dark alley. In this alley, there are often a few gangsters doing nothing, so Yihong usually doesn't go here. But now he is in a system, and the guts are suddenly fattened. Today, he intends to break into the Longton Tiger Cave. The streetlights in the alley have been in disrepair for many years and are not useful. The whole alley is very dim. Only halfway through, Yihong heard an anxious female voice in front of him. Help! If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 4 Shitsi can also save the hero. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Could it be that the hero who encountered dog blood saved the bridge? Yihong burst into blood and trod into the alley. It didn't take long for me to see three young men who dyed their hair colorfully and only had a black vest on their upper body, encircling a young girl in the corner. The girl was about the same age as Yihong, with a beautiful face, fair skin, and a white school uniform set against her innocence. The face value was almost the same as that of Zhang Xuewei. At this time, she was terrified, and she kept calling for help, but her voice was getting hoarse and desperate. Today's part-time clothing store big sale. The boss opened 3 times the salary, otherwise I wouldn't be home so late. It's impossible for me to be innocent of Li Muya. Today I will be... Woo-woo, no? Who will save me? Li Muya looked pale, like a frightened bunny, pitiful. Hey, little beauty, don't get me wrong. Brother wants to invite you to drink 2 glasses of wine together. That's right, we are all honest and good people. Hey. The 3 little all smiled, and the desire in their eyes seemed to swallow Li Muya. Or did Li Muya believe them? She still kept calling for help. Cough. A clear cough sounded suddenly in the alley. The 3 bullies were taken aback and turned around quickly. But when they saw that the visitor was just a thin student, the 3 of them suddenly settled in their hearts and showed a playful smile. Fucky baby boy, don't do homework at home. Want to come and play heroes to save the beauty with the uncles? Ha. Don't look at whether your body is fully developed. The 3 little laughed wantonly and completely ignored Yihong's eyes. The fire of hope that just ignited in Li Muya's eyes also extinguished in an instant, and his face was ashes. It seems that I can't escape a few claws today. Yihong, who has a systematic system, is very calm. I am really saved today for this man. I advise you to get out. Yoa, this kid is so young, he is quite fat. The 3 little were stunned, and then showed fierce eyes. Very good. Then let the brothers teach you the price of nosy business. As the 3 of them drew behind them, they saw a few flashes of cold light, and 3 shining fruit knives appeared in their hands. I wiped it out, and Yihong immediately had an impulse to curse his mother. He also wanted to use the system to work around to see if he could awaken other abilities. Where do you know that these guys are still carrying weapons? This time pretending to be a big hit. Yang couldn't help but step back, away from a few people. Now? Late. Go grab this kid. The 3 of them accelerated in an instant and rushed towards Yehong's place. The fruit knife in their hands shone coldly, which was shocking. Yang was anxious and panicked for items that could defend her enemies. There were only scattered stones on the ground around me, and some bottles, cans, and other garbage that were discarded by people. no matter what things are used. Yihong picked up a stone under his foot and threw it towards the three evil men with all his strength. Ding! Throwing ability +1, current progress, 110, current level, entry level. Shirzi passed through the gap of the three people's bodies, and their offense was not affected at all. But Yihong's face gradually relaxed, and a strange arc evoked in the corner of his mouth. There's a play. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 5 Success. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Eat me another flying stone. Yang adjusted his figure, pulled away, and thrown another stone in his hand. Ding! Throwing ability +1, current progress 210. In this way, Yihong was in this alley. While circling with the three gangsters, he kept hitting the small stones in his hand. Boo-boo dash. At first, Shitzi was flying around and accidentally hit a few small gangsters. It was not painful, but more aroused their ferocity. But when the 11th stone was thrown, everything changed. Ding! Throwing ability +1, current progress, 11,100, current level, mastery level. A familiar feeling came again from my mind, and intuitively told Yang that the next shot would definitely hit the target with precision. The heart moves freely, holding the stone's wrist and throwing it hard, just like throwing a dart. Call out. This time the stone was obviously more than doubled in speed, rubbing against the air with a loud noise, and slammed into one of the mixed eyes. Ding! Hit the point. Throw ability +2, current progress 13,100. What? The screams of the screaming lungs resounded through most of the alleys, and the scumbag sat on the ground, covering his right eye with a hand that couldn't stop bleeding. Apparently, Yihong's enhanced blow struck his eyeball with precision. My eyes. Catch him. Lao Tzu will dig out his eyes. The other two were also frightened, and 3 of them were beaten and 1 was counter-killed. Will they play? Immediately using the power of breastfeeding, she rushed towards Yang. But Yang is no longer Yang just now, and there is no need to run away. He smiled confidently, and 2 stones flung out like lightning. Boo-bow twice, 2 tragic screams in the alley again. The remaining 2 twisted their faces, clutching their crotches and lying prone on the ground. Yihong's 2 stones are extremely tricky, but they are aimed at them. Ding! Hit the key of the key, throwing ability +5, current progress, 18,100. Other parts have been hit, and may be able to fight against Yihong. But the most important part of the man was hit, and this kind of pain is unbearable to anyone. In less than 2 minutes, all 3 gangsters lost their fighting power and wailed on the ground. Li Muya in the corner was already stupid, and her mouth opened into a lovely O shape. She was completely attracted by Yihong's posture, and had forgotten about the escape. What happened? This thin and weak young man. Just throw a few stones to get rid of these 3 bad guys? The panic is gone, and the rest is just peace of mind. Even if there are 10 or 8 other bastards, it is not a problem to have this young boy here. From a distance, the young man's body seemed to radiate some kind of light, which made Li Muya's eyes shine. On the other side, Yihong was also immersed in excitement. He was not brave since he was young, and he did not dare to say anything when he was bullied. Any grievances are swallowed from the bottom of his heart. This is Yihong's first attempt to teach others. This sense of accomplishment and satisfaction is simply amazing. Ding! Save the beauty through heroes, so that the girl's favorability with you is improved. The skill of the girl is +5. The current progress is 610. Huh. This sound instantly awakened Yihong in excitement. He came in front of the unknown girl, a flash of surprise in his eyes. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 6 I will definitely find him. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Just too far away, not too clear. Upon closer inspection, it was found that the girl was not only white and beautiful, but also quite pure in temperament. Damn it, this pure little flower was almost spoiled by 3 bastards. Li Muya was also observing Yihong. She found that although the teenager's face was ordinary, but his eyes were extremely deep. Just like the universe full of stars, it made people fall into it unconsciously. Are you all right? Yihong reached out to Li Muya on the ground. It's okay, thank you so much. Li Muya recovered and whispered. She rushed towards Yihong's hand. Until now, she had fully reacted, feeling terrified. My family is poor, so I go to a clothing store to work part-time after school. It just happened that there was an event in the clothing store today, so it was late to go home. In order to rush home early, she chose this rarely taken route, but did not expect bad luck and encountered the 3 little bastards. If Yihong was not passing by tonight, she could not imagine her ending. As soon as the 2 hands touched, they shivered. This is the first time in his life that Li Muya has held the hand of a boy of the opposite except his father. Yihong felt that Li Muya's little hands were so tender and tender, just like holding an egg with a peeled shell. It felt very good. After getting up, Li Muya blushed and pulled her small hand out of Yihong's hand, making Yihong's heart feel a faint sense of loss. How do they? Li Muya nudged the hair in the sideburns and looked at the 3 little who were still screaming on the ground, pretending to calm down. I have a way to make them remember. Yihong's mouth twitched. Leave it to me. Yihong grabbed a handful of stones, and Xianting walked towards the 3. Looking at the stone in Yihong's hands, the 3 of them shouted as if they saw the devil. You! Don't come over. Otherwise we will call the police. I have a big wipe. Lord, I didn't call the police, it was kindness to you. Do you still want to complain to a wicked person? Yihong looked indifferent. Crouching in front of the trembling 3, the stone in his hand seemed to be ready to shoot at any time. Listen to you 3 dross. If I let you see you appear here again, the consequence is this. Saying Yihong's expression was cold, a stone in his hand rose directly towards the gray wall. Do. Dense stones are embedded on the wall, arranging a regular dead word. Hiss. Seeing this fabulous scene, the 3 of them took a breath and cried at the foot of Yihong. We promise we won't appear here. Also, you are not allowed to trouble this girl. Yihong added to Li Muya. Yes, we promise. Come on. The 3 of them got up in a hurry, helped each other, and crawled out of the alley. Quietness was restored in the alley. Li Muya gritted her teeth, just about to say something, but Yihong changed his face and looked at his watch. Oops, the supermarket is closing. Who will see you next time? He was already trotting, leaving from the alley. Hey, Li Muya stomped angrily. You haven't told your name. But she suddenly remembered that the school uniform on Yihong was quite familiar. It turns out he was also at Jitsai Middle School. I will definitely find him. Li Muya's eyes were firm, and she recalled the scenes before she couldn't help but smile like a blooming white orchid. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 7 Future Plans. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. I finally bought soy sauce before the supermarket closed at 11. Yihong stood in the cold wind with soy sauce and suddenly shot his head. Oh, forgot to ask the beautiful penguin, even if you know a name. Yang, it's really a solitary life. Yihong sighed silently, hoping to meet again. Yehong's home is on the 2nd floor of Yesher Snack Bar. Because of the small size of the home, when he was young, Yihong had to squeeze in a small room with a size of less than 10 square meters with his sister. The 2 bunk beds, the young bunk bed and the younger sister bunk beds. The brothers and sisters quarreled almost every day because the sound insulation was not good, and at night they had to endure the noise made by the old husband and wife who were not innocent next door. Fortunately, The younger sister was enrolled in a junior high school under military management. In addition to winter and summer vacations, she usually lived in school, which allowed Yang to occupy the entire room. That night, Yihong tossed and turned, making it difficult to fall asleep. He turned to the upper bunk for a while and smirked, and then jumped to the lower bunk to pick up the textbook and read it, listening to the system's wonderful prompt. Ding! Experience +1. The excitement of gaining the system has not slowed down even now. But at the same time, he was a little confused. Why did the system choose him as an ordinary student? Forget it, no matter how much. There is a way to send the meat to the mouth. Do not eat white, do not eat. The current task is to use this sudden system to improve the lives of myself and my family. And to improve life, naturally need the eternal thing money. It must be a lot of money. To make money, it is not enough to rely on that small bowl of modified beef noodles. Yihong also needs to use the system to awaken more abilities and make himself stronger. Thinking of this, Yihong calmed down and tried to call in his mind. System, is there a property panel? Your autistic system, even if you don't chat with me, there is always a menu function, right? Ding. The host's current ability value list is as follows. An attribute board picture suddenly flashed in my mind. Language proficiency 20,100, proficient level. Mathematical ability 18,100, proficient level. English ability 23,100, proficient level. Political. History. Before being divided into subjects, high school students should study 9 major subjects: Chinese, mathematics, English, politics, history, geography, physics, chemistry, biology, and several other small subjects. Of these 9 subjects, Yihong has hurriedly read through the textbooks of the first year of high school, and all of them mention them as proficient. He found that the ability to enter the mastery level was even slower. Just looking through the textbooks of the first year of high school seems to be not very effective. Maybe in the future, you need to find an opportunity to borrow a few books from high school to gain more experience points. In addition to these learning capabilities, there are other types of capabilities on the property board. They are proficient in cooking skills, throwing ability, and entry-level anti-strike ability and girl skills. Yihong leaned against the bedside, quietly thinking about how to improve these abilities. It was at this time. There was another strange sound of the squeaking of the bedboard next door, which caused Yihong to feel upset. Trouble. He stood up, rubbing 2 of paper at will, and stuffed them directly into his ears. Ding. Exercise ear perception, listening +1, current progress 110, current level, entry level. At this time, the kind of sound that is not suitable for children, but heard more clearly. Yihong, I want to move. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 8 Ban Chao's Jealousy. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Early the next morning, Yihong went to class with dark circles. The students in class 18 of the first grade of high school were surprised to find that the class flower Zhang Shuawei changed his normal coldness and came to the classroom early, holding something in his hand and looking at the entrance of the classroom with dazzling eyes. Zhang Shuawei is waiting for someone. It's impossible. Zhang Shuawei is in love. I'm going, this is too great. Who is the target? Class Grass Qinlong, or the class leader Chen Wentao? Everyone watched Zhang Shuawei's abnormal behavior and whispered. In a position near the window, a student with yellow hair and earrings who looked very maverick looked a little ugly. I saw that the student was burly and strong, with correct facial features and a gleam in his eyes. It is the kind of saucy type most popular with girls on campus. This person is the class grass, in everyone's mouth Qinlong. Qinlong looked at Zhang Shuawei's anxious expression. After a long time, he didn't understand Zhang Shuawei's state. This is what the young girl Huaichuan shows when she has a heart. But Qinlong also stared at this little flower and could not help but whispered in his mouth, "Damn, if I find out who arched this little cabbage, I have to abolish him." At this moment, Yi Hong walked in from the back door of the classroom with a tired expression. Suddenly Zhang Shuowei's eyes burst out with brilliance and quickly stood up from the seat and greeted him. I was so excited that I almost gave my feet. Ahong, I brought you an apple. I said online that eating an apple every day is good for the body. Zhang Shuowei spread his palms like a treasure, and a crystal-clear red apple lay quietly on it. Oh, thanks. Yi Hong received apple listlessly, threw the school bag heavily on the table, and went straight up with his eyes closed. Ahong, what's wrong with you? Zhang Shuowei sat neatly next to Yang, his big eyes fluttering, looking at his profile with concern. Yi Hong didn't have enough energy to manage Zhang Shuowei. Yesterday's sleep quality was so bad that he just wanted to make up for it. It's strange to say that Yi Hong, who can't sleep anyway at home, hits the desk when he feels sleepy, and the effect is better than sleeping pills. No wonder people often say that school is the best place to sleep. Seeing this, Zhang Shuowei was not only lifeless, but he was light-handed, fearing that Yi Hong would be noisy. Ahong must have been studying hard throughout the night to make English so powerful. I must learn from him. Zhang Shuowei waved her delicate fist and quietly cheered herself on. The gossip people in the class, no matter how silly, they knew that that person, like Zhang Shuowei, was Yi Hong. Not only did the discussion not stop, but it was even more heated. Damn, a flower is inserted in the cow dung. Isn't this kid good at English? What a great thing. I tell you, I saw that they came home from school yesterday. Maybe it's... Qin Long's face was even uglier than eating shit. If it is lost to someone better than him, Qin Long may not be so angry. However, Yi Hong's appearance is ordinary, and his family background is ordinary. He only fudges a few English words that no one understands. Why can Zhang Shuowei be favored? I must grab Zhang Shuowei. Yi Hong, you wait. At this time, Yi Hong didn't know that Zhang Shuowei's infamous misfortune made him an enemy. He had already fallen asleep, and even the bell of class could not wake him up. However, the first class in the morning is the class teacher's class. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 9, Class Teacher's Lesson. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. The class teacher of Class 18, their math teacher, is an old teacher in his 50s, named Yang Daoshan. There were few white hairs on the top of the head, revealing a large bald scalp. The wrinkles on the surface are crisscrossed like a gully on the plateau. In an old pair of rimless glasses, the eyes are always squinted into a slit, and it looks listless. The methods of his lectures are as old as those of his people, and they are the same as those of decades ago. The student who listens to the class carefully will inevitably be drowsy in his class. And he realized that he would retire in a few years anyway, so he didn't have much passion. For some students' small movements, they often pretend not to see them. For example, Qin Long's comic book with yellow hair and chubby Zhou Hao, and Yi Hong, who is sleeping. He just glanced at Yi Hong, and then came up with lesson plans and textbooks as if nothing had happened. Song Lao's peaceful tone slowly sounded. Dear students, open page 12 of the textbook. We are learning functions today. The classroom was very quiet. Only Yang Daoshan's chalk crossed the blackboard and the occasional sound of flipping books. Suddenly, halfway through the classroom remembered an outdated voice. Report. Yang Dao turned around in doubt, frowning, and asked, Qin Long, what's the matter? It was Qin Long who suddenly stood up with his hand raised. At the corner of Qin Longzue's mouth, there was a wicked smile, and he pointed to Yang in the last row. Hearing this, the people next to him could not help snickering. Qin Long has nothing to do all day and only knows the who is a girl. When would he dare to be so straightforward to say that others have affected him to learn? Besides, if people go to sleep, it's all about his farts. But no one spoke to stop, because they all heard the strong smell of gunpowder in Qin Long's mouth. This Qin Long is obviously aiming at Yang. Otherwise, if he sleeps so much in class, why should he name Yang? With the exception of Zhang Shuowei, everyone showed a good look. Yang Dao frowned deeply. Zhang Shuowei, tell you to be at the same table. Zhang Shuawei looked anxiously and gently pushed Yehong's body. "Ahong, wake up soon." But Yehong did not respond. At this time, he was immersed in the dream of the future. "Look, teacher, this kid didn't put you in your eyes." Qinlong suddenly looked angry. He not only affected me, but also affected Shuawei's study. Suddenly heard that he was named. Zhang Shuawei looked up slightly. "No, it won't." Before her words were finished, she was interrupted by Qinlong. "Teacher, I suggest to transfer Shuawei's classmates away from Yang." This sentence immediately revealed Qinlong's intentions, and the class immediately whispered a few wry whistles. Prior to this, Qinlong and Zhang Shuawei were privately made up of golden boys and girls in Class 18 by someone who was full and had nothing to do. Now seeing Qinlong behave like this, he can't help but understand. It seems that Qinlong and Zhang Shuawei are more suitable. Nonsense. If Yehong could be as handsome as Qinlong, I would have confessed to him. Yang Daoshan's eyebrows were deeper, and he coughed heavily to stop the murmurs in the classroom. Immediately came to the Yang table, patted the table hard. Qinlong on the side could not help revealing a tricky look. Boom boom. The huge slap sound made Yehong tremble and slowly opened his eyes. When he saw his class teacher in front of him, he asked, rubbing his eyes, "What's wrong? Is the teacher letting me do the question?" If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 10. I Get Upset. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Hearing Yehong's words, everyone in the class looked stiff, apparently remembering Yehong's stunning performance in English class yesterday. No, it's impossible. His math can't be as good as English. Everyone told themselves this in their hearts. Yang Daoshan sighed inwardly. He originally thought that Yehong was not bad. Although the entrance test scores were a bit worse, he was not saved. Therefore, Zhang Shuawei, who had a good academic record, was arranged as his deskmate to see if he could change him. This morning I heard that he performed well in English class yesterday. I thought that the prodigal son had turned back, but I didn't expect it to be so muddy that he couldn't help the wall. Under the disappointment in his heart, Yang Daoshan's tone was also apathetic. "Carefully take the class. Don't let me see you sleep again." "Oh," Yehongpa responded a bit perfunctorily. "Just kidding. I have learned all the one-semester lessons." "Yeah? I need to listen to your lessons?" So Yang Daoshan just turned back to the podium and did not walk a few steps. Yehong was afraid to lie back. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo, zee. The melodious and melodic grunt sounded again in the corner. Pooh. Zhang Shuawei was a good girl since she was a child. When she saw Yehong's student who didn't give the teacher a face, she felt quite funny in her heart, and one couldn't help laughing. This smile is as charming as the orchid blooming. The few male compatriots around were almost drooling. Qinlong, not far away, was so angry and jealous when he saw this scene. Why can a person who can only sleep make Zhang Shuawei smile? What does he know? If he likes a person, he will find it charming even when he sleeps. Qinlong thought more and more angry, more and more unwilling. The head was hot, rushed directly from the seat. He took a few steps to Yehong's side, directly carrying his collar, and picked him up from his seat. "You bastard. Get out of this seat for me. Did you hear that?" This time it was like poke the horse's honeycomb, and the whole class boiled instantly. "Good job. I've been watching Yang this guy for a long time. Ban Chao, we support you." A group of boys clapped loudly. There are also some people who feel troubled and want to dissuade, but they are insignificant after all, and are directly overwhelmed by the sound. Qinlong. "Stop it." Zhang Shuawei's face was sullen and shouted softly. But this distressed performance of Yehong made Qinlong even more jealous in his chest and put more effort in his hands. Qinlong, who is more than 1 meter and 8 meters away, put Yang into the air without any effort, as simple as carrying a chick. Yehong was very upset. He just wanted to get a good night's sleep. But he was woken up twice and again. He is a man with serious waking up. Yang opened his eyes and looked coldly at the face in front of him. Qinlong's face was full of madness. "Yang, starting today, Recognize your status. Toad cannot afford swan meat, okay? Release. Yihong spoke lightly. I won't let go if I step on a horse. Yihong didn't speak anymore. He just watched Qinlong silently. Ding. Staring at others. Momentum +1. Current progress. 110. Current level. Entry. Momentum is coercion. People who have been in high positions for a long time do not need to speak at all. At this moment, Qinlong only felt that Yang in front of him suddenly became tall and majestic, and the pair of deep eyes seemed to be hiding an infinite storm. This kind of high mountain feeling he only felt in his father. Qinlong felt a shock in his heart. His hands were suddenly weak. He released Yang, and his mouth subconsciously shouted, Dad, everyone, if you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 11 Tricky. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Quiet. The air fell into a strange quiet. No one thought that Qinlong would come out with such amazing words. Everyone's expressions and movements were frozen for a few seconds, and then it came back. Just now, Qinlong seems to be called Dad Yang. If my ears are fine, it is like this. Could it be that Yang looks like Dad Qinlong? Incredible. Qinlong woke up like a big dream, feeling the strange eyes of the students around him, and his entire face instantly turned red. Damn, I must have been scolded by my father recently, and I have hallucinations. It was actually taken advantage of by this Yihong, and it was still under the eyes of the classmates. This face was completely lost. Qinlong became furious and shoved his fist, then punched Yihong. Has it been enough? Just here, an angry rage burst out on the podium. It is natural that Yang Daoshun is intolerable. As the saying goes, the thin dead camel is bigger than the horse. No matter how mediocre Yang Daoshun is, he is also an old teacher with decades of experience as a class teacher. He is not a good guy, but he is usually too lazy to get angry. Now that I see these two bunnies making a mess in the classroom, where can I bear it? Under the anger, it was like a thunderbolt suddenly bursting out into the clear sky, which surprised everyone. Qinlong's fist halfway, but also stopped. The head teacher is actually a very powerful entity. If he got angry, even Qinlong had to give at least respect. Both of you, get me back to my seat. Yang Daoshun roared. Qinlong glared at Yang and returned to his seat unwillingly. Yihong didn't dare to continue indulgence, sitting on the seat and pretending to pick up a book. Unfortunately, Yang Daoshun did not intend to let them go. He glanced at the classroom clock and said sullenly, I'm free for you too. Since you are so energetic, then help the teacher a little bit. See if you still have energy, hum. Yang Daoshun sneered unconsciously and pulled out 2 pieces of paper with densely written small letters from the book. This is a C-selected topic for a high school math competition in County D. As long as you solve this problem, you can participate in the competition held in the county on behalf of the school 1 month later. This competition is held once a year to bring together the elite mathematics from the schools in the county. Our Jitsai Middle School has won a consolation prize every year since its establishment. If any of you can win the prize, you will have a big fight for the school. Originally, this thing can only be given to Senior 2 and Senior 3 students, but I will make an exception today for you two. Yang Daoshun handed over the 2 pieces of paper to one person and gave them to Yihong and Qinlong respectively. Of course, none of the above is the point. Yang Daoshun showed a witty smile. If you solve it, we will not blame it for today. But if it can't be solved, then I'm going to play the role of class teacher. Remember, you have disturbed the classroom. By then, if there is a stain on your student files, don't blame me for being ruthless. At this time, Yihong and Qinlong panicked. The student file is the most important thing for a Yenghua student. Once the resume above is stained, it is necessary to follow this student all his life, which will affect his life's destiny. Yang Daoshun used this to threaten the two, and immediately scared them into good babies. Yang Daoshun, this name is really not taken in vain. Road is deep, road is deep. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 12 Complex Function Problem. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. In the end, Yang Daoshan only left one day for the two of them. Tomorrow's math class. He would have to see the answers from the two. At this time, Yang Daoshan continued to start his half-dead lectures, but occasionally a flash of pride flashed in his eyes. Yihong hurriedly observed the problems on the paper. I saw that this was a trigonometric function problem that Yihong had never seen before. The question was close to 10 lines in length, which made Yihong dizzy. Ding. Read complex trigonometric functions, experience +1, current progress, 19,100. System, how much experience does it take to solve this problem? Ding. Received the host's request. Scan the question. Analyzing. The analysis is complete. According to the current level of the host, at least 11 points of experience are needed to solve this trigonometric function problem. 11 points experience. Fortunately, it doesn't look too much. Yang Lima turned up the math textbook in front of her, hoping to gain some experience. But this behavior, in the eyes of classmates, is just a temporary hold of the Buddha's feet. I'll just say, Yihong, he must be only in English, not in other subjects. After all, the tail of the crane is the tail of the crane. It is useless to catch the duck on the rack. I heard that Qin Long knew many senior high school seniors and seniors, and this question should not fail him. For a long time, Yihong put down the textbook in dismay. This mathematics book for the first semester of high school has been ruined by Yihong. As he expected, repeated reading does not add experience. Yihong's eyes could not help glancing at Qin Long, who was obliquely forward, but found that he had a good look on his chest, as if he didn't put this matter in his eyes at all. Strange. At the entrance test, Qin Long's score was no more than his own. Why is he so confident to solve this function problem? Seeing Yihong's brow furrowed, Zhang Shuawei on the side could not help whispering, "Ahong, don't worry, I believe you can." Hearing Zhang Shuawei's voice, Yihong suddenly opened his eyes. He said to Zhang Shuawei, "Shuawei, can you help me borrow some math books from high school and high school?" Mathematics books for high school and high school. Zhang Shuawei was stunned for a while and curled her eyebrows. Well, it's a little difficult for Senior 3, but you can try it for Senior 2. A colleague who happened to be my mother, his son Zhao Bo, was our senior sophomore. Nice. Yihong had just asked casually, but didn't expect Zhang Shuawei to really get it. But Zhang Shuawei quickly questioned again and asked, "Ahong, what do you want your high school mathematics book to do? Is there a way to solve the problem? But just one day, and no teacher teaches. Can you really read it on the spot?" Yihong smiled a mysterious smile. "You can rest assured, Shanren has his own plan." After school in the afternoon of the same day, the entrance of the second grade, 7. Qin Long blocked the back door of this class as soon as he was out of school. A thin figure, just wanting to leave quietly with the flow of people, was quickly caught by the quick-eyed Qin Long. "Stop! What ran? Will I eat you?" The students were immediately scared away by the fierce Qin Long, and the entire corridor suddenly went empty. The boy who was seized by Qin Long was wearing a pair of highly glasses, and he shrank, and he looked like a nerd. He bowed his head in fear and said, "Brother Dragon, do you have any instructions?" Qin Long stuffed the piece of paper given by Yang Daoshan into this boy's arms and said fiercely, "Zhao Bo, aren't you a tyrant? I have a task for you. Before tomorrow, solve this problem for me, or break your leg. Did you hear me? If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 13 The progress is too fast. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Nerds like Zhao Bo dare to say half a word in the face of Qin Long, a bully. Qin Long nodded with satisfaction when he saw Zhao Bo taking the question. Zhao Bo is a famous mathematician, and he participated in the county math competition on behalf of the school last year. Therefore, Qin Long had no worries about his strength. Young, see what you are fighting with me. Qin Long was about to leave, but he saw the shadow of Qian Ying walking towards here in the distance. Zhang Xuewei, what is she doing here? Qin Long frowned, and suddenly a lightning struck his heart. Did Zhang Xuewei come to Zhao Bo for help? For Yang. Zhang Xuewei, you Biqi. Qin Long's face was gloomy, but a poison was born in his mind. If you let Zhao Bo give Yi Hong the wrong answer. Thinking of this, he said fiercely to Zhao Bo, don't tell her that I have come to you. Have you heard? Zhao Bo was pale with fright, and the chicken nodded like a peck. Qin Long immediately turned around and hid in the shadows in the classroom, leaving Zhao Bo alone outside the corridor. The second grade of senior high school is located on the second floor of this teaching building, and soon heard the footsteps of Zhang Xuewei going upstairs. She had just walked out of the stairs and saw Zhao Bo's face standing in the hallway with a certain awkward expression. But she didn't think about it. She just smiled and said, Zhao Bo, there may be something you want to help. Due to the relationship between their parents, the two knew each other from childhood, and Zhang Xuewei did not give him a courtesy. He said directly, let me use your math textbook for a few days. Not only Zhao Bo, but also Qin Long, who heard this in the classroom, couldn't help but startled. Why the plot is not the same as imagined? Is it true that Yang really is so honest that he really has to read the textbooks of high school at night to solve that function problem? Isn't this too honest? There was a coldness in Qin Long's eyes. Even so, the guy's wish could not be fulfilled. Zhao Bo didn't think too much, but agreed with Zhang Xuewei happily. You were waiting for me for a while. I will go in and help you get some books. He turned and walked into the classroom, rummaging through the math textbooks in his seat. Outside the corridor, Zhang Xuewei thought that he had helped Yi Hong a lot, and he could not help looking at the scenery of the playground and humming songs happily. She did not notice that there was a shadow in the classroom, quietly came behind Zhao Bo. Qin Long slapped directly on Zhao Bo's shoulder, making Zhao Bo tremble. He grabbed the mathematics textbook directly from Zhao Bo and asked with a sullen face. On the page about the question? Pages 30 and 42. Qin Long turned directly to the 2 pages and only listened to the brush twice, and the 2 pages of paper were torn off by Qin Long. Zhao Bo opened his mouth, but he dared not say anything. Qin Long sneered and threw the incomplete book back to Zhao Bo. You can give it to her. Remember, don't talk about leaking. Zhao Bo nodded again and again. Qin Long glanced at the back of Zhang Xuewei outside the classroom, grinning savagely, and disappeared in the back door of the classroom. When Yi Hong took the math book from Zhang Xuewei, she was very excited and could not help but blurt out, Xuewei, will I invite you to eat beef noodles at my house? Yi Hong swears to the sky that he simply wants to treat Zhang Xuewei, absolutely without any impure thoughts. Anyhow, Zhang Xuewei seems to have misunderstood. The whole face is directly red. Home. No, we are going too fast. Hong, I'll go home first. Just like a wind, he bowed his head in his school bag and fled. Yang left with a sullen face in the wind. Eating a beef noodle, is it so scary? If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 14 Shops are surrounded. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Because of the borrowing of books, Yang went home later that day. When he first walked to the entrance of the street, he saw a group of neighborhoods gathered together and discussed fiercely. Is there any character in the night supper, brother? How could it? Would someone come to seek revenge in the night snack bar? Yi Hong buzzed as if struck by lightning. Night snack, brother, night food snack bar, revenge. An ominous premonition occupied his head. He rushed into the crowd immediately, grabbed one of the obese middle-aged people, and asked anxiously, Uncle Gua, what happened to my family? This man's surname is Gua. He sells beef on this street. The beef in the night market snack bar is all bought from him. Everyone generally calls him Beef Gua. Beef Gua looked at Yi Hong, his face changed, and then he sighed. Ahong, listen to uncle. Don't go home first. Hide in your uncle's stall. Where did Yi Hong listen in? He asked one by one. What the happened? Ding. Momentum +1. Beef Gua did not expect to feel the fear of such a thing on a half-size guy. He stared blankly at Yang, who was so angry that he was speechless. Ahong, what is your attitude? Beef Gua is for your consideration. You must not be impulsive. Neighbors came to Yi Hong to dissuade him. The more they are like this, Yi Hong is more sure that something big has happened in his shop. Yi Hong was too late to find out the news. He raised his legs and ran to the night snack bar. Ahong. Everyone couldn't hold back, and he saw Yi Hong rushing out quickly and soon disappeared into everyone's sight. Is this kid running a little too fast? As he ran, Yi Hong kept sending system prompts in his head. Ding. Run extremely fast. Sprint ability +1. Current progress. 110. Current level. Entry level. Ding. Exercise your legs. Leg strength +1. Current progress. 110. Current level. Entry level. Ding. Exercise breathing. Vital capacity +1. Current progress 110. Current level. Entry level. Ding. Yi Hong did not expect that a small sprint can bring so much reinforcement. Sure enough, every time I breathe, I am strengthening myself. But he cares about the situation in the store, but he has no time to take care of these tips. Within 3 minutes, Yi Hong ran to the shop. Unlike the body of the waste wood that had been panting after running a few steps in the past, after strengthening, Yi Hong's face did not red heartbeat, breathing evenly. From a distance, the whole night food snack bar was blocked by a group of big-faced men. These big guys are all strong, and their eyes are fierce. This momentum is not at the same level as the few little gangsters that Hong Hong met that night. 1, 2, 3. Yi Hong counted silently, and there were 6 or 7 to hand who were outside the shop. Damn, I knew I had some stones on my body. However, he is not sure whether his ability to throw can solve these big men. What he was even more worried about at this time was the situation in the store and the safety of his parents. And those old customers who like to patronize night food snacks often see such battles, and they are too far away to dare to get close. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 15 Shut Me Up. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Yang adjusted his breath a few times, trying to calm himself down, and then came to the door of the store. Sorry, please let it go. Several big men suddenly glared at the fierce eyes and said, Today, this shop was booked by us, and the little fart boy is playing. I am the son of the owner of this shop. Several big men were stunned for a moment, and they couldn't think of Yi Hong's need to deceive them. They immediately waved their hands impatiently. Hurry in. Yang walked through the suffocating crowd and entered the store. The situation in the store at this time seems to be a little different from what he imagined. The picture he worried about did not happen. In the narrow shop, a bald man is constantly tapping the table. I said, What's the matter with you today? Lao Tzu brought his brothers to join the show, but you told Lao Tzu that the beef noodles are gone. Yi Hong looked at this big man quite familiar, and then remembered, wasn't that the big man who packed several bowls of beef noodles yesterday? Opposite him, his parents Yi Xiao and In Xiaoying were bending over and laughing with his mouth. This guessed, in fact, the bowl of noodles was invented by our son, and now only he can do it in the shop. Fart. The hand slapped the table hard, and it seemed that the whole shop shook. You two are idiots? Based on Laozi's years of experience in eating noodles, Laozi dared to ensure that such beef noodles can only be made by an old chef who has been steeped in cooking for decades. He stood up and said fiercely to Yi Xiao and In Xiaoying, who were pale, If you can't take out the beef noodles like yesterday, the brothers will not leave. Yes, don't leave. Several big men outside the door echoed in unison. terrifying Yi Xiao and Xiaoying for a while. But they also saw Yi Hong standing at the door of the shop and immediately flew over like a savior. "My good son, you are finally back. Guest, my son, he is back. I will let him make beef noodles for you." After finishing speaking, he gave Yi Hong a color and signaled that he and others couldn't be bothered and hurried to the kitchen to make noodles. Those big men's eyes suddenly focused on Yi Hong, full of suspicion. "Last night, those delicious beef noodles were really made by your kid." The bald man still didn't believe it. Yi Hong finally figured out the ins and outs and couldn't help but let go of the lifted heart. Where is this revenge? Clearly a group of bully guests coming to their own beef noodles. It turned out to be a false alarm. Although his cooking skills were affirmed, Yi Hong was somewhat proud. But seeing that his parents were scared by this group of people, Yi Hongqi didn't make a call. He looked cold and said lightly, How is it? How is it not?" When Yi Xiao and Xiaoying saw Yi Hong's attitude, they suddenly turned blue with fright and almost rushed to cover Yi Hong's mouth. "My dear son, don't look at who these people are. Can you talk like that?" Seeing Yi Hong's attitude of fearlessness, the group of big men suddenly squeezed their fists and shouted, "Stinky boy, what is your attitude? Brothers enjoy your face and patronize your shop. You are not grateful to Dade, but dare to disrespect our boss. Do you want to lie in the hospital for a few days?" The group laughed violently and screamed constantly. Yi Xiao and Xiaoying looked anxious and panicked, and they did not expect that they would get to this point. "What are you doing to shut up to Lao Tzu? The bald man is obviously the head of these strong men." Only to hear him growl, the whole shop suddenly became quiet. Then he smiled flatly at Yi Hong. "Little brother, don't know them in general. Our stomach is almost hungry. You have a few pitiful brothers. Hurry and cook noodles. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 16. Your son can't stand it. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. When did those big men see their big brother whispering so low? And the target is not a big guy, just a normal high school student. Is this still the big brother Biao who runs across Amin County? How miraculous should that bowl of beef noodles be to make my big brother so enchanted? Yi Xiao and Xiaoying wiped off their cold sweats, and they pushed Yi Hong into the kitchen. However, Yi Hong sat directly on the table, opened the school bag, and took out the high school textbook he got from Zhang Xuewei. He was not angry enough. The couple's smiles froze in the face again. The bald big brother Han Biao also narrowed his eyes. "Little brother, what does this mean?" Yi Hong glanced at Biao, who was sitting opposite, and said slowly, "I have a problem. I must read a book before cooking, otherwise I will not be in the mood to cook." Ding. Calm in front of the community, +1. "Boss, I can't help it. I have lived most of my life and have not seen such an arrogant little fart boy. I must teach him a lesson." Several strong men suddenly rushed to Ye Hong's side and squeezed their hand joints. Biao raised his hand and stopped the restless people. The corner of his mouth sank and looked at Yang quietly. The atmosphere in the stores suddenly became depressed, and Yi Xiao and Xiaoying on the side squeezed their fists nervously. Ordinary people would be pinned for a few seconds if they were looked at for a few seconds by Biao's fierce eyes. But Yang didn't even have birds, and he silently opened his book and looked at it with relish. Ding. Reading high school mathematics textbooks, math skills +1. Qin Long deliberately tore off key pages, just to prevent Yi Hong from solving function problems. But where did he know that Yi Hong had a system? And he didn't need to look at the incomplete content at all. As long as he swept away with his eyes, his mathematical ability could be continuously improved. Ding 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 ding. Mathematical ability +1. Current progress, 40,100. Reach the goal. It only took about 10 minutes to read, and the mathematics experience at 11 o'clock was here. During this period, the group of fierce and evil men watched a high school student read the math textbook for 10 minutes. No one spoke during the whole journey, but the fierce eyes seemed to eat Yang. When Yi Hong stretched his lazy waist and put the book down, Biao gritted his teeth and said, "Little brother, are you feeling better? Can you cook?" In the word cook, Biao seems very hard. Ha ha ha, several guests have been waiting for a long time. Yi Hong vented his anger and solved the problem left by Yang Daoshan. He was in a good mood and did not intend to embarrass these people again. He hummed Xiaoziwer and went into the kitchen to start preparing beef noodles. Yi Xiao and Yin Xiaoying laughed and then slipped into the kitchen. "Stinky boy, are you going to scare us? You don't know who that person is? That's a famous murderer, Biao, in Aming County." And Xiaoying patted the chest with a lingering fear and said in a very small voice, "I heard that he had killed someone and had been in jail." While cooking the beef noodles, Yi Hong didn't turn back. "Why don't he dare to intimidate you, no matter what he is? You can bear it, your son can't bear it." The couple touched in their eyes, and their son seemed to have grown up. But at the same time, they turned pale and covered Yi Hong's mouth. "To die, say so loudly. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system." Chapter 17 Studio. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Ding. Cooking the same food exclusively. Cooking ability +1. Yi Hong's cooking skills seemed to unconsciously rise again. He thought for a moment, then added a new seasoning to the pot. With a little scoop of soup, Yi Hong smiled with satisfaction. After a while, bowls of beef noodles were brought to the table. This group of big men was brought to Bago for night snacks early in the morning, and Yi Hong deliberately hung out for a long time, and his stomach was already hungry. When he saw the beef coming up, he didn't care to burn his mouth. As soon as the entrance, a few people were shocked. This taste. I remember the best pasta shop in the county. It was not as delicious as this. I can't tell you the specific taste, but I just feel delicious. Maybe this is the chef's craft. It seems that we misunderstood the kid. How old is he? That's how he cooks. Yi Xiao and Yin Xiaoying, who had been secretly observing the back kitchen, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yi Hong was not surprised by this result. He washed his hands and just wanted to carry the school bag back to the upper floor, but Biao waved to him. "Little brother, come and talk a few words." Yi Hongwei thought for a while and said nothing, and came to the table with her school bag. I saw Kong de Biao satisfied with a burp, took out a Phnom Penh business card from his arms, and gave both hands to Yi Hong. "My name is Kong de Biao. The brethren call me Biao. My brother can call me this way if he doesn't dislike this name. This is my business card. I don't know what to call the little brother." Yi Hong took the business card and saw Kong de Biao with 3 large gold stamps on it. Below is a line of small print, Biao Studio CEO. Yi Hong was very surprised, originally thought that this was a group of idlers, but did not expect to have a serious job. Then I turned to the back of the business card, but it was printed main business, fund recovery business, body part fine-tuning business. Yi Hong was very happy and wrote the sounding grandeur. In fact, is not a group of murderers who help people to collect debts and beat Didi. My name is Yang. The elder brother, please tell Ahom. Kong de Biao raised a thumbs up to Yang. Ahom, today's beef noodles are even better than yesterday's. How can it be done? Yi Hong smiled and did not reply. Look at my stupid head. This kind of thing must be a secret. How can you just ask? Kong de Biao took a big bald head and hesitated for a while before saying, Don't hide a honk from you. Our studio is actually a large group in the city. There are also hotels under the group. I believe that with your ability, you can definitely be the chef of this hotel. The money that can be made at that time can be hundreds of times stronger than your small shop. How about it? Considering, I can recommend you if necessary. Yi Hong was only in a second, and his heart blocked this way. He wanted to make money, but he didn't want to get in the same way with Biaoga and other social people. So he refused. Brother, my current task is mainly to study, so... It's a pity. Biao sighed slightly, regrets flashing in his eyes. An episode did not destroy the relationship between the two. A group of people had a good time and opened a few bottles of beer halfway through. The atmosphere was very lively, and they reluctantly left until 10 o'clock. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com. The fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 18. It's your turn. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. After sending off the group of uninvited guests, the night food snack bar was also closed, and Yihong finally had time to do the question. Just before going upstairs, he gave the second old man an idea. That is to add a dish to the menu — supreme beef noodle. This dish is naturally beef noodles made by Yihong. It also stipulates that such noodles are sold only on weekends. In this way, you can avoid Biaoga's domineering and make this dish rare and expensive and increase its value in disguise. The most important thing is that Yang can get a lot of rest time. He didn't want to become a cook after school every day. Late at night, Yi Xiao and Xiaoying saw Yihong Bingzhu night reading. A serious look, could not help but smiled at each other. The recent series of changes in Yang really surprised them. It was like a rebellious child who grew up overnight. At this time, Yihong was sitting in front of the desk, and in front of him was the paper with the function title. System, help me solve this problem. Ding. The answer has been sent to the host's brain with one click. Please check it. As soon as the words fell, Yihong suddenly came up with a lot of knowledge about trigonometric functions. Sin superscript 2 a plus cosine superscript 2 a equals 1. Tana equals sin acos. Yihong raised the pen, and according to the knowledge in his mind, he wrote the problem-solving steps on the paper. Okay, complete. Yihong was satisfied and turned off the lights to sleep. Overnight, in the math class the next day, the dark tides surged, and a strange atmosphere filled the air. No one concentrates on the class, and the attention is all on the two boys in the class. Yang, Qinlong. One day has come. Who of you will give me the answer first? Yang Daoshan's eyes narrowed into a slit, looking at Yihong and Qinlong. The eyes of all the others looked at them both. Teacher Yang, let me go first. Qinlong glanced proudly at Yang and strode toward the podium. Be calm and relaxed. This handsome appearance suddenly made many girls in the class flash the little stars in their eyes. Zhang Shuowei suddenly looked at Yang nervously, but found that Yang was still a sleepy look. This kind of unhurried appearance suddenly Zhang Shuowei stomped anxiously. Oh, will he not make it? Where did she know that at this time? Yihong was constantly complaining. The old wife and wife who are not bashful make people sleep, well, every night. Yang Daoshan took the paper from Qinlong's hands and held his glasses carefully. Xiao Qing, Yang Dao nodded in satisfaction. The steps are clear and the thinking is smooth. Although the problem-solving method is slightly conservative, there are no errors. Pass. Qinlong proudly raised the corner of his mouth and returned to his seat, looking at Yang proudly. The victory and defeat have been divided, and Qinlong can go to the competition. You can go to the county math competition in the first year of high school, which is really enviable. Yihong is miserable. It is estimated to be remembered. Deserve it. Who told him to go to class to sleep? Yang Dao looked at Yang deeply and said lightly, Yang, it's your turn. Yihong rubbed his tired eyes and inadvertently pulled out a stack of paper from the school bag. When he handed the stack of paper to Yang Daoshan's hands, a snicker burst out of him. Yang violently abandoned himself. It must have been a lot of things from the book, and I was going to foolish the old class. Haha, wait to see him being taught. Yang Daoshan was also cold-eyed. Pointing at the pile of dense paper, coldly said, Yang, what does this mean? If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com. The fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 19. One word. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Teacher Yang, you will know if you open it. Yang yawned and yoked. Oh, do you still need to see? Qinlong below dismissed. The standard answer to this question is at most a dozen lines of steps. Yi Hong wrote so much, it must have been fooling you, and teacher Yang quickly punished him. Yang Dao took a deep look at Yi Hong, opened the stack of paper in his hand, and looked carefully. 1, 2. Yang Dao said nothing, but looked down one by one. Through the lens, Yang Dao couldn't see the fluctuations in his eyes. But the students in the front row noticed that Yang Daoshan's hands were shaking slightly. What's going on? Could it be that the kid was right? No, the old class must be thinking about how to aggravate Yi Hong's punishment, hee. For a long time, when the atmosphere in the class became more strange, Yang Daoshan finally looked up. He exhaled for a long time and solemnly asked Yi Hong, "Yi Hong, did you write these yourself?" Yi Hong didn't speak, but just nodded. "I only have one question now. Can you tell the teacher about Yi Hong?" "Teacher, you're welcome. Just ask if you have any questions. Why do you have such a talent?" But the entrance test. Before Yi Hong obtained the system, the score was called ugly, otherwise it would not be called the first scum of Class 18. After obtaining the system, his learning ability has shown a leaping improvement, which will inevitably cause others to doubt. Fortunately, Yi Hong had already thought about how someone should answer this question. Well, the entrance test is useless when I think about it, so I just write it. Yi Hong deliberately looked casual. Yang Dao nodded deeply, indicating that Yi Hong could return to his seat. "I am very happy that both Yi Hong and Qin Long are so good. I announced that 1 month later, they will represent the class in the county math competition." Hearing Yang Daoshan's words, everyone froze for a while, and then clapped clappily. Zhang Xuewei was full of excitement, patting a pair of small hands red. "This is impossible." Qin Long was full of suspense and stood up directly. He pointed to Yi Hong's difficulty in channeling. "Did you let someone do it for you too?" Yi Hong's mouth twitched. "Student Qin Long's Yi, it's kind of interesting. Could it be that your answer was written by someone for you?" Qin Long's face stiffened, and he noticed the coldness in Yang Dao's eyes. He bit his lip and said, "Yes. I admit that I asked Zhao Bo, a sophomore, to do this for me." Wow. Hearing this, the class was in an uproar. But Qin Long pointed to Yi Hong and gritted his teeth. "I know you asked Zhao Bo to borrow a math book, but I obviously have torn off the key pages. How could you do this?" Question. Since his conspiracy was revealed, then he pulled Yi Hong into the water. After a wave of turmoil and a rise again, the classmates were shocked by Qin Long's words. Zhang Xuewei's small face was white, scolding, "Qin Long, you shameless." She never imagined that Qin Long would do such a sinister thing, causing Yang to almost fail to complete the task. Yi Hong sneered inwardly. He had long noticed that the book was passive, but he did not expect it to be done by Qin Long. If it wasn't for the help of the system, this guy was really shamed. He smiled mysteriously. "Who told you that I used high school knowledge to solve this problem? If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com. The fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system." Chapter 20 Crazy. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Qin Long stunned. "What do you mean?" "Teacher Yang, let's talk to him," Yi Hong said lightly. Yang Dao's complexion was about to drip water. He has been teaching in Anming County for so many years, and he hasn't encountered such a situation. He raised the stack of papers that Yi Hong handed him and said in a cold voice, "If you simply use high school knowledge, there is only one way to solve this problem." But the answer given to me by Yi Hong included 5 methods for solving problems. There are 3 kinds of high school, and there are 2 kinds of knowledge that can only be learned by college. Hiss! The shock in everyone's eyes was almost overflowing. They never imagined that, besides English, Yi Hong was so powerful even in math. Ridiculous genius characters have been mocked by them as crane tails. As the classmates bowed their heads in shame, Yang Daoshan continued. "Qin Long, I didn't want to talk too much about this, just to save you a face, but I didn't expect you." Yang Dao sighed deeply, and his eyes were full of disgust. "I announced that Qin Long's participation qualification was cancelled. It's impossible. I don't believe it." Qin Long was crazy and shook his head madly. "Then tell me, Why do you want to borrow a math book from Xiaobo if you have this skill? Yihong picked his nose and said slowly, Don't get me wrong. I just like to use math books as instant noodle covers. Everyone. Qin Long fell back into his chair, lost his soul, shook his head, and was obviously hit hard. Seeing him at the same table, he moved his body quietly, far away from him. In this competition, Yi Hongdao won the victory after all. From this class, everyone no longer dared to look at him with a discriminatory look. Looking back at Qin Long, not only did he not count to Yang, but he also suffered a huge blow to his reputation. Yi Hong secretly said, This guy should be honest now. The time in the morning quietly passed with the lessons one by one. The only difference is that in the 10 minutes between classes, Yi Hong's desk has always become the most lively place in the class. Regardless of men and women, everyone came to ask Yi Hong for questions. A group of people blocked Yi Hong's table tightly, occasionally passing the teachers and students of other classes. Seeing this amazing scene, they wondered if there was a big star in Class 18. Yi Hong was crying and laughing because of this situation, but he patiently answered the questions of these students one by one. It's just that some female classmates can really go too far, and for the reason of consulting the problem, the body has been rubbing against Yang all the time. Although this is really cool, Yi Hong noticed that Zhang Shuawei's eyes had already begun to reveal a little murderousness. As for Qin Long, it seemed that Yang Daoshan had been drawn to the office to educate him, but he disappeared when he returned. Jingle bell. In the morning the school bell rang, and students at Jitsai Middle School received a precious 2-hour lunch break. An alley next to Jitsai Middle School, a tall, thin, and short figure, was here early. Seeing Yang coming out of the school gate, the two immediately rushed forward and hugged Yahong's shoulder. Your boy, how did you disappear these days? Say good high school to play all game consoles in the county together for 3 years. Don't make a fuss. I have something serious to tell you. Yi Hong couldn't help crying and pulled the two of them apart. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com. The fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 21 Dead Party. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. This tall man wearing glasses is named Wang Tuo, a senior technical man who usually likes to make electronic products. The short fat man named Wei Deshang has 2 hobbies in his life, food and games. The 3 were playing together from childhood to the big buddies. But because Yang went to Jitsai Middle School, Wang Tuo went to the 1st middle school, Wei Deshang went to the 5th middle school, and the 3 had to be separated in 3 places. But they all like games. They have vowed to play all game consoles in the county and high school for 3 years. The 2-hour lunch break at noon is the time when they have agreed to act together. However, Yi Hong has been releasing their pigeons for a few days in a row. Go. Please have a lunch and make a guilt. And say something to you by the way. Wang Tuo and Wei Deshang looked at each other, full of doubts. Yi Hong's family is average, except for the happy event. They rarely invite them to dinner. Was the sun rising from the west today? Several people found a small restaurant nearby and ordered a few small dishes. After the dish came up, Wang Tuo and Wei Deshang suddenly began to gobble up and eat well. Yang ate 2 braised pork but frowned. Since his cooking was strengthened, his mouth has also been picky. The braised meat in front of him is not enough. The color is dull, and the entrance is fatty. He believed that if he made this braised pork himself, it would definitely taste much better. Ding. Tasting food. Cooking ability +1. Yi Hong put down his chopsticks and said to these 2 foodies, I will not be able to accompany you both at noon in the future. You also receive snacks, so please read the book occasionally. The 2 couldn't help but stunned, as if meeting Yi Hong for the first time. Have you burned your brain today? Go, go. Yi Hong sighed. Zank onji hongji zai. Neuropathy. The 2 glanced at Yang and continued to eliminate the food on the table. Where did they know that Yi Hong was not kidding? From that day on, during the lunch break, the 2 of them never saw the overnight stay again. So where is Yang? In Jitsai Middle School library, Yi Hong came here alone after sending away the 2 buddies. That's right. He intends to use his free time to flip through the books in the library and strengthen various abilities. Although Jitsai Middle School was established less than 10 years ago, the school managers are financially strong. Therefore, Jitsai Middle School not only found a large number of famous teachers from other schools, but also paid a lot of money to build the most luxurious library in Aming County. I heard that the library has nearly 200,000 volumes of books covering all aspects of natural sciences and social sciences. Although the library occupies only one floor, the area is extremely wide. The outside is covered with a layer of bluestone tiles, which makes the whole library quiet and serene. A card reader is placed in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass door. Only by using the student card of Jitsai Middle School can you enter and exit. Drop. After swiping the card, Yihong headed into the library. Although he visited once at the beginning of school, Yihong was still shocked by the vast sea of books. Rows of dense bookshelves, arranged neatly in the library, are dazzling. Yihong is excited. One day, Master will go through all the books in the library. This classmate, the library is closed during lunch break. A soft and glutinous female voice came from behind. This sound is a taste that can only be cultivated in places like Jiangnan Watertown. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com. The fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 22 Librarian. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Yihong turned around, but found that a long-haired beauty was looking at him with a smile on the reception desk at the door. This beautiful woman is about 20 years old and has a good-looking oval face with a light makeup on it. The black hair was like a waterfall, spread directly over her shoulder. A light yellow long dress makes it slim. In front of her, this beautiful lady was the librarian, because she was very pretty and quiet. When she visited the library at the beginning of the school, Yihong remembered her name firmly. Sister Ziki, at noon, I have no place to go. You can pity me. Let me read a book here. Yang folded his hands together and prayed sincerely. Zhu Ziki thought to himself that it is rare to meet a studious student. This empty library is actually very nice to be accompanied by someone. She softened her heart and smiled. Then read quietly, but don't disturb my sister. Thank you, Ziki. Yihong's heart was blooming, and he didn't have time to take care of Zhu Ziki. The books in the entire library were still waiting for him to be lucky. As for the reason why Zhu Ziki still sticks to her post at noon and does not want others to disturb, Yihong also knows a thing or two. This intelligence comes from the intelligence king in the class Chubby Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao is a legendary figure in class 18. This guy doesn't usually listen to the class. As soon as the class arrives, he pulls out a comic book and watches with interest. But what makes him more relish is the beauty list in his hand. According to legend, in this list of beauties, intelligence about big and small beauties in schools is collected. These beauties not only included various classes of flowers, but even the information of Zhu Ziki, a librarian. Zhou Hao knew a little or two. According to the information that Zhou Hao once revealed in the class, Zhu Ziki graduated from an ordinary college and went directly to the Jitsai Middle School library after graduation. But the girl is extremely motivated and stays in the library every day at noon to study hard. It seems that she intends to continue to take a higher diploma. While admiring Zhu Ziki's efforts, Yihong has begun to roam in the ocean of books. Let's start with what book? Military, law, philosophy seems to be of little use to me now. Agriculture, industry, environment seems to be farther away. After thinking carefully, Yihong still picked up books on professional subjects, such as mathematics, English or something. After learning about the textbooks I already have, it seems that only the library can keep those stagnant experiences going up. Ding. Mathematics +1. Ding. English ability +1. Ding. History. When the preparatory bell sounded in the afternoon, Yihong raised the ability of various professional subjects by about 5 o'clock, but still had no worries. Ding. Focus on learning. Focus on +1. Current progress 110. Current level. Entry level. It turns out that the higher the concentration, the higher the efficiency of doing things, and the less likely it is to get tired. Yihong politely said goodbye to Zhu Ziki and hurried back to the classroom for class. But when I first arrived in the classroom, I found that there was no one in the classroom. Yihong glanced at the timetable and then suddenly realized. The first session of the afternoon was physical education. Yihong was helpless and ran from the classroom to the playground, almost late. Just after arranging the team, Yihong discovered that Qin Long was walking slowly from the other end of the playground with his hands in his pockets. He seemed to come out of the blow in the morning and looked at Yihong's eyes, but instead became more vicious and fierce. Yihong groaned in his heart. This guy is afraid that he has to make trouble again. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com. The fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 23, Flying a Ball. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Today's physical education content is basketball practice. The physical education teacher in Class 18, named Jiang Bin, is a handsome young man in his early 20s. A smart inch, a black and white sportswear, full of energy. The number of boys and girls in Class 18 is almost the same. After class, under the arrangement of Jiang Bin, they practiced in 2 venues. For ordinary high school students, of course, start with the simplest dribble. Yihong didn't have much interest in basketball, so he randomly dribbled the ball twice, and then found a reason to be lazy. Under a small tree beside the playground, Yang leaned comfortably against the tree trunk and closed her eyes for a moment. Ding! Work and rest combined. Energy +1. Current progress 110. Current level. Entry level. Even when you close your eyes, are you constantly strengthening? It would be nice if I could lie down and make money. The sun is warm in autumn, and it is very comfortable to shine on the body, but Yihong accidentally fell asleep. On the other side of the girls' activity venue, Zhang Xuewei was always absent-minded and glanced at the distant trees. Xuewei, look at you like a soulless one. Go and find your little lover. If Teacher Zhang asks, we will say you go to the toilet. After being teased by several girls, Zhang Xuewei suddenly red-faced and said, Why? What a lover! I killed you little long-tongued wives. But she quickly bit her lower lip and shyly said, Don't forget your promise. Then trot all the way to Yihong's location. Behind is a group of girls laughing and joking. Yihong's ears moved slightly, and his enhanced hearing made him quickly feel that someone was approaching himself. Okay, could it be that Jiang Bin caught the fish? His eyes opened slightly, and a small face dripping with sweat appeared in the sky. With a little ruddy after a little exercise, every time you gasp, a hint of the girl's unique fragrance will always come from Yihong's nose. Manhwa is worthy of being Manhwa. It is so pleasing to watch at any time. Xuewei, is there something wrong? Zhang Xuewei turned his head shyly, but handed a bottle of mineral water to Yang. I know. Let me help you open it, right? Yang took the mineral water and unscrewed the cap cleanly. But when he was going to hand back the water, Zhang Xuewei buried his head in the old bottom. His voice was lighter than the mosquito. Yes, it's for you. Yihong froze for a moment and smiled. Thanks, Xuewei. Yesterday's apple was delicious. Then he sipped a few sips of cold mineral water. Zhang Xuewei looked up and rejoiced. Then I will bring you every day. The two smiled at each other. With a little shyness of boys and girls, the picture was extremely beautiful. But this kind of picture, in the eyes of someone, looks like a flame, burning his heart constantly. Qin Long squeezed his fists, trembling and looking at the men and women in the shadow of the distant trees. Give me the ball. He yelled at a boy who was dribbling and scared the opponent toss the ball over. Qin Long transported the basketball and started to run on the playground, but his body unknowingly approached Yihong's location. Finally, Qin Long pretended to accidentally take the basketball out, but actually secretly added some force to let the basketball fly to Yang. Yang, you are going to die for lousy. Qin Long's eyes widened. His expression was horrible. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 24 Field Contest. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Okay. Yi Hong's ears moved slightly, but he felt a vigor coming from a distance. In the corner of my eyes, a basketball shadow is getting bigger and bigger. Be careful. Yang stepped sideways and quickly came to Zhang Shuawei. Ding. Reaction ability +1. Current progress 110. Current level, entry level. If you don't think about it, Yi Hong swung a punch at the extremely fast basketball. Boom. The fist hits the basketball with precision, flying the basketball. Ding. Boxing exercise +1 punching strength. Current progress 110. Current level, entry level. I exercise your grandma. Yi Hong's fist tingled for a while, and there was a burning pain. He glared at Qin Long and asked, "Find something?" Zhang Shuawei realized what was happening at this moment and quickly took Yi Hong's hand and asked with a heartache, "Hong, are you okay?" It's all scratched. I quickly went to the medical office to help you get the red potion." Qin Long looked gloomy, looking at the intimacy of the two in front of him. He was jealous and unwilling in his heart. It's a pity that the kid reacted quite quickly, but he didn't hit it. With his own strength, if he hits his head, at least he must have a concussion. "Yi Hong, what you said? I just slipped my hand for a while and accidentally didn't control the ball. Did it scare you, this university bully?" "Hey." Qin Long spread his hands and made an innocent look. "Qin Long, you are murder." Zhang Shuawei was so angry that he kept shaking, glaring at Qin Long. This performance, on the contrary, made Qin Long more envious in his heart. What happened? Many people noticed the small dispute here, and even sports teacher Jiang Bin hurried over to ask. "It's okay. It's Yi Hong who said he wanted to learn the game with me. But I was afraid to beat his confidence, so I never dared to promise him. But he was surprised that I looked down on him and was very angry. Teacher, look at this." Jiang Bin looked at the difference between the two figures, but instead believed Qin Long's words. He could not help frowning and asked Yi Hong, "Is this the case?" Yi Hong sneered in his heart, but this Qin Long did a trick. If Yi Hong denies this, it will inevitably be considered as an insult, and the score will be greatly reduced in front of Zhang Shuawei. However, if Yi Hong admits this, he has fulfilled Qin Long's wishes, and Qin Long can use his good ball skills to humiliate himself. It seems that after a morning of reflection, Qin Long finally realized the truth of avoiding weaknesses. It's a pity. Since Qin Long takes your own humiliation, don't blame the young man. I will smash your face. Yi Hong smiled faintly. "Yes, teacher. I heard that Qin Long classmate shot is very good. I want to compete with him." Qin Long was taken aback. He had originally wanted to make a 1v1 attack and defense layup with Yang, but he was not a mere shot. He has loved basketball since childhood and is also good at basketball. He thinks that no one is his opponent in the high school year. In his eyes, Yi Hong, who was thin and thin, had no threat. "This time, I must take Zhang Shuawei's heart away from you." Qin Long swore in his heart. If they are older teachers, 80% of them will reprimand them in this situation. But the young Jiang Bin was not a big deal. He immediately pulled the two to the basketball court and asked everyone to watch the two together. Class 18 students heard the news, and hula lao surrounded the venue instantly. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 25, What is this rookie pose? For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. The final agreed test item is fixed point shooting. The rules are simple. Everyone throws 5 goals at the free throw line, and whoever scores more wins. Qin Long has already started to move, and Yi Hong stands blankly, just like a rookie with no experience at all. Let's gamble on who can win. It's needless to say, it must be Qin Long. You don't know? This guy has been a representative of the sports department since childhood. I heard that even our school team has come to him. I am also optimistic about Qin-Long. Yi-Hong is just a nerd who can read at a glance. The students in Class 18 analyzed with a smile, but the heart already had the answer. Based on the figures of Qin-Long and Yi-Hong, and comparing them on the field, Qin-Long is obviously much stronger than Yi-Hong. It seems that Qin-Long's face he lost in the morning will have to go back. Why did you say that Yang couldn't think so, and ran to challenge Qin-Long's basketball? Really thought he was the best in the world? Human, after a little achievement, it will always swell, you know. In the one-sided opinion, it seems that only Zhang Shuawei is supporting Yang. Ahong, come on. Qin-Long heard this harsh voice and immediately smiled at Yi-Hong. Please start the week first. Yi-Hong glanced at Qin-Long and said lightly, It's you first, or I'm afraid that it will hurt your confidence and cause you to have no courage to play later. These remarks returned Qin-Long's words to him intact. On the side, Zhang Bin secretly gave Yang a thumbs up. This kid looked quiet, but his mouth was so sharp, and he could spit blood out in a few words. Qin-Long gritted his teeth and said, Let's wait and see. Who will cry first? Game start. Zhang Bin was naturally the referee of this game and directly threw the ball to Qin-Long. Qin-Long dribbled the ball a few times in a handsome manner and saw the basketball spin flexibly beside his body, bouncing back and forth between the crotch, dazzling. So handsome. Several girls could not help but applaud. Qin-Long glanced provocatively at Yang, stood in shape, adjusted his breathing, and shot the first ball. Boom bang. The basketball hit the backboard and fell into the hoop. The first goal scored. The clean goal scored again applause. The corner of Qin-Long's slightly hooked, throwing the remaining for 1-1. The final result is that with 4 shots out of 5, the goal rate is as high as 80%. Good. This time Qin-Long won. Even those boys couldn't help but admire them. Qin-Long couldn't hide his face and threw the basketball directly to Yang. It's you. Relax. Even if you miss all 5, no one will laugh at you, because this is your true level. Ha ha ha. Yi-Hong didn't speak, picked up the basketball, put it in his hands, and held it high above his head. Pooh, what is this rookie posture? Yi-Hong didn't play basketball at first glance, and his hand position was completely wrong. Even Zhang Bin shook his head silently, waiting for Yi-Hong to make a soy sauce, and was ready to announce the result. Yi-Hong's eyes narrowed, his eyes focused on the basket in the distance. Ding. Automatically trigger proficient throwing ability. Detect throwing target. Basket. Throwing object. Basketball. Ding. Automatically detect the weight of the thrown object. Automatically detect the wind direction. Automatically adjust the strength of the wrist to. Adjust the angle to. Shot. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com. The fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 26 One-Person Stage. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. With a brush, the basketball passed unbiasedly from the hoop, and there was no contact with the basketball rack anywhere except the net. This is a hollow ball. Is the most perfect ball. The basketball court suddenly fell into a strange silence. Everyone stunned that there was no reaction at all. What just happened? I'm right, Yi-Hong went in. And the accuracy is so high, it doesn't look like a rookie. Qin-Long's face stiffened, and then he shouted, Impossible. This guy is definitely luck. He will not enter the next one. Yi-Hong picked up the second ball and snickered inside. As expected, the mastery-level throwing ability can still be used for shooting, and it is worthwhile to throw so many stones that night. In the second shot, Yi-Hong faced Gu Jingwu, because he had already seen the result. Brush. Sure enough, it was another accurate hollow ball. Wow. At this time, everyone could no longer conceal their inner marvels and shouted. If one serve is just a coincidence, then 2 consecutive hollow shots is enough to explain one thing: Yi-Hong is not only a basketball player, but also a master. It's really unsightly. Yi-Hong looks thin and weak, but look, What is he doing? Everyone looked up, but found that Yihong's footsteps moved backwards and withdrew from the free throw circle. Yihong sighed. It's not too difficult here. I want to challenge a longer distance. Can teacher Jiang? Jiangbin no longer opposed, nodded with admiration. I saw Yihong pulled a few steps away and shot the third ball. The result is still the same as the previous two. It is a perfect hollow ball. Everyone couldn't sit still and stood up one after another. Their eyes looked at Yang in an instant. They are all looking forward to, and Yihong has no more amazing performances. The other classes in the playground are not attracted by the movement here, but they are surrounded. What's going on? It seems someone is shooting. Why don't you just shoot a basket? Is it necessary for this group of guys to yell? A strong boy holding a basketball finally squeezed into the crowd and saw the screen disdain. At this time, Yihong was picking up the fourth ball. He looked at the distance of the basket, shook his head, and walked directly to the three-point line. Teacher, please throw another ball. Yihong felt a little bored and wanted to end earlier. That being the case, let's just sing a little bit and end the game. Jiang Bin threw the ball into Yihong's hands in doubt, not knowing what medicine was sold in the boy's gourd. Yihong suddenly turned around, turned his back to the basket, and then closed his eyes. Immediately lift up a basketball with both hands, resting on both sides of the body. He wants to rear project. No, it's a double goal plus blind shot on the three-point line at the same time. Two sounds of shoo shoo. Two flew out of Yihong's hands one after the other, as if they had eyes, and fell into the basket accurately. 5 goals, all hit. And all are perfect hollow balls. The last two ended in such an incredible goal. The disdainful boy just opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth as if he could swallow 2 eggs, even when the basketball in his arms fell to the ground. Wow! Exclamation, applause, whistle, burst out instantly. And wave after wave, there is no sign of stopping. Everyone present, when have you seen someone who can play basketball like this? Is this a picture that only appears in comics? At this moment, Yang is the most dazzling presence in the entire playground. The entire playground has become his performance stage. As for Qinlong, it has long been secretly out of the crowd, slipped away. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 27, Collective Worship. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. A good physical education class was a surprise for Yihong. If Qinlong knew that this would happen, he would definitely not choose to provoke Yihong. But now everyone has long forgotten the person of Qinlong. They are Yihong in their eyes. Almost all the boys present were surrounded by Yihong with admiration, excitedly asking for basketball skills. Although the girls are more reserved, they also have some kind of light in their eyes. Ding. Use ball skills to trigger collective worship, +1 charm, current progress, 110, current level, entry level. Ding. Use the ball skills to arouse the collective admiration, the girl skills, +1. Outside the crowd, Zhang Shuwei looked quietly at Yihong's appearance, smiling like flowers, and drunk with spring breeze. Ding. Trigger deep admiration, sister skill +5, current progress, 12100. Sister skill upgrade, current level, mastery level. The sound waves on the playground quickly affected the teaching building next door. Many people looked out of the window and wondered what happened on the playground. But immediately he was reprimanded by the teacher. High school, 3, class, somewhere near the window. A girl with a fresh temperament and elegant posture is holding her chin thoughtfully. Limuya has been in this state of being out of sight for the 3rd day. Since being rescued by Yihong that day, her mind is full of Yihong's figure. She thinks that she is a student of Jitsai Middle School, and she should find Yihong very well. After all, there are more than 3,000 people in Kezukai Middle School. Limuya, who was in the vast sea, couldn't find the person he wanted to meet. She once wondered whether she was blinded by that night. Can I see him again? At this moment, a loud cry came suddenly from the playground outside the window. Looking down the sound source, It was found that the entire playground was concentrated to the basketball court. There seemed to be a figure surrounded by the crowd. Lee Muya was originally listless, but when she saw the figure in the crowd, the whole person stood up suddenly, eyes staring in that direction. It's him, the hero who saved himself without leaving his name. Student Lee Muya, do you have any questions? The teacher who was in class questioned dissatisfaction. Sorry. Lee Muya threw out her tongue and sat back in the seat. She picked up the book and stood in front of her and kept looking at the playground. Lee Muya has 100% confirmed that the figure is the one who has been enthralled by the past few days. As I said, you can't escape the girl's palm. Lee Muya was so excited that she quietly poked at the same table with her elbow. Hey, do you know which class is taking physical education outside? Just point to the direction of Yihong. You said that, boy. After thinking for a while at the same table, he drew an exquisite little book from the drawer. She rolled a few times, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Yes, it's class 18 in the first grade of high school. How do you know? At the same table, he proudly raised the small book in his hand. I remember the course arrangement of all the handsome male teachers in the school. Did you see the teacher in sportswear? His name is Jiang Bin. He is tall and handsome. He is in charge of the 18th grade of high school, so I know it. Speaking at the same table, he was suddenly surprised. Muya, wouldn't you also like teacher Jiang Bin? Forget it. Then I will bear the pain and cut it down. Let it be for you. Who will call you our class flower? Lee Muya ignored her and raised a mysterious smile at the corner of her mouth. Class 18 in high school. Hee. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com. The fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 28, Zhou Hao's Dream. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. The bell sounded after class, but the gathered people didn't have the idea of going away. Yang spent the effort of 9 cattle and 2 tigers before escaping from the enthusiastic crowd. But not far from the crowd, he was stopped by physical education teacher Jiang Bin. According to Jiang Bin, it is intended to discuss basketball skills with Yihong after school. However, Yihong knew that he was a few pounds or two, and it was okay for him to shoot a basket, because he was proficient in throwing. If you really want the layman of basketball to discuss with a professional teacher, you will inevitably show your feet immediately. So Yihong refused the enthusiastic Jiang Bin and returned to the classroom. In the afternoon, time passed quietly. It's just that the students in class 18 seem to have met Yihong again, and their gaze has changed again. Especially the girls in the class, it is frequently sent secretly. During class time, the excuse for girls to come to Yihong also changed from asking for study to discussing basketball. Zhang Xuewei seems to be transformed into a fierce little tiger. Those flies-like girls are all blocked by her to prevent them from approaching Yang. The reason she gave was simple and rude. Ahong should concentrate on preparing for the math competition 1 month later. Please don't disturb him. Even though Yihong did not value the competition in her heart, she thanked Zhang Xuewei for creating a clean environment for him. Therefore, after school, when Zhang Xuewei took advantage of the first moon near the water tower and begged Yang to go with her, Yang did not refuse. The two just walked into the corridor with their school bags behind them, and behind them came a quick cry. Yang, you are waiting for me. Yihong and Zhang Xuewei both showed headaches at the same time. Those girls are easy to pass, but this guy is like gummies, so he can't get away. A round body squeezed out from the back door of the classroom. The person who came here was chubby Zhou Hao, who was Zhou Hao with a list of beauty. In addition to watching beautiful women, his other hobby is reading comics. Yihong didn't know that Zhou Hao not only likes reading comics, but he also has a cartoonist's dream. Since seeing Yihong's stunning shooting performance on the court, Zhou Hao has been haunting Yihong. He plans to use Yang as a prototype to draw a cartoon about basketball. Little fat, I'm really scared of you. Yihong looked at Zhou Hao's pitiful little eyes, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. You just paint. Nice, Zhou Hao yelled excitedly. He was about to say something to Yang, but his eyes looked straight behind Yang, as if all his souls were gone. Not only that, Yihong found that the other boys in the corridor also showed similar expressions. Okay, is there anything behind me? Yang turned his head and looked, but he was also startled. Then a smile appeared on his face. This world is really small. Li Muya's face was quiet and she walked in the corridor with a light posture, like a white lotus floating in the lake. Zhou Hao saw Li Muya approaching where she was, and she looked excited. Yihong asked Zhou Hao, "What's her name?" Zhou Hao's eyes widened, and it was difficult to channel. "Don't you know the class flower Li Muya in the 3rd grade of Senior 2? The legendary, unsmiling, iceberg goddess. I was valued by the magazine as soon as I entered school. Please go to work as a model." But she refused. Chikai Beauty Ranking. The top 10 goddess levels exist. You even told me you don't know who she is? Zhou Hao was angry, as if Yi Hong had done something unforgivable. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com. The fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 29. Meet again. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. As Li Muya got closer and closer, Zhou Hao hurriedly adjusted his entire hairstyle, showing a smile that he thought was the most charming. Study, school sister, I. Before he finished speaking, Li Muya stopped. Zhou Hao found that Li Muya had never glanced at himself. Her eyes were only on one person from beginning to end. Meet again. Then he smiled at Yi Hongzhan. All the boys in the corridor felt that their hearts were about to be melted by this smile, and the whole sky became brighter. Yeah, Yi Hong returned with a smile. He did not expect to be able to meet Li Muya again. It seems that what happened that day did not leave Li Muya any trauma. That day, Yi Honggang opened his mouth, but did not expect Li Muya to speak at the same time, and the two also talked weirdly about the same topic. It's not like two people who have only met once, but like a pair of soulful people. Poof! Li Muya covered her mouth and chuckled, and generously extended her hand, and said, "High school sophomore class 3, Li Muya. 18th grade in high school, young." Yi Hong gently took Li Muya's hand. Well, it was the feel of the day. I don't know if it's the master-level prostitute skill that works. Yi Hong always feels that the atmosphere between the two is a bit ambiguous. This you. Zhou Hao nodded his tongue, looked at Yi Hong, and Li Muya at once. Zhang Xuewei pursed her mouth and asked with a hint of vinegar, Hong, you two have known each other for a long time?" "It's a long story," Yi Hong decided to say while walking, and took the two to go outside the school. But he didn't know how much the crit was brought to the fellow men behind him. "Wipe, who is this guy? It's so hard." The goddess of iceberg seemed to smile at him just now. Zhou Hao looked at the back of the three people without blinking his eyes, as if looking silly. Then he took out a picture book from the school bag. This kind of scene is simply the treatment of the protagonist of the comics. No, I have to draw it quickly. Along the way, Yi Hong and Zhang Xuewei repeated in detail what happened that day. The expression of Zhang Xuewei followed Yi Hong's words and kept rising and falling. Sometimes scared, sometimes worried, sometimes sympathetic, sometimes admired. Emotions are completely caught in this story. Fortunately, Ahong, you are great. Or Sister Muya. Zhang Xuewei raised Li Muya's hand, his face full of concern. Haha. I also saw Ahong on the playground today, otherwise I don't know when I will find my life-saving benefactor. Li Muya gave Yi Hong a white glance, as if blaming him for the day he said goodbye. Yang had to smile back bitterly. Hee. Sister Muya, you look so beautiful when you laugh. Where is the iceberg goddess? It's awful to die. Sister Xuewei must be very popular in your class? Where and where? Seeing the second daughter at first sight, Yi Hong scratched her head. How do you feel like you are isolated? At a certain intersection, Li Muya said goodbye to the two. I have to work part-time. Only a few people have known Li Muya's family through chat. Her family is more miserable. In order to reduce the burden on the family, Li Muya goes to a clothing store part-time salesman every night to subsidize the family. Come home early. Yi Honglin gave an explanation before leaving. Li Muya warmed in her heart, smiled, and nodded. Looking at the back of Yi Hong and Zhang Shuwei going away together, Li Muya looked dull and then squeezed her little fist to cheer herself up. Li Muya, come on. Happiness depends on yourself. At the same time, the head office of Jitsai Middle School, Yang Daoshan took the answer to the question from Yi Hong and knocked on the door of the principal's office. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com. The fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 30 Refuse. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Please come in. Huh? Didn't Lao Yang go back? Is there anything to do with me so late? An old man in a Chinese tunic is writing something on the table. The old man has a ruddy complexion, and his silver hair is meticulously combed. Obviously, he usually pays attention to maintenance. This old man is the current principal of Jitsai Middle School, Zhang Changjiang. Zhang Changjiang glanced up at Yang Daoshan and continued to write down. Yang Daoshan took the stack of paper and went directly to Zhang Changjiang. Principal, my old Yang Zaiji has been here for so many years. It seems that he hasn't come to ask you, but this time he looks out and asks the principal to do a favor. Oh, I can actually ask our teacher Yang to help. I don't know where it's sacred. No one invited me. It was my heart of love. Yang Daoshan handed the stack of paper to Zhang Changjiang and smiled. Look, principal, this is something written by a student named Yi Hong in my class. He is only 16 years old this year and has great potential. So I came to the principal for you, and I would like to ask you to reserve a Jiangda guarantee spot for Yang. Zhang Changjiang frowned, stopped writing, picked up the reading glasses on the side, and carefully looked at Yi Hong's answer. After a long time, Zhang Changjiang put down the stack of papers and sighed. Old Yang, don't you know that Jiang Debao's quota is extremely precious, just 2 in a year? Principal, of course I know clearly, so I will come to you in advance to make an appointment while Yi Hong is in high school. Zhang Changjiang tapped his finger on the table at once, pondering, but Yang, at present, only shows extraordinary mathematics ability. Those who can go to Jiangda University are talents who want to develop comprehensively. With this kind of talent, all subjects are the same. You said it all. Yi Hong was in the first year of high school. Or, observe again. Yang Daoshan immediately said eagerly, but the principal. Okay, old Yang, go home and eat early. I'm going to leave later. Seeing Zhang Changjiang being so determined, Yang Daoshan had to sigh gently and withdrew from the principal's office. Jingle bell. The phone on the table rang, and Zhang Changjiang answered it directly. Ouyang school manager. Hello, how are you? What? Jiang Da's guaranteed quota. No problem, no problem. I will definitely help you keep it, so rest assured. Yang Daoshan outside the door shook his head and smiled bitterly. I was thinking about doing something real before I retired. It seems that you, Yi Hong, have no such blessings. At this time, Yang did not know that he missed a direct train to Jiangda, the highest institution in Jiangnan province. He looked dumbfounded at the long queue outside the night food snack bar. Almost all neighborhoods lined up outside the store. Yi Xiao and In Xiaoying had to explain one by one. The supreme beef noodles are limitedly available on weekends. But this explanation is obviously weak. Beef Gua took the lead and shouted, Supper, supper, little Ying, this is why you are not kind. Why do you have to hide it with good things? Let the big guys taste, and taste together. That's it. But we have all heard that your shop has ruled that Biaoga obediently with a bowl of beef noodles. Really so magical? Yi Xiao and In Xiaoying had to keep wry smiles. Yi Hong, who learned about the cause and effect, was also crying and laughing. Under the publicity of Kong de Biao and the group of brothers, the supreme beef noodle of the night snack bar was already famous overnight. The first batch of people who came to try the dishes were naturally the neighbors on this street. Yi Hong came to the crowd while thinking of a solution. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 31. If you don't try, how do you know? For some reason, A large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Uncles and aunts, listen to me. Yang stood in front of the crowd, but maybe everyone looked at him tenderly and ignored him directly. The noise continued, like a fly. Yi Hong saw a frown and shouted directly, "Shut up for me." Yi Hong's voice seemed to penetrate directly into everyone's mind with a certain force. In front of the shop, it suddenly fell silent. Ding! Shocked the neighborhood, +1 momentum. Yi Hong nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "First of all, I would like to thank you for your love, and look at the beef noodles in our small shop." But Yi Hong deliberately lengthened the voice and satiated everyone's appetite, and then slowly said, "Supreme beef noodles. The ingredients are complex. The process is cumbersome. It is not something that can be afforded every day. In desperation, we can only choose a limited supply on weekends, and hope uncles and aunts understand." Yi Hong can only say that. I don't know why. Obviously, he has taught Yi Xiao and in Xiaoying all the steps, but the beef noodles made by the two according to the process is not as delicious as Yi Hong's. Perhaps this is the bonus brought by mastery cooking skills. Neighbors, you look at me, I look at you. And finally Beef Gua stood up. He pointed to Yang and said to Ye Xiao, "Ye Xiao brother, is your shop the master of your family now?" Yi Xiao looked at Yi Hong with a strong sense of pride in being a father. Of course. Don't hide everyone. This supreme beef noodle was invented by the dog. Wow. This sentence immediately caused a sensation in the crowd. Ahong, yes. Beef Gua gave a thumbs up to Yang. It's much better than my kid. Maybe this is someone else's child. The old horse in the pastry shop across the street, pointing at the head of his son Pony, hated the iron and said, "Look at people's little knight, then look at yourself. I will only keep my old book, and sooner or later I will sit in the mountains and eat the sky." Pony is a young man in his 20s. Yi Hong didn't know his real name, but just called him Pony. His impression of Pony is not very good. Probably because the face of Pony always has a hateful look on the world. It seems that everyone owes him millions. Pony heard his father's nagging, without being ashamed, but with a sullen face. Humph. Isn't it just a bowl of beef noodles? What a marvel. He just turned and left. Lao Ma looked embarrassed and said angrily, "This rebellious son is really mad at me." The crowd finally dissipated slowly, but the group still agreed to come and taste it together on the weekend. Late at night, after a day of business, a family of 3 in the living room discusses countermeasures. The current situation is that business on the weekend may be good, but business on Monday to Friday will be greatly affected. The main reason is that the beef noodles made by the rabbit are so delicious, and the diners simply disdain to eat the noodles I made. So sad. Yi Xiao sighed melancholy, but in her eyes there was an irrepressible joy. Anyone's son is as good as Yi Hong, and it must be so gratifying. Then a new dish will be invented, and you will make it all. I won't intervene. Isn't that enough? Yi Hong lit up and proposed. And Xiaoying tapped Yi Hong's head melon. Invent new dishes? How could it be so easy? Do you know how many provinces your grandfather traveled for this bowl of beef noodles, and how many masters you consulted before finally researching it? The corner of Ye Hong's mouth evoked a mysterious arc. How can you know if you don't try it? If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 32, just for that bowl of noodles. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Turning on the old-fashioned desktop computer at home, Yi Hong began to search for recipes online. He thought about it carefully and locked his goal in the pastry category. The shelf life of the pastry can last up to several days, and it can be quantified. It will not grab the limelight of the supreme beef noodles. Dazzling online search results flashed in Yi Hong's eyes. Ding. Operate the computer, computer ability +1, current progress, 110, current level, entry level. Ding. Browse recipes. Cooking ability +1. In the next few days, Yi Hong repeated the class library class life of 2 points and 1 line during the day. All professional knowledge is constantly being strengthened. Qin Long has become more honest since he lifted stones and hit his feet several times in a row. He no longer came to trouble Yang. From night to night, Yi Hong continued to study various recipes. A brand new dish is gradually being perfected under the powerful cooking ability of Yi Hong. Saturday came quietly in this situation. The business hours of the night snack bar are generally from 6:30 in the morning to 10:30 in the evening. On a normal morning, few people come to visit this street shop. Even Yi Hong himself can safely eat a bowl of beef noodles in the store before going to school. But this time is different. Saturday, 6:30 a.m. Even though he had been mentally prepared for a long time, when Yi Xiao and Xiaoying just opened the store door, they were still taken aback by the crowd outside. The long queue of nearly 100 meters has been rowing out from the door of the store, directly occupying a small half of the street. It's not just the neighborhoods. After a few days of news fermentation, more people in Anming County have heard of the night food snack bar and the magic bowl of supreme beef noodles. Roughly swept away, there are nearly 100 people to say less. And this long dragon has already attracted the attention of many passers-by. Under their inquiry, they also became curious about supreme beef noodles and joined the queue together. At the front of the team is Kong De Biao and his team. Kong De Biao watched the door open and patted his big bald head with excitement. I'm dropping a kiss. I finally opened the door, and I'm greedy to die, old Biao. As the crowd poured in one by one, the little night snack bar was already full. Fortunately, Yi Hong had already prepared. Not only did they put a lot of tables and chairs in front of the store, but they also found a few stores next door and borrowed a part of the location. But even so, there are still many people who have no place to sit and can only eat in face. Swimming swiftly, the crisp sound of smoking noodles kept ringing inside and outside the shop. The diners filled the smile with satisfaction and praised the beef noodles. It's absolutely amazing. I haven't had such a delicious beef noodle in my life. This simple collocation, but exudes a rich fragrance, directly awakens the entire stomach. Damn, I want another bowl. I knew I had called for another bowl just now. Now I have to queue again. Oops, it's going to be late for work. Tomorrow we will queue up at 4 o'clock. I can't believe it. The content of these diners, and the fragrance that keeps hitting the tip of the nose, let out the spitting of those who are still waiting in line. The pastry shop opposite, Xiaoma looked gloomy at the crowd of people in front of the night food snack bar, with an unknown light flashing in his eyes. He said to a young man wearing a peaked cap next to him, "Know what to do? Of course, I'm professional, so don't you just eat the flies from the beef noodles, a little thing. Rest assured, my little brother." Immediately, the young man lowered his brim and entered the ranks. At this moment, 2 petite figures walked slowly from the street to the night snack bar. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 33. Come here to make trouble. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. These are 2 slender, beautiful girls. The 2 have their own characteristics. The left is petite and pleasant, with a beautiful appearance, and the light yellow dress adds a touch of warmth to it. The right has a white face and an unsmiling face paired with a white t-shirt and straight jeans. It has a sense of rejection that is thousands of miles away. The 2 beautiful girls who stood side by side suddenly became a beautiful scenery on the street, attracting the attention of many diners. Even diners who thought they were gentlemen stood up to make way for the second daughter. Yi Xiao and Xiaoying, busy with work, were already sweating. When they saw these 2 girls, they crossed the crowd directly to the store and immediately shouted at them. 2 beautiful women, please wait in line to eat noodles. Unexpectedly, the 2 girls shook their heads and smiled. We are here to help. Yi Xiao and Xiaoying couldn't help being stupefied. Help? At this moment, Yi Hong, who was in the back of the kitchen, stretched out his head. He was also the first to see the beautiful appearance of these two beautiful ladies when they were not wearing school uniforms. They immediately lit up and greeted them. Shuewei and Sister Muya, are you here? Dad, Mom, they are my classmates, specially come to help. The people who came were naturally Zhang Shuewei and Li Muya. When they knew that the store in Yehong's house was going to engage in such an event on the weekend, the two of them had to recommend themselves to help. In this regard, Yehong refused to justify, but forgot to confess to Air Lao in advance. But, Yi Xiao, they looked at Zhang Shuewei and Li Muya's clean and tidy appearance. How could they not be embarrassed to pass them the shop coat full of smoke? But Zhang Shuewei and Li Muya didn't have any worries at all. They stepped forward and put on their coats, and then rushed into the kitchen to help. Is this stupid boy premature? But, have you ever seen the two who are in love at the same time? Yi Xiao and Xiaoying were suddenly lost in confusion. With the joining of Zhang Shuewei and Li Muya, Yi Xiao instantly relaxed a lot. Moreover, two attractive young girls are constantly shuttled in and out of the shop, which has attracted a large number of male customers. With the passage of time, the long dragon in front of the store not only did not shorten, but also showed growing signs. Finally, the bad news came: the store was running out of beef. Yi Xiao stood at the door of the shop and shouted to the people standing in line. Small shop beef noodles are sold out. Minger who wants to eat supreme beef noodles, hurry up. How could this be? Everyone in the queue uttered dissatisfaction, and Yi Xiao had to fold her hands together and kept saying sorry. At this moment, a young man wearing a peaked cap said angrily, Laozi has been waiting for a long time. You want to send us away with this sentence? His heart was anxious, and it seemed that he couldn't complete the task the pony had given him. The words of the youth seemed to resonate, and the shop will be confused at first sight. At this moment, a strong man with his arms bare in the autumn day came out directly from the side alley. He came to the young man, pushed the young man away for several steps, and kept cursing. You bastard, don't come early, and you have sold out all the noodles before you come out to force? Listen well, this is a site covered by Biaoga, not a place where you can spread the wild. Hurry up and let me go. The young man was so scared that this big man was pale, he didn't dare to say a word and fled away. As for the others, when they were frightened by this big man, they all dispersed as birds and beasts. Yang was attracted by the movement outside the shop, and the big man came directly to Yang. After changing the fierce look before, he whispered in a very respectful manner, The last time I scared my brother-in-law, my brother Biao has been sad. He said that when your business is booming, someone may come to make trouble, and let me help watch around. I knew the kid just now, a little who specializes in making money by helping people make trouble. Yihong looked at the young man's back, thoughtfully. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 34 Parents' Puzzles. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Evening before noon that day, the night snack bar announced that it was closed. Yi Xiao and Xiaoying happily went back upstairs to count the proceeds. The price of a bowl of supreme beef noodles is 10 yuan yen national currency. Yihong estimates that he also has at least 3,000 yuan in income in the morning. At this time, Yihong took out the last 2 bowls of beef noodles from the back kitchen. This is a limited edition beef he made for Zhang Shuewei and Li Muya, and he also threw 2 poached eggs up. The 2 goddesses are working hard today. Let's try Xiaoxing's craftsmanship. At the same time, the second daughter gave Yang a blank look and began to eat noodles in a small bite. It was really pleasing to watch the 2 large classes of flowers blooming in front of themselves, chewing slowly and pleasantly. These 2 bowls of noodles have naturally won the praise of the 2 beautiful women. Sometimes I really want to open a Hong's head and see what baby is inside. That is, even if you study well, sports stick, even culinary skills are top-notch. God is so unfair. This guy was born so perfect. The second daughter, you said one thing to me, and said Yihong directly to the side, crying and laughing. The shop is full of Yinjian language. Even the air becomes warm and happy. Zhang Shuawei and Li Muya agreed to continue to come over to help tomorrow. They will leave the same night. The Yexiao couple also went downstairs to send them off. Looking at the backs of the two girls gradually going away, and Xiaoying couldn't help but sigh. I used to worry that my son was too mediocre and could not find his wife in the future. Yi Xiao nodded and immediately caught up. Now it's time to start tangling which daughter-in-law chooses. I think the girl in the yellow skirt has a good personality. The other one is a bit cold. No. If it's a daughter-in-law, it's still suitable for Bai Ti. Let me say. Yi Hong covered his face with black lines and didn't want to take care of the pair of living treasures. He shook his head and returned to the upper room. On the desk, a drawing lay quietly. The pastry preset picture in Yi Hong's mind is drawn on it, and some required ingredients are marked beside the picture. The next step is to buy raw materials and start experimenting. It was still early, and he planned to go to the vegetable market to prepare the ingredients he needed. In the past, every weekend, either stay in the store to help or fool around with Wang Tua and Wei Desheng, two gangsters, but very few people alone took to the streets alone. Yi Hong came to the sink and looked in the mirror. On the slightly ordinary face, there seems to be a pimple on the forehead that is looming under the skin. Yi Hong saw the faucet open, took the clean water, and shot it on his face. Ding! Wash your face once. Face value +1. Looking in the mirror again, as expected, the acne that had not yet grown had disappeared. This is the strengthening ability discovered by Yi Hong a few days ago. Although there is only a 1-point change in the face value, it seems that there is no difference, but it can eliminate acne. Adolescent boys, the most annoying acne problem is also easily solved under the system. Yi Honghuan whistled happily, took a hot bath, and eliminated all the fumes from the kitchen in the morning. Put on a casual shirt and get ready to go out. Immediately before going out, Yi Hong also miserably grabbed a handful of Yi Zhao's hairspray on his head. Ding! Reasonably matched clothing, charm +1. Ding! Haircut type, charm +1. Withdrawing some money from the store, Yang embarked on a journey to the vegetable market. He is going to the largest vegetable market in Anming County, Manhwa Spring Vegetable Market, in the southern suburbs of the county. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 35 Drive 3 rounds to restock. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Because there are no buses to the southern suburbs, and considering that a large amount of ingredients may need to be purchased, Yang had to ask his neighbor, Dong Dong, to borrow their electric tricycle. Lao Dong is the owner of the Dong barbecue restaurant next door. He always has a smile on his fat round face, just like a Maitreya Buddha. He drives his tricycle to the market every day to buy goods. The old Dong has a good temper, and he shares a bad smell with Yi Hong's father, and the two often get together for a drink. But his wife Xiao Chunlan was a mean face. Hearing that Yi Hong wanted to borrow a tricycle, the old Dong didn't even think about it, and agreed directly. On the contrary, Xiao Chunlan's face was a little ugly, and he murmured a few words from the old Dong. I have known to borrow things all day long, and people can borrow a car for a day and charge a little rent. You're fine, just lend it to others for no reason. Really a pig head who can't do business. Although Xiao Chunlan's voice is small, nowhere can he hide Yang with enhanced hearing. Yi Hong frowned and said to the old Dong, Uncle Dong, open a price, you can't borrow your car in vain. Old Dong Lima stared at Xiao Chunlan, and then smiled boldly. Stinky boy, have been neighbors with Dong Shu for so many years. Don't you understand your Uncle Dong temper? Don't mention money or money again. Don't mention Dong Shu again, and don't lend you. Xiao Chunlan didn't seem to expect Yi Hong to be able to hear his words. He laughed a little awkwardly, but he didn't dare to say anything. A little unhappiness in the heart was instantly eliminated by the attitude of the old Dong. Yi Hong nodded with a smile. Thank you, Dong Shu. Yang used to drive the grandpa's tricycle before, so he drove the car on the road with ease. The tricycle may be about the same age as the old Dong. The rusty and mottled body was driving on the road, and it kept making loud noises, as if it might fall apart at any time. Many passers-by pointed at this dilapidated tricycle and kept making fun. When will Tinskin be able to run on the road? Little brother, cherish life. The broken one over there, don't read it. It's you. Yihong really wanted to take a piece of cloth to block his face. Ding. Control electric tricycle, driving ability +1, current progress 110, current level, entry level. After spending about 20 minutes, Yang finally came to the southern suburbs Manhwa Spring Vegetable Market. Ding. Continue to operate the electric tricycle, driving ability +1, current progress 810. Looking for a place to park the tricycle, Yihong started his purchasing journey with the list of raw materials listed in advance. The first is glutinous rice. Yang took the list and shuttled back and forth in the noisy vegetable market. One store after another, big bags and small bags gradually filled up. Ding. Carrying heavy objects, weight-bearing ability +1, current progress 110, current level, entry level. Ding. Handheld heavy objects, arm strength +1, current progress 110, current level, entry level. At the same time, two figures, one old and one young, have just stepped through the gate of the vegetable market. The old man wore a precious black trench coat, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his face, exuding the temperament of the scholar. He held a beautiful little girl of 4 or 5 years old in his right hand, wearing a pink skirt, as delicate and cute as a doll. Grandpa and Grandpa, the vegetable market is so lively. The little girl jumped up and down in excitement. Look over here, look over there. The old man spoiled. There are so many people here. You must hold on to Grandpa's hand. Siener, Grandpa doesn't want our little princess to be abducted by traffickers. In the crowd of people, there is a pair of cold eyes, quietly staring at the pair of grandchildren. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 36, Tracing Traffickers. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Auntie, 10 pounds of red beans. In front of a soy product shop, Yang said. The owner of the shop is a 40 to 50-year-old aunt. When she saw Yi Hongxing's tender face and carrying so many things on her body, she couldn't help but be surprised in her face. The young man is very powerful. Is this helping the family? Yang nodded and said nothing. Hurry up, we don't have time to chat with an aunt. Oh, little handsome boy, what aunt is called, they call others old. Sister screamed, how about giving you a 20% discount? Yi Hongyue didn't speak, but the aunt felt that the young adult Yang was quite interesting and couldn't help trying to tease him. Ding. The entry-level charm trigger, the master-level professor skills trigger, continue chatting has a high probability of triggering product discounts. Lao, sister? Yihong looked up and looked at an old aunt, shouting without hesitation, sister. Yihong said he didn't know what it was. Giggle. Aunt laughed suddenly. In the end, Yihong used only half the price to carry 10 pounds of red beans out of the store. He touched his chin, and after considering whether he could eat by his face. Fairy. Just as Yihong was about to go home, a cry of tears broke out from the side. Yihongning looked and found that he was an old man who fell to the ground. He was pointing at a figure in the crowd who was constantly fleeing and shouted, Human traffickers! The human traffickers robbed my granddaughter. Everyone will help him to catch him. But the voices in the vegetable market were noisy and chaotic, and the old man's voice was overwhelmed. There was a little girl in the arms of that figure, who should be the granddaughter of the old man, and disappeared into the crowd of people in a blink of an eye. The old man seemed to be hurting his waist and could not stand up, only crying anxiously and helplessly on the ground with old tears. Who will help me, oh? Fairy. When Yihong followed his father to the bazaar when he was a kid, he was also almost abducted by traffickers. So the old man's bleak and helpless expression suddenly touched Yihong's heart. The cruelest thing in the world is to watch the loved ones disappear before their eyes. Every time I saw those families in the news reports that were hurt terribly by the traffickers, Yang could not wait to stab the traffickers. Yang decided to help the poor old man. He looked calm, closed his eyes quietly, and put all his attention on his ears. The noisy vocals continually penetrated through the ear holes. Vegetable sellers, meat sellers, yelling, bargaining, calling. The sounds were filtered by Yi Hong's ears. He wanted to find the sound he wanted to hear. Ding. Identify the sound, listen to +1, and upgrade to a mastery level. Current progress, 11100. Those noisy sounds became ordered in an instant. A tender and weak cry, among the countless voices, clearly reached Yi Hong's ear. Grandfather. Found it. Yi Hong's eyes opened instantly. The position of the trafficker has been locked by Yi Hong through this tender voice. It's not a waste of being so tortured by those two old and shameless knights. Carrying the big bag and the little bag, Yi Hong came to the desperate old man and put the things beside him. Let me see the things. I will help you bring your granddaughter back. The old man was stunned for a moment, but Yi Hong had already penetrated the crowd. Ding. Body flexibility +1, current progress, 110, current level, entry level. Ding. Dodge ability +1, current progress, 110, current level, entry level. Ding. Short distance sprint ability +1. Ding. Yi Hong's ear tightly captured the faint cry. His body was like a loach, flexibly passing through the crowd gap quickly. Immediately before reaching the exit of the vegetable market, Yi Hong finally saw the figure of the trafficker. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 37. Brother, there is a tricycle chasing us. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. The trafficker wore a black rider suit and a dark mask on his face. The little girl struggled constantly, but was held under the arm by a trafficker and could not move. Pedestrians at the door seemed to realize that it was wrong. A few strong men approached the trafficker, but they were brutally hit by the trafficker. A black off-road motorcycle came from outside the vegetable market and stopped directly in front of the traffickers. The driver was dressed the same as the trafficker, obviously his associate. Earlier, the trafficker jumped directly to the back seat of the motorcycle with the little girl. After a roar, the two of them were gone. Yang frowned, ran directly to the parking place, and drove up with a tricycle. Booming. The motorcycle made a violent engine roar in front. Dang, 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 dang. The tricycle is chasing behind. On the motorcycle, the front rider said in a deep voice, "Brother, a tricycle has been chasing us." The trafficker in the back squeezed the little girl's mouth in one hand to prevent her from yelling, while turning her head to look back. When he saw that he was chasing a tricycle that was about to fall apart, he could not help laughing out loud. Just like this shit. Would you like to chase us? Leave him alone. Hurry to Nankai and leave Anming County. After the Manhwa Spring Vegetable Market, it was a ruined, abandoned construction site. The ground is full of randomly scattered steel, stones, cement. The speed of the motorcycle slowed down at once. But even so, it is still much faster than Yehong's broken tricycle. Seeing the distance between the two getting farther and farther, Yehong began to worry. Ding. Continue to control the electric tricycle, driving ability +1, level upgrade to proficient level, the current progress, 11100. In an instant, Yehong suddenly had a sense of smoothness as directed by his arms, as if the whole person and the tricycle were integrated. Yang stepped on the accelerator hard to maximize the speed. With 7 twists and turns, the tricycle drifts through various obstacles in a strange way. At this moment, Yehong felt that he did not drive an electric three-wheeler, but the AE-86 of Fujiwara Tofu Store. Dang, 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 dang. The body trembles violently, and Yang can feel that the temperature of the whole car is rising, which is a manifestation of the overloading of the tricycle. The two traffickers heard the sound of bashing coming closer and closer, turned their heads, and almost glared their eyes. I saw the bulky tricycle, but it was like a ghost, lightly crossing obstacles and approaching the motorcycle quickly. The teenager in the front seat of the car was watching them with cold eyes. At this moment, the two felt that what was chased behind was not an ordinary teenager, but a ruthless killer. The two of them are the prey targeted by this killer. With a cold heart, the nameless fear suddenly occurred in my mind. Ding. Mind pressure, momentum +1. This is impossible. The dazzling off-road motorcycle was actually caught up by a worn-out electric tricycle. This kind of illusory thing made the two traffickers feel unreal. This broken car is so weird. Hurry and get rid of him. Boom. The engine roared again, and the motorcycle burst out like lightning. But the rider always had Yi Hong's cold eyes in his mind. In a panic, the front wheel of the motorcycle accidentally hit a rock. Affected by this, the motorcycle paused for a moment, and the rear wheels tilted upward, almost not throwing the people out of the car. Good chance. Yi Hong's eyes lit up. The tricycle crossed the small on the side, directly accelerated by one's strength, rose into the air, and hit the motorcycle. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 38 1x2. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Boom. The body of the tricycle and the motorcycle collided fiercely, and several people on the motorcycle flew out of the body directly, without control due to this impact. Yi Hong was already ready to jump high from the tricycle. Ding. Bounce power +1. Current progress 110. Current level, entry level. He hugged the flying little girl in the air, and the two fell to the ground together. Yi Hong put his body underneath and used the strengthened arm strength to securely protect the girl from injury. Ding. Arm strength +1. The little girl is safe. Hong Hong will suffer if she doesn't spend the night. The body rubbed on the ground, sliding a few meters away, and there was a hot pain in the back, and Yang was so painful that he grinned. This is the strongest pain he has felt since birth. Ding. Physical injury +1 resistance. Ding. The body recovers +1 while recovering. Current progress 110. Entry level at current level. A trace of ice and cold appeared from the back wound, which greatly relieved Yi Hong's pain. Motorcycles and tricycles all overturned to the side of the road. The tricycles that were left in the wind were even flying out. A choking black smoke came out of the body. Yi Hong showed a bitter smile, and the tricycle was considered completely scrapped. He smiled at the little girl he rescued. Don't be afraid. Big Brother is here to save you. The little girl had stopped crying and nodded cleverly. Sienna is not afraid. Sienna is very brave. Damn, are you dead? Damn. Without interrupting your hands and feet today, it is hard to dispel the hatred of Lao Tzu. The two traffickers also stood up from the ground. The mask on his face had disappeared for a long time, revealing two fierce scarred faces. They also suffered minor injuries, but did not affect their actions. The two squeezed their fists and quickly rushed towards the night. Sienna, wait for Big Brother to the side. The little girl lifted up her little skirt and wisely found a wall next to her, hiding behind her and quietly reaching out her small head, watching Yang with eyes full of concern. Yi Hong watched the two adults who were above him quickly attacking, feeling a little nervous, but there was also a sense of excitement that he could not express. He learned the martial arts stars in the kung fu movies, put on a boxing stance, and focused his attention to the maximum. Coming. The two thick fists were swaying head-on, with a fierce force. Ding. Entry-level concentration trigger. Entry-level vision trigger. Yi Hong instantly felt that the speed of these two fists had slowed down a lot, and his trajectory was captured by his own eyes. This speed, I can avoid it. Judging quickly in his head, Yi Hong squatted directly, and his two fists passed the dangerous air over his head. Ding. Reaction ability +1. Dodge ability +1. Punch. Yang stared at the duo's gap, and left and right fists flew out, hitting directly on the duo's abdomen. Ding. Arm strength +1. Boxing strength +1. Well, wow. The two traffickers, who were directly beaten by Yi Hong's heavy punches, spit out the water and even stepped back a few steps, covering their stomachs and unable to kneel to the ground. KO. Yi Hong squeezed his fist and was excited. This kind of fist-to-meat pleasure is much more enjoyable than throwing stones at the last time. He smiled badly and approached the two traffickers. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 39 Come Back. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. What are you going to do? The two traffickers shuddered and watched Yi Hong getting closer and closer. Don't your traffickers like human trafficking best? Master, how about I sell you to Nanzhou? Yi Hong touched his chin and smiled evilly. The two didn't know that Yi Hong was joking, but they thought they really had that thought, and they were suddenly scared. Yi Hong smiled coldly, came to the two of them, and forcibly took off their rider's suit jacket. Big brother, we are not handsome, and our skin is not good. Just let us go. Right, we are dirty. Yi Hong was stunned by these two people, and then his brain reacted. Why don't they think I have that kind of addiction? Shut your dog's mouth closed, I'm straight. Yi Hong tears it hard, tears his coat into several long strips, and then binds them tightly together. Ding. Bound living creatures. Binding skills +1. Current progress. 110. Current level. Entry level. Who needs such an evil skill? The hands and feet of the two were bound, unable to move, but his mouth kept shouting. Brother, there is something to say. We give you money. You can do as much as you want. We can still give you Before the two had finished speaking, Yi Hong had taken off his socks directly from his feet and stuffed them into their mouths. This is a pair of scented socks. The two of them instantly widened their eyes, and the whole person was fainted by the smell in their mouth. This is much quieter. Yi Hong clapped his hands and came to the tricycle to check. The result of the inspection is conceivable, and it is impossible to start the tricycle. How should I go back to this wild country? The corner of the clothes was suddenly pulled. Yi Hong turned around and saw that the little girl named Sienna was looking at herself with her beautiful round eyes open, her eyes full of worship. Are you an official? Milo. Yi Hong crouched down, touched Sienna's head, and smiled. Called Big Brother. And Big Brother is not a security officer, but your grandfather invited you to come home. But Yi Hong smiled bitterly. Big Brother doesn't know how to send you to your grandpa now. Sienna stretched out her young hand and pointed to the off-road motorcycle that fell to the ground. Yi Hong's eyes lit up. 5 minutes later, Yi Hong had already rode a motorcycle, and Sienna was leaning tightly in his arms. At the back of the motorcycle, the two traffickers were tied together by long strips of cloth that were connected to the back seat of the motorcycle. As soon as the motorcycle moved, the two could only be forced to stumble along. Yang felt the strong wind blowing on the face, and his heart was turbulent, and he quickly said, Sienna is holding on tight, and she wants to accelerate. Booming. The engine roars. The car is like a meteor. No. Two extremely miserable calls came from behind the car, echoing between the world. When Yi Hong drove his car back to the Manhwa Chunkai market, it was almost dark. On a motorcycle, there was a teenager and a girl sitting on the back, dragging behind two men with ill-dressed and tortured shapes. This strange combination caused a large number of people to watch at once. It was difficult to squeeze out of the crowd and return to the place where he left, but Yi Hong found that there were already a few uniformed security officers there. Holding the book in their hands, they were carefully asking the old man what was registered. Grandpa. Sienna jumped directly from Yi Hong's arms and ran towards the old man in the crowd. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 40 Collapsed Trafficker. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or.com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Fairy. The grandfather and grandson met again and cried together in a hug. The group of security personnel walked out of two figures, a man and a woman, and came to Yang. The man is in his midlife, tall and burly, with a national face full of heroism. The woman is much younger, looks not much bigger than Yi Hong, has a slender figure, and a fair play on her white face. She was holding a red book behind the male security officer and looked at Yang curiously. The security staff hadn't spoken yet, but the two traffickers couldn't help it. They were dragged all the way by Yi Hong. They already had swollen noses and bruises all over their bodies. At this time, seeing the security officer was like seeing a savior. The two fell down in front of the male security officer, hugged his thigh, and snot with tears. "Comrade Onion, hurry and take us away, please. We are human traffickers, hurry us." Not only a few security personnel, even the people who were on the scene were stunned on the spot. After living for so many years, they are the first criminals to see such a collapse. What inhumane thing did the teenager do to them? Sienner took the old man to the side of Yang and pointed at him. "Grandpa, it was this big brother who saved me. He was so powerful, he knocked down two big villains, all by himself." Wow! In the vegetable market, an uproar suddenly broke out. "Little brother, good job. Young hero." Many people took out their phones to take pictures of Yi Hong, and suddenly a flash of light flashed. The old man burst into tears with excitement, grasping Yi Hong's hand. "Little brother, old man, I really don't know how to thank you. Thank you. Thank you." Looking at his excitement, Yi Hong immediately smiled comfortably and felt that all the efforts were worth it. The majestic male security officer frowned and said, "Take these two men and take them to the car." Several security personnel came trotting, torturing the traffickers and detaining them. By watching the masses, they were immediately spurned by countless people. If they were not afraid of hitting the security staff, the people would have smashed the rotten vegetables and rotten eggs on the ground. The two men, one man and one female, remained in place, and the young female security officer looked at Yi Hong more curiously. She just graduated from the Aming County Security Bureau for an internship this year. The first task she followed was to catch the traffickers, but she did not expect that the traffickers would have been solved long ago. It was still a younger boy who solved them. So she was rather dissatisfied. "Are you still a student? How did you do it?" The middle-aged male security officer glared at the person next to him and introduced to Yi Hong. "Hello, comrade. I am Duan Feihu, a criminal investigation brigade of the county security officer. This ignorant girl is my apprentice Song Lingling." Hearing that Master Duan Feihu said that he was not sensible, Song Lingling on the side couldn't help but puckered up and secretly glared at him. "What do you call the little brother?" "Ah, my name is Yang, day and night, magnificent Hong." For the first time, he had a close conversation with the people's security personnel, and Yi Hong was slightly upset. "That, brother-in-un, I accidentally hurt the two traffickers. Shouldn't it be okay?" "Of course it's okay." Duan Feihu smiled heartily. "But we still want to ask you to cooperate and make a note to the Security Bureau, which will help us learn more about these traffickers." Yang nodded, and his eyes suddenly looked at the ingredients he had purchased on the ground. Duan Feihu knew, facing Yang, "You can rest assured that you can give us an address, and I will arrange for someone to send you these things back. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com. The fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 41, Come Back Home. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or.com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Sienner and her grandfather were also sent home by Duan Feihu. Before getting on the bus, Sienner kept waving at Yang, "Big brother goodbye." Her grandfather also recovered calmly and solemnly said to Yang, "Where do you live, little brother? Our Kai family will definitely come to visit and thank you in person." Yi Hong thought that the old man was just polite and didn't care much, and told him the address of the night food snack bar. After coming out of the security bureau, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. Duan Feihu and Song Lingling personally delivered Yi Hong to the entrance of the security bureau. According to a night's investigation, Duan Feihu and Song Lingling probably understood the incident, and the look in Xiang Hong's eyes was long gone. Throughout the incident, if it were not Yi Hong's bravery and determination, plus his skill, he might have been run away by these two guys. Before the separation, the two solemnly paid a respect to Yi Hong. In Song Lingling's eyes, there was a little worship. Just today, a seemingly ordinary high school student completely refreshed her worldview. It turns out that high school students can be so fierce. Hey, your skills are so good. Should you consider coming to the security bureau to help? Song Lingling said with a smile. Duan Feihu was glaring again, and Song Lingling immediately pouted her mouth. Okay, I just shut up. Duan Feihu solemnly said to Yi Hong. On behalf of all my colleagues in the Anming County Security Bureau, I would like to thank you again, brother. I arranged a car outside the door, and the driver will take you home in a few moments. After Yi Hong left, Song Lingling immediately complained. Master, why did you stop me just now? Duan Feihu hates that iron is not a steel way. You don't move your piggy head. Like him, he has such courage and skill. Do you really think he is an ordinary student? Master, you mean? Although Anming County is just an ordinary county under the jurisdiction of Bailu City, many people have come out from here, and it is forbidden to have a big brother standing behind this yang. You may have to highlight your eyes in the future. Don't think your grandfather is. You can come and go in Anming County. Song Lingling threw out her tongue and stopped talking. The snack street in Anming County, unlike those big cities that are still operating until midnight, basically closes at around 10 in the evening. When Yang returned to Qingdong Snack Street by taking the On-Yuen bus, from a distance, only the lights of the night snack bar remained on the street. The two figures stood at the door and kept looking out. Yi Hong's heart rushed through the warm current. This is the warmth from home. Yi Xiao and Xiaoying rushed over to see Yi Hong getting off the On-Yuen car. And Xiaoying hugged Yi Hong in her arms and sobbed. You stink, boy. Let us worry about dying. Although Yi Xiao on the side did not speak, her eyes were full of worry. Although Duan Feihu had people tell them about the situation for a long time, but before seeing Yang, their heart could not rest. Okay, Mom, I'm fine. Yi Hong patted his mother's shoulder and turned back to Xiao Ludao, the driver of the security bureau who sent him back. Thank you, Brother Lu. No trouble, no trouble. Xiao Lu gave thumbs up to Yi Hong. We should thank you. If we let those two guys run away, we have to be scolded. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 42, Ability to Grow. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com. To find the way home. After sending away Lu, the three of them returned home. And Xiaoying checked Yi Hong's body up and down to confirm that he hadn't suffered any injuries, and then he was relieved. It's just that she pulled Yi Hong's cracked shirt back and wondered. Strange, the clothes split into this look, and the body has nothing to do? Yi Hong knew that this must be due to his entry-level recovery ability. He touched his back. Sure enough, he didn't even leave a wound, smooth as before, and secretly lamented the power of the system. After the second old man repeatedly promised that he would not do such dangerous things again, the couple then let Yang go to rest. Late at night, Yi Hong was lying in bed, and his heart had not completely calmed down yet. In just one day today, a lot of things have happened, and my ability has also greatly improved. Yi Hong silently called up the current property board to view. Less than a week after acquiring the system, he has awakened and strengthened dozens of ability skills, among which more than 10 abilities have been upgraded to mastery. They are the professional knowledge, cooking skills, girl skills, driving skills, and listening skills of each subject. Each ability has undergone qualitative changes after being upgraded to the mastery level. For example, in today's incident, if it were not for mastery listening and mastery driving ability, it would not be so easy to solve the two traffickers. The next goal is to strengthen all abilities to mastery as soon as possible. This night, Yi Hong slept soundly. Also on this night, Many people had trouble sleeping. They are all those who have tasted supreme beef noodles this morning, and the kind of delicacy that they will never forget. No, I must record this experience. A young man picked up his cell phone and posted his experience in a night snack bar to a circle of friends. That night, an article from the circle of friends burst into flames in the circle of Aming County. The title is, "If This Beef Noodle Hasn't Been Eaten, Don't Say You Are Aming." Everyone opened it, and it was a picture of a bowl of beef noodles that seemed appetizing. The accompanying text below is all the author's experience of tasting this bowl, named Extreme Beef Noodle. From the aspects of color, fragrance, and taste, this bowl of beef noodles is analyzed one by one, which is praised as rare in the sky and difficult to find underground. At the end of the article, the author also provided a sentence. "I am also an old glutton, but I have never tasted such a delicious beef noodles." Everyone in the circle. As soon as this article came out, it caused an instant reprint. Many people who have tasted it in the morning have commented under the article. "You come out, let's talk about life. If I can't eat supreme beef noodles tomorrow, I will kill you with a knife. Alas, I promised my wife to go in line to buy her at 5 o'clock tomorrow. It seems that I will go at 4 o'clock. The author, I hate you." The taste of this bowl of beef noodles is nothing to say. It really can't afford the word extreme. Don't believe the author, and Ming does not have this store. Funny expression. Many people's first reaction is not to believe that a bowl of beef noodles, it's the sky. But there are also many people who have been hooked on their stomachs and are ready to try it tomorrow. Under this circumstance, another article titled, "Young Heroes in the Vegetable Market High School Students Fighting Two Traitors" is not so popular. Less than 5 o'clock the next day, Yihong woke up in the alarm clock. Ding. Sleep quality is good, energy +1. Yi Xiao and his wife were still asleep at this point. Yihong crept to the kitchen downstairs, ready to start his own pastry project. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 43, Beautiful New Product. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. After all the ingredients, processes, and points of attention have been passed through in his head, Yihong finally started to do it. Ding. Mastery cooking ability has been activated. Well, the first is glutinous rice flour, japonica rice flour, sugar. Then osmanthus, red beans. In this step, add about 300 grams of water, stir. Okay, get on the steamer. 20 minutes later, Yihong opened the steamer and took out a red round cake. I saw the freshly baked pastry crystal clear, dotted with osmanthus inside, just like the starry sky embedded in the ruby, very charming. Yihong was certain that 10 girls would not be able to walk when they saw this cake. A strong waxy scent pours across the face, making people drool unconsciously. Yang carefully cut out a small piece and threw it into his mouth to taste it. The entrance is sweet, with a delicate taste. After swallowing into the abdomen, a warm stream rushed into the stomach, making people feel comfortable. Yihong nodded with satisfaction and watched this proud debut as he said, "Just name you, Supreme Osmanthus Red Bean Cake." Ding. Invent new dishes, cooking ability +5. Noisy human voices gradually came from outside the door. Yihong looked up, but the clock came to 6 o'clock in the morning. A glance through the kitchen window showed that there was a long line outside the shop. Yihong laughed bitterly, put away the Supreme Osmanthus Red Bean Cake, and began to prepare the cooking of beef noodles. A busy day will start again. At 6:30, the night snack bar opened on time. Today's traffic is more than twice that of yesterday. Yi Xiao asked them before they knew about the circle of friends. Diners were looking forward to it, taking turns to buy supreme beef noodles. Just like yesterday, Zhang Xuewei and Li Muya came early to help. Although I learned the lessons from yesterday, the shop let Beef Guiduo send some beef today, but when the 3 shots in the day, the beef in the shop is almost bottoming out. But at this moment, there was a quarrel outside the store. No borrowing, no borrowing. The location of our shop is no longer borrowed. Let the little cub of Yang get out. This is Xiao Chunlan's voice. Zhang Shuawei and Li Muya rushed directly into the kitchen, anxiously said, "Ahong, go out and have a look. Something happened outside." Yihong frowned, stopped the work in his hand, and followed the second daughter out of the shop to check the situation. Because there are many diners who need seats, and the night food snack bar can't sit down, Yishao specially found a few shops next door to borrow some seats. The other restaurants have no objections, but Yihong sees Xiao Chunlan of Dong's Barbecue, who is driving out the diners in their shop. The diners looked stunned and stood in the wind with beef noodles, at a loss. Yi Xiao and his wife were explaining what Xiao Chunlan was doing, but Xiao Chunlan had a black face. He did not listen to persuasion at all. He just wanted Yi Hong to come out. When she saw Yang at the moment, she akimbo and pointed directly at Yang. "Yo, come and see. This is your favorite beef noodle chef, actually a thief." The diners in the queue looked different. There were irrelevant people. There were curious people who showed their faces. More people took the phone directly and took the video. Yi Hong saw the reaction of these diners, and she was very sad. If you don't explain things clearly today, the night food snack bar will likely be damaged by this reputation, which will directly affect the performance of the store. His whole face was cold, and said with a cold voice, "Xiao Chunlan, don't spit on people. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system." Chapter 44 Suddenly Arrived Luxury Fleet. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. I'm bloodspitting? Haha. Xiao Chunlan's sharp voice resounded through half of the street. Then you talk about, where is the old tricycle of our family now? Yihong froze for a moment, only to remember that he came back too late yesterday and buried himself in the kitchen again early in the morning today, but forgot to tell the old dong about the tricycle. But Xiao Chunlan was sloppy at the door of his shop regardless of the reason. It was a crazy woman. "What's wrong? Our chef has nothing to say? Get the car back." Xiao Chunlan saw Yi Hong stunned. Thinking that he had pierced the scandal by himself, his face flashed with pride. Although the old dong did not say anything, but his face did not look very good. "Uncle Dong, do you think so?" Old Dong sighed deeply. "A Hong is not an uncle stingy. A broken car is actually not worth much. It's just that this old guy has been with Dong Shu for so many years, and he really has some feelings. Don't joke with your Dong Shu, hurry back." To put it bluntly, I always thought I would not return the car. But the car was completely scrapped and abandoned in the wasteland of the southern suburbs. Even if Yang wanted to, it would not be enough. Yihong shook his head silently. "Uncle Dong, I can't pay you back that old car. I'm so sorry. But I can buy you a new one." "New?" Xiao Chunlan chuckled. "Do you know how much it costs for a brand new tricycle? Are you a poor student? Who can compensate you? Don't think that selling a few bad noodles, think you are rich. I think you clearly don't want to pay it back. Just send us an empty check." Xiao Chunlan, don't go too far. And Xiao Ying's temper can't bear it anymore, and immediately scolded with his arms on his hips. "You don't want to be a little thief. My home, a Hongguang Ming Lei Luo. How would you like your family that broken car?" Yi Xiao looked iron green. "Old Dong, our parents will naturally pay you a new car for a Hong, you can rest assured." "I don't mean this, alas." The old Dong sighed with a complex face. However, Yihong found that something was wrong in the scene. "I didn't expect this man to be a kid at a young age. I heard that he is the chef of this beef noodle. The noodles made by chefs of this character are a bit uneasy. Dude, you stand in line. I'm leaving now." Just as Yihong frowned, the entrance to Snack Street slowly drove a team of convoys. 2 black Mercedes-Benz cars in the front and the rear were driving, guarding the silver horse in the middle. The people in the queue made way for the convoy and looked at the cars with envious eyes. The black car is Benchy's new model this year. Will it cost millions? Look at that silver treasure horse. The license plate number is Jiang A8888. Isn't this license plate number the CEO of the Kai Group? I seem to have seen someone say it in the circle of friends. Where are they going? Just when everyone thought that the convoy would go directly through Snack Street, The 5 luxury cars stopped slowly in front of the night snack bar. Among the 4 black stupid pools, a few men with suits with cold faces appeared. They quickly came to the silver car, opened the doors for the people in the car, and supported them with umbrellas. As soon as the door opened, a little girl in a flower skirt could not wait to jump off. When she saw Yang standing on the steps, she suddenly showed a bright smile and jumped in a hump and fell in Yehong's arms. Cough, big brother, we meet again. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 45, Restore the Truth. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Siener. Yihong touched the head of the little girl in her arms and smiled. The little girl was the fairy she rescued from the trafficker yesterday, but did not expect to meet again so soon. Siener, why are you here? Siener pointed to the silver BMW car and said with a milky voice, I'm here with Stinky Dad and Grandpa. Yang looked up and found a middle-aged man who came down from the car with a calm temperament. The middle-aged man was dressed in a well-groomed gray high-end suit, with a handsome face, a bright eye, and gu pansheng wei. This momentum, at first glance, is a person who has been in a high position for a long time. It is Kai Jiannan from the Kai Group. I have seen him on the news. One of the 10 outstanding entrepreneurs of the year in Anming County. I heard that there is a villa of 400 square meters in the northern suburbs. Couldn't even these characters come to eat this beef noodle? I saw that Kai Jiannan bent down and helped an old man out of the car. Dad, your waist isn't completely well, be careful. As expected, this old man was the old man he met in the vegetable market yesterday night. That is, Siener's grandfather. The old man saw the fairy who hung on Yihong's body and let him smile. Immediately under the support of Kai Jiannan, he came to Yehong's eyes and said excitedly, Brother Yi, old man, I made a special trip to thank you today. If it weren't for you yesterday, Siener she. The old man had a lingering look. Yihong smiled and said with a smile, It's just a matter of raising hands. You don't have to be so popular with teachers. The old man wanted to say something more, and a fat middle-aged man suddenly squeezed out of the crowd. He came to Kai Jiannan and greeted with a little flattery. Mr. Kai, do you remember me? I am Xiaohong of Fading Company. Kai Jiannan gave a cold voice, but made the middle-aged man feel comfortable, as if his bones were lighter. Then I won't disturb Mr. Kai for your meal. After the middle-aged man said goodbye, the old man thought he hadn't introduced himself to Yihong yet. My surname is Kai, and I have a single name. I also know Siener. This is my unreliable son Kai Jiannan. Kai Jiannan changed his indifferent color, smiled at Yihong with a kind smile, and handed Yihong a business card with both hands respectfully. Xiao Yi, I won't say much about the extra thank you. In the future, I will go to the Kai Group to find me. Your Uncle Kai will surely do it for you. Wow! The crowd present couldn't help but burst into enviable exclamation. You should know that this huge Anming County has people who want to see Kai Jiannan every day. And this young man could actually get the personal commitment of the CEO of Kai Group. What earth-shattering events did he actually make the Kai family so grateful? Kai Hing also noticed that the atmosphere in front of the store seemed to be a bit wrong, so he could not help asking, having trouble? Yihong laughed bitterly and told the future to Kai Hung in the future. Kai Hung shook his head and smiled. This can't blame you. We must blame us. He turned his head to look at a large crowd on the street, and his full voice spread to the quartet. Everyone, you all misunderstand the little brother Hongya. He was very passionate about what happened in the vegetable market yesterday. Finally, he shouted, How can a brave and just little hero like this be a car thief? Everyone knew that it turned out that Yihong had such a record in the vegetable market yesterday. I remembered it. The County Security Bureau issued an article last night, which said this. It turns out that he was the high school student who chased 2 traffickers for more than 10 miles in a tricycle. We almost misunderstood a little hero as a car thief. Ashamed. There was a sudden burst of applause from the crowd. Ding. Praise for doing good deeds. Character value +1. Current progress. 110. Current level, entry level. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 46. The most important thing is the car. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Can character value be strengthened? Ding. After the character value is strengthened, it will increase the trust that the host gives to people. The system explained in his mind. This matter is here. Basically let Kai Hung help explain clearly, presumably will not affect the reputation of the night food snack bar. But Xiao Chunlan seemed to be going all the way to black, and her bitter voice began to sound again. Oh, the story is a little edited. Who knows if the little bunny is invited to act? This time, even the onlookers can't stand it anymore, and they are so hard-mouthed in the face of the same facts. I am afraid that this woman will get crazy. Snapped. A crisp slap sounded, and there were 5 red slap marks on Xiao Chunlan's face. Xiao Chunlan covered her hot face and looked at the old dong in disbelief. You beat me? It's your crazy mother-in-law. Lao Dong's face turned black, and he rebuked one after another. Even if a Hong would lie, would that person always lie? Still acting? You give me a look? Mad mother-in-law hurried in. Don't be embarrassing here. You. When Xiao Chunlan was so trained by the old dong, he was so trembling with anger that he finally sat directly on the ground, stretched out his legs, and cried and scolded on the ground. Your old dong who suffered 1,000 knives, dare to beat me. The old lady did not do this for you to break the barbecue. You're generous, lend the site to people's homes, and the tricycle also means borrow it. Yes, people are convenient and business is good, but what about our family? After working hard for a long time, the benefits are all occupied. This is good. Even your baby tricycle is gone. See what you will buy in the future. The old dong was embarrassed by Xiao Chunlan, and he didn't know where to blame. So he kept repeating in his mouth, shameful, shameful. Yihong was shocked. He had previously wanted to do a good job in the store, but he ignored the feelings of his neighbors. Now that Xiao Chunlan has such thoughts, it is hard to guarantee that other neighborhoods will not follow suit. Alas, it seems that it is time to expand the store. Kai Jiannan looked at the farce coldly and suddenly waved to the outside. AOL, who wore a professional skirt, suddenly walked out. She wears a pair of red-framed glasses. Her face is exquisite and cool, and she looks very capable. Mr. Kai, what did you tell me? Secretary Jiang, let people go to our subsidiary immediately to bring a best tricycle. Okay. Seeing Yihong seemed a little dazed, Kai Hung pointed to Yihong's business card and smiled. You don't know what Jiannan is doing yet. Yihong picked up his business card and saw that it read, Kai Group, the main business vehicle sales, covering cars, motorcycles, agricultural vehicles, etc. Oh, maybe he can't get other things right away, but the most important thing is the car. Kai Hung Fusu smiled. Less than 10 minutes later, someone drove a brand new tricycle to the door of the night snack bar. The body is spacious and the shape is chic. The appearance of sapphire blue shines in the sun. As soon as the car stopped, it attracted a large number of people to watch. The old couple also stopped making trouble and couldn't help attracting attention to the gorgeous tricycle. I didn't expect this car. The middle-aged surnamed Hong of Fading Company looked at the tricycle up and down, and it was surprising. Sorry, this big brother, can you tell me what kind of car this is? Old Dong and Xiao Chunlan came to the tricycle and wanted to reach out, but they dare not. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 47. Give you a shop. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. The middle-aged Hong's surname disdainfully said, Too Baozi, I haven't seen the world at first sight. This is the Poseidon brand tricycle developed by Chua Group. It adopts the latest technology of Yenghua. Every part is carefully crafted, and it is the top product exported to Western countries. The onlookers suddenly took a breath, but did not expect that the tricycle was so big. Then this car, should it be expensive? The middle-aged Hong sneered with a contemptuous smile and stretched out 5 fingers. 5 or 50,000. 50,000? What do you think of selling scrap iron on the street? The middle-aged Hong's surname seemed to be insulted and shouted, "It's exactly 500,000 yuan. Hiss. On the side, Xiao Chunlan heard the astronomical figure, clutching her heart tightly and scared directly. Kai Jiannan said coldly to the old Dong and Xiao Chunlan, "This car is for you. Don't come to harass Xiaoya again. Send us." Old Dong looked at Kai Jiannan in disbelief, pointed at the tricycle, and at himself, shaking with excitement. Xiao Chunlan on the side, almost dreaming, almost fainted. After repeated confirmation, the old Dong finally believed this fact. On the spot, they and Xiao Chunlan bowed to Kai Jiannan. "Thank you, Mr. Kai?" "Thank you." "No. Thanks Xiaoya if you want to thank." Kai Jiannan looked at the couple disgustedly. If it was not because of Yi Hong, he would not bother to take care of this kind of person. So the two turned to thank Yang again and again, but Yang said lightly, "I can't afford your thanks. After all, I'm just a poor student." The two remembered Xiao Chunlan's ridicule of Yi Hong before, embarrassed, and had to laugh in shame. After such a trouble, Yi Hong didn't have the thought of continuing to sell noodles, said sorry to the diners present, and declared closed in countless wails. Yi Hong invited Kai Hong to sit in the store, and Yi Xiao hurriedly took out the good tea that she had been reluctant to drink and entertained them. Zhang Xuewei and Li Muya also seemed very restrained, helping in Xiaoying to sort things out. From time to time, they glanced at the young man who was talking to Kai Jiannan, their eyes full of worship. They are also of this age. The two of them did not dare to say a word when they saw such characters as Kai Jiannan. But Yi Hong was able to calm down in front of others, which really made them admired. Ding! Talking and laughing in front of business giants, with a momentum of +1. Yang still kept holding Xiener's posture. He didn't expect Xiener to fall asleep directly in his arms. I don't know what dream she had. Bai Nun's small face showed a smile, and the saliva on her mouth directly wet Yi Hong's chest, making him cry and laugh. Ding! Take care of young children. Nursing ability +1. Current progress 110. Current level. Entry level. Kai Heng looked at Xiener who had fallen asleep and shook her head and said with a smile, "I don't know why this little girl likes to stick to you so much. Yesterday, I went back and pulled us to say something all night. All the words in your mouth were your name." Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. Wouldn't it be because of his mastery skills? That's too sinful. Kai Jiannan looked at the interior decoration of the night food snack bar and frowned slightly. "Xiaoyi, your store is too small. Have you considered changing the place?" Yi Hong's expression was clear, and he obviously remembered the consideration he had just made. He nodded and said, "With this plan, does Uncle Kai have any suggestions?" Kai Jiannan waved his hand domineeringly and wrote lightly, "There is a store of our group over Dongjiku, and I will give it to Xiaoya." And Xiaoying, who was wiping the table, shook his hands and almost threw the rag out. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 48, Old Disease. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Dongjiku is the most prosperous commercial area in Anming County, where many well-known enterprises have established stores. Compared to the bustling Dongjiku, the snack street where the night food snack bar is located is like a slum. The storefronts at Dongjiku are rented alone, and each month's rent must be 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, not to mention the direct purchase. But now Kai Jiannan was going to give such an expensive storefront directly to Yang, so it was a shock to the few people present. What they did not expect was that Yi Hong even shook his head and refused. "Uncle Kai, you have helped me solve a big problem. I have no reason to accept your kind gift again." Yi Hong said not to be moved. It must be fake. But he is not a person who likes to owe human relations. After all, Sometimes human relations are a very troublesome thing. You are really my silly son. And Xiaoying was secretly anxious in her heart and wished to go up and promise Yang. Kai Jianan shook his head and said, just because you saved Xiener, let alone one store, I don't think it's too much for 10 stores. But he saw Yi Hong's persistence on the face, and he didn't force it. He just said, well, I'll rent that shop to you, but I won't let you rent it for 50 years. If you don't agree, you will not give you Uncle Kai's face. Kai Jianan pretended to be angry, but Yi Hong had no choice but to agree to come down. And Xiaoying is very excited and free of rent for 50 years. What is the difference between this and direct delivery? That matter is so settled. I will ask Secretary Jiang to contact you for specific matters. By the way, it takes some time to transfer things in the store. Don't you mind waiting? Don't mind, don't mind. And Xiaoying replied directly before Yi Hong. Everyone was stunned, and then a burst of goodwill burst out. Yi Hong noticed that Kai Heng's hands were always put on his waist, and occasionally his brows tightened, revealing the painful color. He could not help but ask, Lao Kai, are you okay? Alas, the old one is ill, and this is my waist soreness caused by high blood pressure. Plus, they were pushed by those two guys yesterday, and they still hurt. It seems that I have to go to a doctor for a massage today. Hypertension? With a move in his heart, Yi Hong took the ferry in his arms to Kai Jianan's arms, and let everyone wait for a while in the hall, but he slipped into the kitchen. After a moment, he put out a steamer in the eyes of everyone's doubts. A burst of rich, waxy fragrance flew in the hall instantly. Well, Xiener slowly opened her eyes, her index finger in her mouth, and her sleepy eyes said, what's so fragrant? Yi Hong smiled slightly and opened the steamer. As expected, the gorgeous appearance of the supreme osmanthus red bean cake immediately aroused everyone's admiration. Especially Zhang Xuewei and her couple of women suddenly couldn't move their eyes apart. Because it has been placed in the steamer, the pastry is still hot. Yi Hong broke a small piece from it, and after cooling off, handed it to Xiener. Come and try the latest work of Big Brother. Xiener took the cake and put it directly into her mouth. Before chewing a few bites, a pair of big eyes suddenly squinted into a gap. It's delicious. Xiener still wants. Yi Hong also cut a slice for Kai Hong. Tai Lao, you try it. This pastry is very helpful for lowering blood pressure. Kai Hong smiled slightly and took the pastry, intending to taste it politely. His heart didn't take Yi Hong's words too seriously. After all, he hadn't eaten red bean cake. But the moment he bit off the pastry, his eyes suddenly widened. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 49 Magic Pastry. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. A burst of hot air passed through his heart, and Kai Heng instantly felt the whole body warmed up. The blood clotted in the waist suddenly unblocked. Although the numbness of the waist has not completely disappeared, the symptoms are greatly alleviated. What is this? This is more effective than a doctor's massage. It is really God. Kai Heng's eyes widened, and he carefully looked at the pastry in his hand, as if he was enjoying a panacea. It's so magical. Kai Jianan looked at the performance of Kai Heng and Xiener, but also tasted a piece of doubt. The entrance is soft and tastes great. And there is also a sense of comfort that is unclear. After chewing a few bites greedily, Kai Jianan gave a thumbs up to Yang. I have been traveling south and north for so many years, and I have also eaten a lot of local delicacies. I did not expect to be conquered by a small pastry today. Xiaoya, did you do it? Yang nodded. This is my newest pastry, named Supreme Osmanthus Red Bean Cake. Since this pastry is helpful to Kai Lao's body, I will give you this drawer. If there is a need in the future, please feel free to come and taste. He then packed all the inventory and handed it to Kai Heng. Kai Jianan sighed silently. Xiaoyi, I found that our Kai family owes you more and more. First saved Xiener and cured my father's many years old problems. If not considering that you are still in high school, I really want to send you a subsidiary directly. Talking, Kai Jianan reacted suddenly. Yes, indeed. The young man in front of him is just a high school student. But at a young age, he had the courage to know people and extraordinary skills, but he also had good cooking skills and good character. It can be said that Yi Hong's abilities and qualities are far superior to those of his younger generation. The future of this child is unlimited. Xiao Yi, Uncle Kai is very optimistic about your future. If there is no good place to go after graduation, welcome to my Kai group. I will always leave you a position of general manager of the subsidiary. No matter what, get in touch with this talented young man first. On the side, Yi Xiao and Xiaoying. Although they seem calm on the surface, they have laughed at the heart. Seeing that his son was so prosperous, he was valued by others, and the two were also with Yurong. Li Muya and Zhang Shuawei couldn't help casting Yi Hong's envious gaze. The Chua Group is a star enterprise in Anming County. Every year, no mathematicians break their heads and squeeze in, dreaming of finding a one official and half job in it. But the helm of this horrible giant ship made such a promise to Yang in person. It is estimated that only Anong County has such treatment in Anming County. As for Kai Jiannan's value, Yi Hong's face was calm as water. With such a powerful system in hand, how could he be trapped in this little Anming County forever? His gaze had already flown into the wider world. And Yi Hong's calm, indignant manner of cultivation even made Kai Jiannan look a bit high. Before that day, at noon, Kai Jiannan took a few people ahead of schedule because of his busy affairs. Before leaving, Xiener was crying for a long time because she was reluctant to leave Yang. In the end, Yang had to promise all kinds of benefits, which made Xiener get in the car. After sending away a few people, according to usual practice, Yi Hong still cooked 2 bowls of noodles to treat Zhang Shuawei and Li Muya. It's just that the two of them seem to be a little absent on the beef noodles today, but their eyes are circling. 2 pairs of Shui Lingling's eyes are staring at Yang, and the longing in their eyes almost overflows their eyes. This strange look made Yi Hong creepy for a while, wondering if he accidentally added some kind of evil seasoning to his face. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 50. Carry tens of thousands of blocks with you. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. You have something to say? I'm so scared. The second woman immediately stood up from her seat, and one of them held Yang by one arm and kept shaking. Home. We also want to eat the pastry just now, okay? Yi Hong felt the deadly touch of the heart-warming horse between his arms, forcibly depressed the imagination in his heart, and said dryly, You release your hands first. I will do it immediately. Seeing Yi Hong's figure running away from the desert, the 2 girls smiled at each other curiously and compared a V to each other. The 2 of them have long wanted to try the supreme osmanthus red bean cake, but their skin is too thin. Just now Kai Jiannan and others were in a hurry to say so. And the moment they saw Yi Hong giving Kai Hong all the cakes to Kai Hong, it was like something broke in their hearts, and they wished to bite Yi Hong's 2 bites. I have to say that the face value of this pastry can indeed be called a female killer. Since making a new supreme osmanthus red bean cake, Yi Hong was fortunate to call Yi Xiao and Xiaoying into the kitchen together. According to Yi Hong's original plan, this brand new pastry will not be cooked by himself unless there are special circumstances. Everything will be handed over to Yi Xiao. At that time, the diners only eat the pastries made by the Xiao Xiao couple overnight, but not the ones made by Hong Hong overnight. After teaching several times in a row, the 2 finally bumped into a basket of pastries. Yang tasted the taste, although there is a gap compared to what he made, but it is enough to sell as a treasure of the town store. Later, Yi Hong made a large portion of supreme osmanthus red bean cake and asked Zhang Shuawei to take them home. These 2 beautiful women have been really hard these 2 days. Yi Hong was really grateful to the 2 of them. They really shared a lot of pressure for their parents. The second daughter was tasting the red bean cake in her hand while wondering, Hong, won't the beef noodles be sold in the future? For the time being, the sale will be suspended first, and we will talk about it later. Yi Hong was also helpless. Others sold things because sales were too poor to sell, but they were too good to sell. If every day is like a scene like this weekend, you must be buried in the kitchen, don't want to do anything else. Alas, it seems to be boring later this weekend. After listening to the second woman, she could only regret it. Yi Hong's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but laugh. Could it be that you want to come here every weekend? The two women looked red and swallowed the pastries quickly, and then said the same night. Looking at their somewhat panicked backs, Yi Hong couldn't help scratching her head. Could it be true that she was hit by herself? In the evening, in order to celebrate the good performance this weekend, the family of three decided to go out for a big meal after a long absence. Yi Xiao and Yi Hong didn't care about what to eat, but Xiaoying had been thinking about a newly opened Western restaurant in the county for a long time. Before that, he had been reluctant to eat, so this time everyone decided to help Xiaoying realize this wish. Just before going out, Yi Hong saw Xiaoying carrying a bulging bag on his body. "Mom, what did you bring with you? How come it looks so heavy?" And Xiaoying's face was reddish, and she was a little embarrassed. "No, nothing. It's the money made by selling beef noodles in these 2 days. It doesn't feel unreliable if you don't carry it on your body." Yi Hong, for the performance of these 2 days, let's say there are tens of thousands of dollars. Being able to take so much cash with him, he really convinced himself this superb mom. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 51 St. Lance Restaurants. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. The Western restaurant that Xiaoying said was at Dongjiku, named Shengluan Western Restaurant. I heard that it was the top brand in Lanchi. As soon as you enter the restaurant, there is a luxurious atmosphere. The interior decoration is gleaming with gold, the ground is clean and tidy, and the waiters are elegant and elegant. Reception for the three people is a beautiful blonde waiter with a tall figure. She handed the menu to three people and asked them to choose dishes. Looking at the dazzling menu, Yi Xiao and the two couldn't help but worry. Where did they understand the difference between various types of steak? So they had to show the menu to Yi Hong. Although Yi Hong also visited the restaurant for the first time, when he looked at the pictures on the menu, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Browse dishes, cooking ability +1. Ding. Mastery cooking ability has been triggered, and the dish is being scanned. The dish analysis is complete. Yi Hong was looking at a picture of filet mignon at this time, and the production process of this steak naturally appeared in his head. From the selection of materials, the processing of ingredients, the heat to the cooking method, everything is available. The meat is tender, but lacks a sense of chewing. This is the characteristic of the filet steak summarized by Yi Hong according to this process. This is the case. I did not expect to have such a magical use of mastery cooking skills. In this case, have you read all the pictures here? You can learn all the steaks by yourself? Yi Hong's heart moved, slowly turning down the menu page by page. The waiter on the side still had a patient smile at first, but when she saw Yi Hong slowly flipping through the menu like a book, her smile gradually disappeared. At this moment, a man and a woman came at a table not far away. Both are up and down 40. The man's fat head and big ears, a thick gold chain hanging on his neck, at first glance is an upstart. The woman opposite him has a strong makeup and is also covered with jewelry. The blonde waitress saw them and said impatiently to Yang, "Sir, please make a decision a little faster. I have to serve guests from other tables." Yi Hong frowned and ordered 2 sets of 7-point cooked filet steak for the second old man according to the knowledge in his mind, and ordered himself a half-cooked sirloin steak. After waiting for a while, 3 steaks were served. Although he made up for the knowledge of Western food before going out, Yi Xiao they hadn't used a knife and fork after all, and they all showed up in one fell swoop. I saw the two stabbing on the dinner plate with a knife and fork, especially Xiaoying was so anxious to sweat that he had forgotten the knowledge of evil. Coupled with the variety of Western food, Xiaoying made a lot of jokes. For example, scooping soup with dessert spoons is endless. Yi Hong was also quite rusty at first, But with the sound of the system's prompt, a large amount of corresponding knowledge suddenly appeared in his mind, and the technique gradually became more proficient. Ding. Tableware usage skills +1, current progress, 110, current level, entry level. So after proficiency, Yihong taught Ireo the skill of using knife and fork. So this is and Xiaoying was hard to learn. She was so excited that she couldn't make herself. She suddenly cried like a child. Her voice was loud, and it was even more obtrusive in the quiet Western restaurant. No quality. A cold voice came from the side. Yihong turned his head to look. It was the man and the woman she had just seen. The fat man saw Yihong noticed himself and immediately snorted with disdain. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 52 Breathe for Your Mother. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. And Xiaoying understands that all those who can come here to consume are the so-called successful people who dare not offend. Coupled with humiliation, he apologized to the fat man. I'm sorry. At this time, the fat man had finished eating and asked someone to pay for it, and it happened to be the blonde, launchy country waiter. The fat man shook his wallet and took out a lot of money from it. After buying the bill, he handed it to the blonde waiter for $100. The blonde waiter immediately smiled charmingly and said thank you sweetly in fluent Chinese. The fat man ridiculed while checking out. What's the use of saying sorry? Look at your dress. Don't eat Western food. Don't come to learn to be a vassal. Then he turned to the waiter and said, your St. Lanky restaurant is really, everyone is here. And Xiaoying was choked with redness and whiteness by the fat man. His head was lowered, and sadness flashed in his eyes. This bleak moment stabbed Yihong's heart. He frowned and said coldly to the fat man, will not eat Western food. Prove that the quality is low? Like many people with higher quality than your lord, you don't have to come to eat Western food. I'm wondering, when will it be elegant and refined to eat according to Westerners' rules? I just like to eat steak with chopsticks. What's wrong? Yang took an aperitif, poured himself a drink, and drank it, lit the glass in front of everyone, and said lightly, aperitif, I want a drink whenever I want. A meal is just a program. Are people who try to embellish themselves with these hypocrisy etiquettes and pretend to be high society? I also like to grab my hands to eat. What can you do to me? You. The fat man was choked by Yihong's series of words, and his face became pig liver color. The waitress smiled at Yihong. Sir, it's really impolite to grab with your hands while eating. Yihong glanced at the waiter and said lightly, you are right, but unfortunately this is not what you should say as a restaurant waiter. If I were your manager, you have been fired. You should now stop the quarrel between the two parties and avoid the escalation of conflicts, rather than intentionally favoring one side. Of course, after all, he gave you a tip of $100, which is understandable. The waiter's smile suddenly stiffened, somewhat overwhelmed. The Yin people in the past were all very polite and polite to her. Where did she meet Yihong Hong who dared to ridicule her directly? Furthermore, even if Our Lady Yin speaks a little loudly and affects others, she has already apologized. I think this is enough. On the contrary, some people are like crazy dogs, biting people if they don't agree. At a glance, who has quality and who has no quality? Yi Xiao on the side, hearing blood boiling, quietly gave Yihong a thumbs up. His wife was bullied. He was naturally very angry, but he could not find a counterattack. Now that I see Yihong is brave, I just feel abnormally relieved. And Xiaoying also wiped the corners of her eyes, moving and gratifying in her eyes. Ding. Whispering words, chatting, +1 debating ability, current progress, 110, current level, entry level. Ding. Overwhelm everyone, momentum +1. The fat man suddenly glared his eyes. You are so good to say forget it. I'm too lazy to get acquainted with a countryman like you. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 53 Accidentally Showing Off Wealth. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. What a disappointment. The fat man Tai Ching had a face on his face, and the woman who brought him was going to leave. And Xiaoying regained his emotions long ago. When he saw that his mouth was not clean, he could not help whispering, "Isn't it an upstart?" What happened to the upstart? The fat man seemed to be poked at the sore spot, glaring at Xiaoying. The upstart is also stronger than your slapstick and fat dumplings. Yi Hong said with a smile. This gentleman's words are not good enough. I think even if it's more upstart, you can't beat Mizzen. He said that he picked up in Xiaoying's backpack and unintentionally unzipped it to reveal the thick pile of money inside. The fat man suddenly looked dumbfounded. How could anyone walk around carrying tens of thousands of dollars? This upstart is more honest than himself. Where the fat man dared to continue to stay, took the woman, and left the restaurant in disgrace. The Yang family did not affect their mood, and they continued to dine with a smile. Half an hour later, when Yi Hong was going to check out, he discovered that it was not an ordinary waiter, but a middle-aged man in a suit and leather suit. I'm the lobby manager of St. Lancy. I haven't had enough service tonight. I'm sorry to cause you a little trouble. The blonde waitress followed behind the manager with a cold face. Presumably, he was ridiculed by Yi Hongxi. He was unwilling and asked the manager to play a small report. Although the manager maintained a professional smile, but for some reason, Yi Hong felt that this smile was very perfunctory, and the apology was also very official. He turned his mind and decided to give these people a lesson. Yang laid his fingers on the table and knocked on it for a moment, deliberately letting go of his throat. I thought the steak at Xinglangxi restaurant was so delicious. I didn't expect to taste it tonight, but that's the case. Yi Hong's voice immediately attracted the attention of many diners in the hall. The manager's smile dissipated in an instant, and the whole face was pulled down. This gentleman, our St. Lancy's steak is a world-renowned brand. You may not like it, but please don't belittle it for no reason. Want to hear the reason? Oh, Yi Hong sneered. According to the knowledge conveyed by the system, he opened his mouth and said several shortcomings of the sirloin steak in front of him. The thickness of your steak is not cut to the optimal thickness at all. The curing time is not enough. It is not very tasty. Isn't it treated with good olive oil and sea salt before curing? And also, Yi Hong talked and talked so that the diners present were enchanted and nodded frequently. They never thought that there was so much knowledge in a small steak. Guest, please stop talking. The lobby manager looked at the diner's reaction, and the cold sweat couldn't help but shed a glance at the waiter behind him. I scolded in my heart. This is the guest you said that you don't understand, and you have nothing to find? The waiter was also stupid, froze in place. As a Lanshi, she naturally heard that Yi Hong was not talking nonsense, but really said the shortcomings of this steak accurately. Yi Hong laughed. I have a friend who has always planned to open a steak restaurant in Aming County. I have asked my opinion before, and now it seems that he can be assured. With your St. Lancy as a foil, I believe my friend's business will be booming. Where did Yang have this kind of friend? She just scared the manager. But the manager was mistaken and was so scared that he turned pale, so he cried while holding Yi Hong's thigh. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 54 Magical Library. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. If Yi Hong's friends really came to Aming County and robbed St. Lancy's business, he would blame him, and he, the lobby manager, wouldn't even want to be a man. In a panic, the lobby manager was completely out of order and could no longer remain calm. The waitress also realized the seriousness of the problem and stooped to say sorry. The manager gritted his teeth, and the flesh hurt. Well, today the meal is on the lower body. As compensation for our poor service, do you think so? And Xiaoying pulled Yi Hong's sleeves and motioned him to get it. After all, He also ate his food and became angry, and it seemed a bit bullying when he continued to make trouble. Yihong was too lazy to continue to bother with these people and waved his hand at the manager. It's just a matter of today. I hope you St. Lancy can take the precautions and don't look at people low. With a glance, the waitress glanced lightly. The waitress clearly understood this sentence, and her face suddenly turned red and white, hoping to find a seam to get in. Before leaving, the manager took out a restaurant membership card and just stuffed it into Yeong with a smile on his face. And Xiaoying raised her eyebrows and exhaled. She took out $100 from her wallet and handed it to the waitress as a tip. The waiter had a complicated look and whispered thank you. On the road, and Xiaoying seemed very happy and said jokingly, Laonyang will also open a Western restaurant in the future, just across from this St. Lancy, Yihong smiled, but his heart moved slightly. After returning to the night food snack bar that night, Yi Xiao and his wife took Yihong to sit in the hall, posing with a serious look of 3 sessions. What are you two doing? Yihong was full of black lines in his head and looked at them dumbly. We are thinking whether you are our own son or not. Yeah, it feels like a silly kid suddenly possessed by a peerless genius. Go. What a silly kid. Do you say your son like this? Yihong shrugged helplessly. But I used to be too lazy to use my intelligence. Seeing the two still unbelief, Yihong couldn't help sighing. Well, I tell you why. He lowered his voice suddenly and said mysteriously to the two gods, Have you ever heard of the library of Jitsai Middle School? Yi Xiao they frowned and shook their heads together. To tell you the truth, I learned all these things in that library. Otherwise, what do you think I am doing at noon every day? Not all of them are in the library. It turns out that, no wonder Wang Tuo and Wei Desheng always come to the store and say you will not play with them at noon. Seeing Lao believe the reason he made up, Yihong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yi Xiao suddenly showed her longing look. Library, I want to go in and see. And Xiaoying immediately disdained. Oh, just because you don't know the half-fight cultural level, I guess you can't even read the cover of the book? Oh, you can understand it if you make it. Seeing that the two were disagreeing, they began to quarrel. Yihong shook his head and came to the computer. After a long wait, I was able to see the familiar boot interface. Yihong sighed silently. This broken computer had been in his home for 5 or 6 years, and it was time to change it. He borrowed Yi Zhao's cell phone and silently opened a web page. Immediately, his hands flew on the keyboard, the mouse clicked, and occasionally touched the phone screen. After a long time, he took a breath and smiled with satisfaction. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 55 Administrator's Curiosity. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. I saw the word night food on the computer screen. Yang registered a public account with Ye Xiao's mobile phone number. It turned out that he was inspired by the previous article in the Circle of Friends. Rather than let others advertise night snacks, it is better to do the promotion work by yourself. The public account is obviously an excellent publicity channel. In the era of mobile social networking, it is a very common marketing method to use the public account to write articles through the self-media and attract a large number of fans. And the public account has grown, and the number of fans has gradually increased, and it can also generate traffic economy, which can be described as 2 effects. Alas, it's a pity to have trouble with my dad's phone. Yihong sighed silently, thinking that it was time to buy a mobile phone for herself. In the past, Yi Xiao worried that the mobile phone would affect Yihong's study, saying that he would not be allowed to buy anything. But with his excellent performance today, the second elder should have no reason to refuse. Yihong shook his head and began to write the first article of the Yesher public account. In the crisp keyboard knocking sound, an article with pictures and text slowly formed. Ding! Trigger proficient language skills, automatically optimize the structure of the article, automatically polish text, automatically remove typos. You're done. Yihong stretched a lazy waist and looked up. The time came quietly to 11 o'clock in the evening. Yi Xiao and Xiaoying and his wife had long stopped fighting and went to bed. The entire living room was silent. Yi Hong checked the article again and nodded secretly. In the article, the characteristics of the supreme osmanthus red bean cake are written clearly, accompanied by exquisite pictures, and the unbelief does not attract people. His article is naturally for advertising the pastry business in the future. Click the mouse to confirm the article is sent. Yi Hong turned off the computer and prepared to go to bed. Ding. Write a public account article, +1 self-media operation ability, current progress, 110, current level, entry level. Ding. For the store promotion, advertising ability +1, current progress 110, current level, entry level. Ding. Trigger entry-level advertising capabilities. The current article will automatically attract fans. Yi Hong was stunned. I didn't expect to have such a good thing, let alone worry about not absorbing fans. After being completely relieved, Yi Hong went to sleep. With a rush of bells, the third week of Yang high school life officially began. In the morning, there were still a few frivolous professional courses. For Yang, who had reached the mastery level in all subjects, the voices of these teachers were undoubtedly hypnotized. After all, it was difficult to stay in the middle of the afternoon, and Yang dealt a few bites at a fast food restaurant outside the school and then buried himself in the library again. His task today is not to read professional books, but to find economic books. But such books seem to be unexpectedly few. It was difficult to find a fundamentals of food and beverage management that suits your heart, but it was still the original English without translation. Forget it, English is English, but also exercise English ability. Ding. English ability +1. Ding. Catering management ability +1, current progress, 110, current level, entry level. Librarian Zuziki became more and more curious about Yi Hong. She thought Yi Hong was only 3 minutes hot, but she didn't expect to see him at the library every day at noon. This level of hard work makes Zuziki, who is preparing for the exam, somewhat embarrassed. Today, Zuziki is on a whim and suddenly wants to know what books Yi Hong is reading every day. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 56, Nowhere to be Angry. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Yi Hong at this time was leaning on the bookshelf halfway through the book in his hand. Sunlight shines into the library from the glass room, which happens to project on Yang. From a distance, it looks like a movie. This little fart kid's profile is quite flavorful. Zuziki suddenly looked red and twitched herself. Zuziki, what are you thinking about? Wow, wow, wow. The sound of flipping through the pages is a bit abnormal. Zuziki frowned and walked quietly to Yi Hong's side. Seeing that the basic catering management in his hand was about to be completed, Yi Hong suddenly heard a hint of fragrance. Okay. Yi Hong was about to turn his head, but Lung Buting's right ear was directly grabbed by a slender hand. Sister Chi-Chi, what are you doing? Could you let go of your hand first? Yi Hong looked at the angry woman beside him without a word. She didn't mess with her. Zuziki not only did not let go, but put more force on her hand. I said you are a little devil. Don't read serious books. What kind of catering management? And they are all in English. Do you understand? Also, do you read books like this, 10 lines at a glance? Yi Hong was grabbed by his ears and irritated. You pull my ears, I pull yours too. Seeing Zuziki's white and tender ears, Yi Hong Goe made a terrible catch. The tentacles are smooth and tender, and the feel is quite good. Zuziki was startled, and some did not respond. What? 2 seconds later, an earth-shattering scream rang through most of the library. Yi Hong's heart was terrible, and he quickly let go, but it was clearly too late. Zuziki was shy and angry, pointing her finger at Yi Hong, so speechless. I care about you as a younger brother. You actually? Zuziki looked at Yi Hong's innocent eyes and tangled inwardly. If this were an adult, she might have passed with a slap. But what stands in front of him is just a high school student who is not in the world. Maybe it is just an unintentional move? This feeling of being angry and nowhere to send made Zhu Ziki almost vomit blood. Eventually, she stomped hard and turned away angrily. Yihong knew that she was a little too Ming Lang and hurried to catch up. At the reception desk, Zhu Ziki was still angry, sitting on the seat in a huff, burying his head in his book without looking at Yihong. Sister Qi, I am really studying hard, but my learning method is special. Zhu Ziki heard Yihong's words and glanced coldly at him. The meaning is self-evident. Do you think I will believe this kind of nonsense? Yihong smiled bitterly, but looked at the book at hand of Zhu Ziki. Through the afterglow of the corner of the eye, you can see Zhu Ziki frowning at a math problem. And it's not a general math problem. It's a high-number problem that colleges have access to. It turns out that the rumors are true. Zhu Ziki is preparing for the college entrance examination. Yihong moved his mind and said in his head, System, scan this question. Ding. Trigger proficiency in math skills. Scanning of the question, scanning completed. The probability of the host successfully answering this question is 70%. Confirm the answer. Yes. Answering. The answer was successful and the answer was sent. At this time, Zhu Ziki's heart was extremely irritable. I have been stuck with this high-number problem in my hand for several days, and I asked many math teachers in the school, and they can't solve it. After looking through the books in the library, there is no answer. After being added to the top, Yihong was so angry that he was in a bad mood. Just as she pursed the corner of her mouth and secretly sulked, a clear voice suddenly came from her ear. Use Lagrange's median theorem. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 57 to come tomorrow. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Use Lagrange's median theorem. Zhu Ziki repeatedly confirmed, only to find that the voice came from Yihong. She couldn't help being surprised. Lagrange's median theorem, so familiar. By the way, it is an important theorem in high numbers. But what does Yihong suddenly say to himself? Yihong shook his head, pulled the high-number book directly from Zhu Ziki, and picked up a pen from the table. What are you doing? Zhu Ziki was taken aback, stood up directly, and ran to Yihong, trying to get the book back. But her actions stopped abruptly. Through his sight, we can see that Yihong is working hard to write a book, and soon write a large series of problem-solving processes behind the question he has been stuck on. Zhu Ziki's eyes were angry first, then dumbfounded, and finally she was completely attracted by Yihong's movements. So this step was done. Can this theorem be used that way? 3 minutes later, Yihong returned the book to Zhu Ziki. Ding. Help the girl solve the problem. The girl skills +1. Zhu Ziki looked at Yihong with surprise. You? How did you do it? You know, Yihong is only a high school student, and he is able to solve the university high numbers in a handy way. Is it possible that he has encountered the legendary mathematical genius? Yihong spread his hands. You believe in the strength of this genius now. Zhu Ziki remembered Yihong's strange speed of turning books. If the underworld was a genius, it was really understandable to do something different from ordinary people. But she still felt a little weird, so she took out several questions to test Yihong. The result is self-evident. Yihong all solved it easily, without frowning. I really don't know what to say. Zhu Ziki looked at Yihong as a monster, wondering if he was dreaming. Hey, aren't you angry, Ziqi? After hearing this, Zhu Ziki couldn't help but put a face on his face. No, still angry. Even if you are a genius, you can't, that way. Yihong couldn't help but grimaced. So how can you not be angry? Zhu Ziki smiled schemingly. Unless you promise me, I will coach my high number in the future. This. Seeing Yihong hesitating, Zhu Ziki smiled coldly. Otherwise I will post a notice outside the library. Yihong, the 18th grade high school, publicly plays the library manager. Oh damn. Unexpectedly, Zhu Ziki looked polite, but the means was so tough. Yihong had to succumb to Zhu Ziki's prestige. and she reluctantly agreed to her condition. For the next hour, Zhu Ziki seemed to catch a life-saving straw, entangled with Yi Hong frantically discussing the high numbers. Zhu Ziki reluctantly let go of Yang until the bell for the preparatory class rang. "You must remember to come tomorrow." Zhu Ziki chased out of the library door and shouted at Yi Hong's back, making teachers and students in the past look sideways and guess the relationship between the two. These eyes made Zhu Ziki's face red and slipped back into the library. Ding. Impart knowledge. Teachability +1. Current progress. 110. Current level. Entry level. The first class in the afternoon is the information technology class. It is actually a computer class, commonly known as a computer class. After Yi Hong left the library, he directly diverted to the laboratory building. Although high school information technology courses are not required for college entrance examinations, Yi Hong has always been interested in computers. At the time of elementary school, he even wrote on the paper to be a computer engineer in the future. If you want to come to this course, you shouldn't let yourself be sleepy. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 58 Computer Class. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. In the computer room at the farthest corner of the third floor of the experiment building, the class bell just rang when Yang arrived. Since the information technology class does not have a fixed seat, the computer room is already full of people in the class at this time, so that Yi Hong could not find a seat for a while. "Yang here." A figure in the corner beckoned to Yang, but it was Zhou Hao, a chubby man, and there was a space around him. "Hey, specially for you." "Thank you, chubby." "You're welcome. You are the protagonist of my comic book." The teacher of information technology class is a 40-year-old gentleman named Zhao Lin. Yang took his class 2 weeks ago. This man has something in his stomach, and the theory he talks is not boring. Combined with the operation on the computer, Yang benefited greatly. After the usual roll call, Zhao Lin began his lecture. "In the past 2 weeks, we probably introduced the basics of computers, and today we will start concrete practice. Please open the books." The first half of Zhao Lin's lecture is about basic theoretical knowledge of programming, and the second half of the lecture will have specific practice. Yi Hong raised his ears, and it was rare to take the notes seriously. Ding. Listening to basic programming lessons. Computer skills +1. Ding. Computer skills have been upgraded to mastery level. Current progress 11100. A warm current flows through his head, pouring countless computer knowledge deep into Yi Hong's mind. Programming knowledge that was originally difficult to understand instantly became very smooth. Okay, let's invite students to complete a simple applet programming based on today's knowledge. Everyone turned on the computers one after another and began to practice. The experimental building of Jitsai Middle School is as thick as the library, so all the equipment is the latest. The computer in front of me just completed the booting process after a few seconds, and at the same time reminded Yi Hong of the old and troublesome computer at home, and he was even more determined to change the computer. Zhou Hao on the side, the whole course of the class was outside the wandering thing, did not listen to a word at all. It wasn't until Zhao Lin announced the startup experiment that he woke up and recovered. Zhou Hao grimaced and bumped into the machine while reading a book. It was difficult to find the corresponding software, but it was found that the menu of the software was pure English, and he could not understand it even if he did not attend the class. When Zhou Hao was sullen, he heard a crisp keyboard knocking sound. I saw Yi Hong's concentration. His hands were like playing the piano, and a phantom was pressed on the keyboard. Da-da-da-da-da-dash. The fast and rhythmic percussion sound instantly caught the attention of the students around. They turned to look at Yi Hong's screen, but they couldn't look away anymore. I saw that Yi Hong not only quickly completed the task that Zhao Lin explained, but also began his own experiments frustrated. On his computer screen, a small game program is slowly being generated, and the students around just opened the software at this time, still studying how to start the first step. In this way, A group of people opened their mouths and stared blankly at Yi Hong's operation until he completed the procedure. The students held their breaths and watched nervously as Yi Hong clicked the run button. With a pleasant sound of music, the little people in the game began to beat, proclaiming the perfect performance of Yi Hong's debut program development. Yay! The students seemed to have participated in a national-level project. They immediately cheered and celebrated, and were even happier than Yi Hong himself. Great God, accept me as a disciple. Zhou Hao held Yi Hong's thighs and looked at him with emotion. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 59 Help the teacher repair the computer. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Yi Hong looked at the school trousers where Zhou Hao wiped his snot and twitched his lips. He shook his head and finally guided Zhou Hao to finish his homework patiently. During this process, all the students in the surrounding areas squatted with their notebooks and nodded from time to time. They found that Yi Hong's explanation was even better than Zhao Lin's. Gradually, more and more people gathered around Yang. Ding! Group teaching, teaching ability +1. Zhao Lin on the podium was originally operating the computer in front of him, but at this time he frowned and looked at the corner of the computer room. What are you doing here? Zhao Lin was about to go down to check the situation. One didn't pay attention but tripped on a certain line. Hearing an unusual long beep. Only the computer in front of Zhao Lin had a blue screen. Oops, horrible. Zhao Lin's face was black, and he pressed it on the keyboard in a hurry, and the mouse clicked on the screen again and again. Drip DDD. After a few abnormal noises, the computer directly fell into a black screen, and Zhao Lin couldn't turn it on even though he pressed the power button. Zhao Lin. Student, there is something wrong with the teacher's computer. Please be restless. Wow. The students cheered happily, wishing that Zhao Lin could not fix it well, so that she could get out of class early. Yi Hong scratched his head and walked to the podium. He knew that Zhao Lin had to take some responsibility for this matter. Teacher Zhao, I have also learned some computer knowledge. Might as well let me take a look? Yi Hong looked at Zhao Lin's worried face and smiled aside. You? Zhao Lin glanced at Yang lightly, and there was an insatiable contempt in his eyes. I remember you called Yang, right? Yang, it's not that the teacher looks down on you. This machine is a new product that the school has just imported from abroad. Professionals like me who have been teachers for more than a decade don't dare to say that they can fix it. So don't come to the fun and go back to your place to stay and work. Yi Hong was not angry, but just said lightly, how can I know if I can't? Let me try. Hey, why are you the student? Let me do it for you. If you don't do it, the teacher will ask you. Zhao Lin snorted, letting go of her position and preparing to see how Yi Hong was out of bed. Zhou Hao looked proudly at the students around him and shouted, look at it, my master can definitely fix it. Don't say it's too full. Yi Hong might just be good at software and know nothing about hardware. I heard that this computer needs more than 10,000 if Yi Hong didn't fix it. More than 10,000. Zhou Hao narrowed his neck in fright, and his confidence in Yi Hong's fullness subsided instantly. Yi Hong came to the computer and scanned his eyes up and down, actually running the system in his mind. Ding. Trigger the proficient computer skills, scan the computer, found one fault point. 95% repair success rate. Please confirm whether to repair. Yes. Ding. The repair plan has been sent. With a shock in his head, Yi Hong's mouth smiled confidently, and he began to repair the computer. Teacher, did you borrow a screwdriver? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. Zhao Lin took the screwdriver from the side cabinet and handed it to Yang. Immediately crossed his hands on his chest, showing a mocking smile. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 60 Strange Computer. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Yang ignored the external interference and opened the back cover of the computer host with a screwdriver 3 or 2 times. And in the numerous and complicated lines, successfully found the fault point. Ding. Repair the computer ability +1. All right. In less than a minute, Yihong reinstalled the back cover of the main unit. Is that all right? Xiaolin, what are you doing is teasing my expression. In his eyes, Yihong was just a few random moves. How could he solve the problem that he had no choice? He pressed the power button unbelief. Mum. The sound of a pleasant boot sounded, and a familiar desktop appeared, and Zhao Lin was stunned on the spot. Wow! The students also burst into exclamation, and Yihong's tall image became more prominent. Hey, I said that the master must do it. Zhouhao was proud to stand on the table. Teacher! Yihong saw Zhao Lin's appearance of not keeping his soul, and he couldn't help but increase the volume. Zhao Lin recovered, and looked at Yihong's eyes for a long time. Like this computer in front of me, most people don't even need to repair it, and I haven't even seen it before. He believes that if Yihong does not have the corresponding strength, he will not be able to do so calmly. At this moment, Zhao Lin had treated the half-size boy in front of him as a peer. No, he even thinks that his peers cannot do as lightly as Yihong. Please say it. You? Yihong looked at Zhao Lin with a respectful look and suddenly burst into tears. He handed the screwdriver back to Zhao Lin. The screwdriver will be returned to you. Teacher, please continue the class. When returning to his seat, Yihong naturally accepted the sight of a big vote of worship. Ding. Cause worship, charm +1. In the other corner, several girls immediately said to Zhang Shuawei jokingly, Shuawei, your little love is getting more and more powerful. Shuawei, where did you go? Zhang Shuawei was ridiculed while sitting at the position and already blushed. She wanted to look at Yang and was embarrassed to see it. So she had to be angry and said, Don't talk nonsense. My relationship with Ahong is not what you think. Oh, what kind of relationship is that? Several girls deliberately elongated in relationships, and there was a lot of yin in the corner. On that day, due to the perfect performance of Yihong, he successfully helped Zhao Lin save a class, and also succeeded in breaking the dream of many students coming to get out of class early. After class, Zhao Lin stopped Yihong. He showed a distressed look and pleaded to Yang, Student Yang, I don't hide it. I opened a computer store outside the school. Recently, a customer sent a computer to repair, which happened to be the same as the classroom. I haven't repaired it for several days. Can you help me in my shop after school? Yihong was very fond of Zhao Lin, thinking that he was not important after school anyway, so he agreed. In the evening of the same day, Yihong followed Zhao Lin to his computer store. Zhao Lin's shop was opened on a street not far from the school, and the storefront was not very large. However, although the sparrow is small and full of internal organs, many computer accessories are placed in the store. A young man in a shop assistant's uniform was sitting by the counter, playing a computer frowningly. This is my apprentice King. Xiao Wang raised his head, revealing a face full of pimples and holes. Master, this is one of my students, Yihong, who came back to help repair this computer. He pointed to the computer that Wang had just tinkered with and said sadly, Yang, what I told you before was this computer. The computer owner is very wonderful. He has to repair this computer without letting us boot. If you find any signs of booting, you will not pay. You talk about it. This is not difficult for the strongman. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 61 Study Now. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Fix the computer if it can't be turned on. Yihong also heard about this repair method for the first time. When he was about to get close to the computer, Xiao Wang shouted, Slow down. Master, how can you give such an important task to a student? If he is screwed up by then, this big list will be overwhelmed. It will have a great impact on our store's reputation. Xiao Wang, Yihong is not an ordinary student. Come on, Master. This kid looks younger than me. and he looks unreliable. Xiao Wang looked at Yi Hong's clean face and couldn't help feeling jealous. It's not reliable. You have to speak with strength, not with mouth. Yi Hong said lightly, too lazy to waste time with this guy, put his hand directly on Xiao Wang's shoulder. Ding. Trigger entry-level arm strength. Xiao Wang suddenly felt an irresistible force over his shoulder. The whole person could not help Tingyun driving the fog, and was directly brought to the counter by Yi Hong. You bastard. Xiao Wang was about to attack, but he saw Zhao Lin throwing his eyes. He was stagnant and stopped, but still said fiercely, Okay, I want to see how good you are. Yi Hong didn't take care of Xiao Wang anymore, but walked to the computer by himself. His eyes focused on the computer in front of him, and the system sounded again. Ding. Trigger the proficient computer skills, scan the computer, found 3 fault points. 95% repair success rate. Please confirm whether to repair. Yi Hong suddenly asked the system, Is there a plan to fix the computer without booting? Ding. Receive the host's request. Automatically adjust the plan. Ding. Based on the current computer capabilities of the host, the success rate of repairing without booting is 70%. Is the repair confirmed? Only 70%. That means there is a 30% chance of failure? Zhao Lin valued this list so much, Yi Hong didn't want to let him down. In order to repair 100%, he cannot allow this 30% chance of failure. System, how much computer power is needed to repair this computer 100%? Ding. In the data analysis, the host also needs to upgrade 20 points of computer capabilities. Yi Hong frowned, and now his progress is 15 o'clock, which means at least 35 o'clock. But where to find these 20 computer skills at this time? Mr. Zhao, do you have any computer books in your shop? Zhao Lin froze for a moment. Yes, but there are. But what do you want this kind of book for? Mr. Zhao, don't ask so much first. I need a lot of these books now. How many do you take? Zhao Lin scratched his head, but still found a book for Yi Hong. As a teacher of information technology class, he still had a lot of books of this kind, and gave Yang a lot of stacks directly from the back room. Yi Hong sat down directly in the astonishment of the two, and began to read these books one by one. Yi Hong, I have read these books, and there is no record of the corresponding methods. Zhao Lin thought that Yi Hong held the Buddha's feet temporarily, and could not help but remind him. Hush! Yi Hong gently flicked between his lips with his index finger, instructing the two to stop disturbing themselves, and then began to read the book quickly. Ding. Reading computer textbooks, computer skills +1, current progress, 16,100, current level, proficient level. Ding. Reading PS principal course, computer skills +1. Xiao Wang looked at Yi Hong's bizarre speed of turning books, and could not help but whisper to Zhao Lin's ear. Master, this student you have found. Wouldn't it be a problem here? Speaking with sarcasm, he pointed to his head. Zhao Lin didn't say anything, just frowned tightly, and now he didn't even know what Yi Hong was doing. Yi Hong's ears moved slightly, obviously hearing Xiao Wang's voice, but he was too lazy to take care of him. 20 minutes later, Yi Hong finally finished the 5th book in front of her. Ding. Reading database principle, computer ability +1, current progress, 35,100. Okay, the goal is achieved. Yi Hong put down the book and scanned the computer again, and it turned out that the success rate became 100%. Ding. The repair plan has been sent. Receiving the knowledge in his head, Yi Hong quietly nodded and said indifferently, Mr. Zhao, please lend me another computer. Zhao Lin hadn't spoken yet, but Xiao Wang mocked. We haven't read enough books about our great talents, but we're not ready to search online? Then you should give up as soon as possible. I have experimented with all the online solutions, and all are invalid. Yi Hong glanced coldly at Xiao Wang, wondering, I'm talking to Mr. Zhao. It's your business. Do you get to intervene? You. Xiao Wang's entire face suddenly looked as if he was green. Ding. Anti-mocking, taunting ability +1, current progress, 110, current level, entry level. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 62 Log Folder. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Okay, don't be noisy. I believe Yi Hong. Xiao Wang quickly found a computer for him. Zhao Lin stared at Xiao Wang with dissatisfaction. Although Xiao Wang was still sullen, he did not dare to disobey the meaning of master and store manager Zhao Lin, and could only hold his breath to find a computer for Yi Hong. Yang flipped his hands up and down, and after a dazzling movement, he quickly connected this computer to the computer that needed repairing with a few wires. Yi Hong, do you want it? Zhao Lin looked at Yi Hong's movements in amazement and vaguely guessed his thoughts. He is using this computer to remotely control the computer to be repaired. In this way, the computer does not need to be turned on. Damn, why didn't I think of this trick? A pair of Xiao Wang was regretted by Yi Hongji's first appearance. Even if you want to be able to do it, you can do it like Yi Hong. Zhao Lin directly pointed to Yi Hong's movements. Give me eyes and learn well. Xiao Wang couldn't help looking at Yi Hong's operation interface. His eyes widened and his breath suddenly stopped. I saw countless windows jumping out of the computer screen. Yang seems to be multitasking, switching back and forth between windows with extremely fast speed and constantly typing program codes. Due to the extremely fast speed of his hands, a residual image formed in the eyes of the two. The whole scene is like a science fiction movie. If there is in the computer world, they believe Yang is that god. Ding. Repair the computer, computer ability +1. Ding. The speed of the hands is excellent. The flexibility of the hands is +1. The current progress, 110. The current level, entry level. Ding. The fault is repaired. You can operate the target computer on the current computer. All the program windows disappeared, leaving only a brand new computer desktop. The things on this desktop are unfamiliar, and certainly not this computer. Then there is only one answer. Yang successfully connected to the target computer and fixed all the problems. Great. Yang, you have done a feat. Zhao Lin suddenly gave Yi Hong a big bear hug. Xiao Wang was dumbfounded and said, I really did. He thought of all the mockery of Yi Hong before, and he couldn't help being ashamed and ashamed. It's not reliable. You have to speak with strength, not with mouth. What Yi Hong just said was like a slap in the face of Xiao Wang, which made his whole face hot. Xiao Wang, there are people outside, there are heavens outside, and it is time for you to look down on people's stinky problems. Zhao Lin's words even let Xiao Wang feel complacent. He bowed his head to Yi Hong respectfully and said, Mr. Yi is sorry, just my dog's eyes are low. I will definitely learn from you. The use of a respectful speech by a high school student is enough to prove that Xiao Wang is truly pleased. Yi Hong waved his hand and said that this is the end of the story. He turned to look at the computer desktop, only to find several locked folders. Yi Hong's heart moved. The guest didn't let the person turn on the phone. Is it because he didn't want people to see the contents of these folders? Could it be that kind of thing? In Yi Hong's head, many pictures unsuitable for children suddenly appeared. Although there was always a voice in my heart, he told him that it would be unethical to do so. But Yi Hong's curiosity could not be suppressed. System, I checked these folders. The original owner will not notice? Ding. In the current state, the other party will not discover everything you have done on this computer. Then rest assured. With some strange thoughts, Yi Hong directly began to crack the code lock on the folder. Although this combination lock is more complicated, it is difficult for Yang, who is proficient in computer skills. 5 seconds later, Yi Hong had opened one of the folders. Yi Hong, how can you? Zhao Lin and Xiao Wang couldn't stop it, but their eyes could not help but looked at the table. Hiss! The three looked at the contents of the folder and took a breath. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 63, A Thrilling Discovery. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Through the computer screen, you can clearly see a shocking picture in the folder. The content of the picture is not the evil stuff that Yi Hong thought. but it shocked Yi Hong and others 100 times. The picture shows a bustling market, and you can clearly see countless people trading in it. Opening the other pictures, all are real scenes of the key locations of this market. Yi Hong believes that with these detailed pictures, he can easily grasp the overall structure of the market. The naming of the pictures is also imaginative. Real view of West 3rd Channel of Yinming-Aming County Trade Zone in bargaining. Real view of East 2nd Channel of Yinghua-Aming County Trade Zone transaction completed. There is a huge trading area in the east of Aming County, and Yang knows it. Merchants from all over the place gathered there, and it is a key economic construction zone in Aming County and even Jiangnan Province. Obviously, these pictures are all real photos of the trade zone. And the information in each trade zone has always been classified as confidential, and it is impossible to spread to the outside world. So, in bargaining, transaction completed. Do these words mean that these photos are being sold deliberately? If so, the owner of this computer is likely to be a foreign economic spy who secretly sells information on the trade zone. This is a very serious problem. If anyone gets these photos and then do some random damage, it will definitely shake the economic interests of the trade zone. The breath of the three of them suddenly became heavy, only to feel the computer in front of him was extremely hot. Ms. Zhao, Xiao Wang, who is this computer owner? Zhao Lin and Xiao Wang shuddered and began to recall the man who sent the computer. Wearing a cap and sunglasses, the whole body is tightly. In this way, I suddenly remembered that his accent seemed strange, not like Yin Yinren. The more they recalled, the more horrified they discovered that the origin of the computer owner was extraordinary. How? Shall we call the police? Zhao Lin and Xiao Wang, on this kind of national-level question, suddenly distracted their minds and subconsciously turned their eyes to the calm Yang. Yi Hong thought for a while and found that someone should solve this problem. He digs out of his pocket and pulls out a pile of business cards. Kong de Biao Kai Jianan, found it. The card that he finally took out was the one from the security officer, Xiao Lu, who sent him back that day. It turned out that the two had speculated in the car that day. In order to prevent revenge from the traffickers, Xiao Lu left Yi Hong with his contact information. Yi Hong directly dialed Xiao Lu's number using the phone in Zhao Lin's shop. Hello? This is the Aming County Security Bureau. Brother Lu, it's me, Yi Hong. Yi Hong? Great. Are you a clue of someone who sells the clique? Human trafficker group? Yi Hong couldn't help but stunned, but Xiao Lu over there was excited and said, I'll go to the captain immediately. Wait a minute. It turned out that after they brought the two traffickers back to the security bureau that day, through interrogation, they discovered that there was a big force hidden behind the traffickers. It's a pity that no matter how hard they asked, the two traffickers just refused to explain the people behind them. Xiao Lu and other security personnel have been troubled by this for several days. So as soon as he received Yi Hong's call, he thought about it subconsciously. A minute later, a familiar female voice came from the phone. Yi Hong, I heard that you have a clue about the mobster group. It was the voice of Song Lingling, the trainee female security officer. Yi Hong frowned and said, I don't know what hacker group. This time there is something important to find Captain Duan. Oh, what's the big deal? Do you want to be clear about joining our security bureau? Song Lingling, I don't have time to joke with you. Please call Captain Duan immediately. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 64 suddenly made a big contribution. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Perhaps Yi Hong's voice was too serious, and Song Lingling's humorous tone suddenly fell silent. Master, he is now handling cases in the country. Is it really important? Hundreds of thousands anxious. Song Lingling on the other side of the phone gritted her teeth. Well, I will inform him to come back immediately. If it hurts me to be scolded at that time, my sister will never spare you, hum. After waiting for another half an hour, a security car finally drove to the store. Duan Feihu, holding a briefcase, took Song Lingling out of the car. Yi Hong, what happened? Duan Feihu asked with a puzzled expression. Yi Hong did not speak, just took Duan Feihu and Song Lingling and looked at the pictures. The expressions of Duan Feihu and Song Lingling are hard to look at once. These bastards. Song Lingling patted the table angrily, and a few people jumped. Duan Feihu's expression is also a dignity never seen before. He solemnly thanked several people. Thank you for this major discovery. If these photos are allowed to continue to circulate, the consequences will be disastrous. Zhao Lin and Xiao Wang quickly waved their hands, saying that these were the credit of Yi Hong. The two of them originally told Duan Feihu everything that happened today, and everything Yi Hong did. Duan Feihu and Song Lingling were both stunned, and apparently did not expect that Yi Hong's computer skills were so strong. Looking at Yi Hong on the other side, it was light and breezy, calmer than them, unlike a high school student who was only 16 years old. Song Lingling even looked around Yi Hong up and down, sometimes touching her chin to wonder what. What are you doing? Yi Hong was so uncomfortable to see her boss by the strange look of Song Lingling. I'm looking at whether you are human or not. Strange. Obviously everyone is the same species. Why can't I be as good as you? Song Lingling kept muttering in her mouth, showing an expression of looking at the monster, but her heart became more and more determined to recruit Yi Hong into the security bureau. Yi Hong. Brother Yang, my old segment seldom admires people. You are one of the few. This time, you have made a great contribution to our Anming County. Duan Feihu gave a solemn salute to Yi Hong, and then said, I will communicate with the temple and the Yin group on this matter, and they will be happy to see you as a talent. When it comes to issues at this level, Duan Feihu did not dare to neglect. He contacted the professionals on the same day to prepare for the detection of this spy case. A violent counter-espionage storm broke out in Anming County and surrounding areas a few days later. For a time, the world was shocked, and the major forces were watching. But few people know that the source of this storm came from the accidental discovery of an ordinary high school student. These are not things that Yi Hong should care about now. After leaving Zhao Lin's shop, Yi Hong went back to the snack street alone. To his surprise, the business of the night food snack bar was so deserted today. Don't talk about the people standing in line at the door. Even the shop seems to be empty. The only customer in the store was Kong de Biao and Biao, who had not seen him for a long time. This kind of scene is so different from the weekend court. What's even more weird is that the business of the pastry shop opposite the pony house is surprisingly good. Seeing Yi Hong's gaze, the pony in the shop suddenly showed a vicious smile at him. It seems that something is wrong. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 65 Be Discredited. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. What's wrong? Yi Hong put down her school bag and looked at Yi Xiao and Xiaoying in the shop with a puzzled face. It shouldn't be. Even if the supreme osmanthus red bean cake made by them is not as good as that made by Yang, it is also a superb work in ordinary pastries. How can it be so uninterested? Yi Xiao and his wife sighed at the same time. I don't know what happened. 3 or 2 cats and dogs came over the whole day. Most of the customers didn't know why the name of our store looked like a ghost when they saw it, so they all ran to the little horse's house opposite. Son, shall we still sell beef noodles? Yi Hong frowned, and came to Kong de Biao, who was eating the pastry. He took a piece of pastry in his bowl that hadn't had time to move his mouth and threw it into his mouth to taste it. Strange, the taste is okay. After getting acquainted with Kong de Biao, Yi Hong found that the personality of this big bald head actually differed greatly from his appearance. It was a very good talk, so he often did some harmless small actions in front of him. Hey, you kid, I won't pay for this cake later. Kong Biao suddenly stared at the big bell. Brother, what do you think of this supreme osmanthus red bean cake? Kong de Biao knew why Yi Hong asked so, and immediately smashed his mouth and murmured, How to say, your pastry tastes good and good, but meat-eating animals like me always taste so bad. But there really should not be so few guests. It turned out that Kong de Biao also found something wrong. Hey, do you want to know why? Kong de Biao raised his eyebrows and showed a low smile. Speak, I want to eat a few bowls. Yi Hong sighed helplessly. Kong de Biao stretched out 3 fingers in an instant. Yi Hong shook his head and walked into the back kitchen. After a while, 3 bowls of fragrant supreme beef noodles made by Yi Hong himself were placed in front of Kong de Biao. Wait for me one night, and I will help you find it clearly tomorrow. Kong de Biao murmured while gorging on. That night, Yi Hong boarded the newly created Yusher public account in doubt, but found that the number of fans was very strange. According to background records, the number of fans has been increasing steadily from the early hours of last night to this morning. But in the afternoon, the number of fans who took the test suddenly skyrocketed. It seems that the problem should have happened this afternoon. Now there is no other way. It seems that we can only wait for Kong de Biao's news. The next day and all day, Yi Hong was absent, and it was all in his head. Finally, after school in the afternoon, Yang couldn't wait to get back to the store. It wasn't Kong de Biao himself in the store today, but the strong man who had packed up the deliberately troubled peaked-cap young man last time at the order of Kong de Biao. Yi Hong had heard Kong de Biao's gang call him lazy. As soon as Lazy saw Yi Hong appearing, he suddenly stuffed a bunch of materials to Yi Hong. This is the boss who asked me to give it to you. Yi Hong's family came together and looked at what was written on the paper. The more they look worse. What is described on the paper is not complicated. It is just a post on the local forum of Aming County. But the target of this post is directed at the night snack bar. The title of the post is Eye-Catching and Eye-Catching Dash, the night food snack bar in the fire circle of the Aming County Circle of Friends. The beef noodles sold are mixed with bami. What is so frustrating? If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com. The fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 66 Strategy Storm, Start Counterattack. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Post ID, anonymous post. The content of the post is very long and smelly, but summed up in the following sentences. What the poster sees with his own eyes, the night food snack bar adds the addictive bami shell to the supreme beef noodles. But because he was worried about others' suspicions, he stopped selling supreme beef noodles and changed to supreme osmanthus red bean cake. The poster posted that the craftsmanship of this pastry was secretly learned from the pony pastry shop opposite the night snack bar. At the end of the poster called on people in the entire Aming County to boycott unscrupulous businesses like night food snack bars. This post suddenly caught fire in the forum, and there were more and more replies underneath. I just ate their beef noodles 2 days ago. Is it still too late to go to the hospital? Damn, no wonder the taste is so fascinating. It turned out to be a bemi shell. There is such a black heart store in Aming County. No. I have to reprint it to the circle of friends to let more friends see the true face of this store. I am distressed at the pony pastry shop, but this kind of person has secretly learned the craft. Friends passing by can help. Yi Hong turned on the computer and found the post. The time to post was yesterday afternoon, and it was also the time when the night food public account began to fall out. At this time, the verbal abuse of the night food snack bar at the bottom of the post continued, and all the unsightly comments made Yi Hong's eyes colder and colder. On the contrary, it is a pony pastry shop, because this post sold by the way, so there will be so many guests in these 2 days. Yi Hong guessed with his toes, and can speculate that this matter must be inextricably related to the pony. The person who posted the post was either Pony himself, or he hired someone to do it. Brother, the troublesome guy last time, after our investigation, the pony was sent to deliberately make trouble. Lazy's words even convinced Yi Hong of this. Yi Xiao shivered with anger and rolled up his sleeves to go to the opposite theory. Yi Hong stopped him. Dad, what's the use of rushing over at this time? We don't have any evidence at hand. Looking for the theory in vain is nothing but getting darker. But, Yi Xiaoyu's anger was hard to dissipate, and she walked up and down in the hall. Brother, do you want me to help you smash that pony's shop? Lazy's fierce eyes murmured sideways. Yi Hong suddenly looked at Lei Zi blankly. Do you want me to enter the game? Lei Zi smiled and said no more. Don't worry, it's up to me. Since his pony wants to ruin our night food, then I will let him taste the consequences that provoke me to Yi Hong. Yi Hong's eyes were cold, and he began to think about how to solve this matter. Ding. Planning ability +1, current progress, 110, current level, entry level. Ding. Layout ability +1, current progress, 110, current level, entry level. In my mind, the wind was like a violent storm, and there were countless strategies for ponies, each of which was enough to make ponies live better than die. At this moment, Yi Hong showed the momentum, instantly making Lei Zi's hair fall. He looked at the young boy in front of him, as if he could see a fatal storm from the depths of his eyes. This cold and treacherous momentum, even in Kong de Biao, who has been in Anming County for decades, has never felt it. Lei Zi warned himself secretly, don't make Yi Hong angry in the future, otherwise you don't even know how to die. Ding. Frightened, imposing +1. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 67 Punch and Fly. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Over the next few days, the night snack bar was affected by public opinion and the business has been bleak. Yi Xiao and Xiaoying planned to close the shop for a few days, but Yi Hong tried to persuade them to stop. Shut down the shop at this time? Isn't it just like our guilty conscience? So the second old had to give up this plan. Posts on the local forum of Anming County still exist, and there are more and more abuses. What's more, Yi Hong found that many people paid special attention to the Yushi public account, leaving many unsightly abuses in the background. Hey Heart Store still has a face open. Get out of Anming County. The list goes on. Yi Hong didn't tell his parents about these things, otherwise they might be so angry that they couldn't even eat their meals. The trade-off is growing, but the pony pastry shop on the opposite side, business is getting better every day. Pony instantly became a praising presence on the snack street, and the old horse was even more honorable, and he and the neighbors brag about how powerful his son was. As for Yang, who once relied on a bowl of beef noodles throughout the snack street, the neighborhoods have long been regarded as negative teaching materials to educate their children. Those who originally made friends with the night food snack bar are even more like avoiding vipers, and they are never closer to the night food snack bar. Human beings are such realistic animals. One night, Pony came to the door of the night snack bar with a scent of alcohol. Yo, this is not the star of our snack street night food snack bar. Why are there few guests today? With a sneering smile, Xiaoma stood arrogantly in front of the snack bar. Pony, you asked for some reason. Who is the ghost behind your back? Don't you have a point in your heart? And Xiaoying's violent temper could not be suppressed at all, and he was angry when he saw the pony. Fucking Enon, why don't we understand you? Pony pulled out her ears and sneered. The reason why your shop ended like this is not because you made ill-gotten money and mixed with Bamie shells. I'm mixing you MMP. Yi Xiao couldn't help but burst out scolding abroad, jumped high on the steps, and hit the pony nose bridge with a punch. Yuexiao brother, S-body, but famous and strong in the snack street. The punch was thrown, and the pony was suddenly knocked to the ground. His nose was crooked by half, and the nosebleed couldn't stop flowing. Covering his nose, the pony uttered a scream of great pain, which immediately attracted many neighbors to watch. Son, Lao Ma came out of the pastry shop, lifted the pony on the ground, and glared at Yi Xiao. Why are you beating people for nothing? The neighbors even accused one another. Supper, isn't the pastry shop business better? Do you have to be so jealous? Hi. My little pony is better than your son. Is it unbalanced? Anyway, you can't beat someone. Yi Xiao looked blankly and confused, trying to explain, but for a while, she didn't know what to say. His character is honest, and it is still too difficult for him to talk, and not to mention the accusations of so many people at the same time, which makes him extremely panicked. Yang, who was originally still upstairs, quickly realized the restlessness outside the store and rushed downstairs. Ding! Short sprint speed +1. As if a gust of wind had blown, Yang appeared strangely in front of Ye Xiao. He kept Yi Xiao behind him, and his cold eyes swept around. Dear neighborhoods, conscience, do you think our night food snack bar might add such things as shellfish? If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com. The fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 68. Remember your face today. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. How impossible! Lao Ma didn't know the causes and consequences, thinking that his son was innocent, was beaten, immediately complained. Your snack shop has been here for more than 10 years. The original business is obvious to everyone. If it wasn't because of the addition of shellfish shells, how could your beef noodles sell so well all at once? Now that we see some improvement in our pastry shop business, you start to get jealous, right? The other neighborhoods nodded frequently, obviously agreeing with Lao Ma's point of view. Beef Gua, who sells beef, sighed when he saw it. He hated the iron. Yue Xiao brother, Xiaoying's sister, Ahong. Don't we care about integrity if we do business? You are secretly going to rigabimi shells without knowing the consumers. This is the great evil of sacred sons and grandchildren. We are very kind without arresting you. After Beef Gua, many people joined the crusade. There have been complaints for a long time, and took the opportunity to drink a few words. Yihong also persuaded them to honestly admit that they were wrong. For a moment, it seemed that the entire snack street was targeting the Yang family. A flash of indifference through the world flashed in Yihong's eyes. Mu Xiuyulan, the wind will destroy it. The business of the night snack bar during this period of fire is still making these neighborhoods jealous, as the so-called wall pushes everyone down. Although they usually don't have an opening, now they have the excuse of bami shells. Where can they manage things true and false? A pot of dirty water will be pushed over the water. Although the pony on the ground still covered his nose in pain, the corner of his mouth quietly hung a smug smile. Yi Xiao and Xiaoying, where they had suffered such injustice, suddenly shivered with anger. Yihong's face was as thick as water, and his cold eyes swept the neighbors one by one, as if to remember their faces deeply. Ding! Entry-level momentum is triggered. Swept by Yihong's eyes, the neighborhood felt as if they were being stared at by a forest tiger. They suddenly shuddered and swallowed nervously, but they couldn't say anything. The entire street fell silent for a moment. Ding! Collective shock, momentum +1. At this moment, Yihong looked like a king standing in the street, and no one dared to breathe a sigh of relief in front of him. In this weird silence, Yihong's voice suddenly spread throughout the four parties. Our night food snack bar is bright and glorious, and we don't bother to add any shells. Unlike some stores, they don't have the strength of shit, but the skill of splashing dirty water is good. But he glanced at the pony on the ground. Pony's eyes suddenly dodged, and his face became unnatural. Yihong finally glanced at the audience and said coldly, "You guys, you better remember your face today? When the truth of his day surfaced, you better not shout your face." Then he took the Ye Xiao couple back to the store and slammed the door. It wasn't until Yang left for a while that the neighborhoods were relieved from Yehong's majesty. Humph, you must face and suffer. I didn't expect this family to be so stubborn. Since they chose to stay strong, then we can just wait for them to lose their reputation. A group of people scolded and gradually dispersed. Arriving on Saturday, Yihong finally had time to start his own revenge plan. He left his house early in the morning and took bus 1 to Tongyu Mountain in the northern suburbs. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 69. I don't know Taishan. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Tongyu Mountain was originally a place where people from Anming County often go out. Until a few years ago, Kai Jiannan, a wealthy man in Anming County, bought the entire mountain. Since then, Tongyu Mountain has become the private site of the Kai family. And Yi Hong is going to visit today. Naturally is Kai Jiannan, who lives in Tongyu Mountain. If you want to help the night food snack bar get rid of its stigma, you must first prove that the night food snack bar has no problem. And Kai Jiannan has great influence in the local area. If you ask him to come forward as a witness, the effect will be extraordinary. Yi Hong called Kai Jiannan a few days ago and told him about it. Kai Jiannan did not immediately agree, but let Yi Hong have time to go to Tongyu Mountain. In desperation, Yi Hong chose to visit in person on Saturday. After taking a bus for more than 10 minutes, I walked half a mile on foot and finally came to the foot of Tongyu Mountain. The entire Tongyu Mountain has only a narrow stone step winding upwards, leading to the top of the mountain shrouded in heavy fog. There is an old saying, the winding path leads to the quiet place. This is the origin of the name Tongyu Shan. The entrance to the stone steps was guarded by a team of security guards wearing black suits and black sunglasses day and night. Stop. In front of you is private territory. Idlers wait for a stop. Seeing Yi Hong approaching, a security guard waved a warning from a distance. This elder brother, my name is Yi Hong, and I have made an appointment with President Kai in advance. Yi Hong stopped. Young? Never heard of it. How far do you guys roll away? Don't think of getting confused. Seeing Yi Hong spread out in a cheap place, the security guard couldn't help but show his disdain, waving like a fly. Brother security, I really made an appointment with you, Mr. Kai. If you don't believe, you can call him and ask. Even though Yi Hong was angry, he explained patiently. Hey, you kid, don't give you a face, right? Look at your respect. Is Kai always qualified for you? I've seen many people like you, and I think about slipping up the mountain for various reasons every day. I tell you, no way. If you don't me, Ma won't know you. Yi Hong's eyes instantly froze. He was thinking about whether to force a violent brake, and suddenly the sound of the car came from behind him. An exquisite red Audi slowly drove to the front of the crowd to stop and came down from the car with a cool-looking and proud young OL. Seeing the woman appear, the security guard just changed his face and became very respectful in an instant. He tried to squeeze out a smiley face, came to the woman, nodded and said, Secretary Jiang is early. Secretary Jiang is still so beautiful. This woman is, of course, Secretary Jiang, who had a relationship with Yi Hong in her shop. Secretary Jiang didn't take care of the security guard. Instead, he came to Yi Hong in doubt and asked, Why didn't Mr. Yi still go up? President Kai has been waiting for you for several days. Seeing that Secretary Jiang seemed to know Yi Hong, the security guard instantly screamed and screamed badly. Yi Hong glanced at the security guard and shrugged helplessly. This elder brother said that I was not qualified to meet President Kai, and that even my mother would not know me. Secretary Jiang's eyes were instantly cold, and he stared at the security guard. This Mr. Yi Hong is Mr. Kai's benefactor and the most distinguished guest of the Kai group. He is not qualified to meet President Kai. Is it not because you are qualified? The security guard was so frightened that his legs were soft and shivered. Small people don't know Taishan. Please forgive me, Mr. Yi. Secretary Jiang said coldly. Shut up, get this month's salary in the personnel department, and quickly pack up and get out. The security guard suddenly turned around, and the whole person collapsed to the ground. Secretary Jiang is Kai Jiannan's most reliant assistant. Once her golden mouth opens, there is no room for recovery. He clearly understood that the golden rice bowl that he finally got was a farewell to himself. And all this, just because he offended a person who should not offend. My own bitch. After the two left, the security guard slapped himself hard, crying without tears. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 70 Strange Uphill Road. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Behind Secretary Jiang, Looking at her swaying back, it has a special flavor. Unlike Li Muya and Zhang Xuewei's innocent and pure beauty, Secretary Jiang in his early 20s is like a mature blue rose, exuding a charming fragrance all the time. It's a bit cold, otherwise it will look better. Yi Hong whispered inwardly and began to look at his surroundings. He found that Secretary Jiang did not take him up the stone steps, but went around to a mountain wall aside. There is a steel gate embedded in the mountain wall. There are many instruments that Yang has never seen before, which looks very scientific and technological. In front of the gate, there are two bald men with naked eyes, tigers and bare waists, and muscle knots. At first glance, they don't have the same level of security as Fong Kai. The two heroes saluted Secretary Jiang and gave up their positions. Secretary Jiang came to the front door and raised his index finger to lock the fingerprint on the door slightly. Dee-dee-dee. After a few short sounds, the steel door suddenly opened. Secretary Jiang beckoned to the somewhat stunned Yi Hong and took the lead in entering the gate. Behind the door is a slightly dim corridor. After walking for about 2 minutes, a similar door appeared again. Secretary Jiang did the same and opened the door with a fingerprint lock. Suddenly, there was dazzling sunlight in front of him, and he walked out of the door, but he had reached another world. I saw that it was a closed small valley, and there were several cable cars parked in the middle of the valley. Several thick steel cables extend from the valley to the top of the mountain. Come on, get in the car. Secretary Jiang was expressionless and took Yi Hong directly to one of the cable cars. Seeing Yi Hong seemed puzzled, Secretary Jiang explained, "The stone steps are for outsiders, and the journey will take half an hour. Mr. Kai has every reason, and naturally it is impossible to go that way every day. So he spent hundreds of thousands of hours to repair these ropeways that reach the top of the mountain." Yi Hong's inner secret. Sure enough, poverty limits my imagination. Later, he saw Secretary Jiang operating in the cable car. The cable car suddenly started, carrying the two to the top of the mountain. As the height of the cable car becomes higher and higher, through the glass of the cable car, you can get a panoramic view of the entire landscape of Amin County. This small view of the mountains makes Yi Hong feel relieved. He secretly vowed to live in a place where others can only look up when he is rich. Ding. Overlooking the earth, looking far ahead, +1 pattern. People have a pattern, and the bigger the pattern, the more the world landscape can be seen. Secretary Jiang's original Gu Jing's eyes suddenly burst into waves. She only felt that the young man beside her seemed to suddenly have some kind of unclear temperament. This temperament suddenly reminded Secretary Jiang of his boss. Every time Kai Jianan stood in the cable car and looked at Anming County, it was so full of majesty and domineering. At this moment, Secretary Jiang finally knew why Kai Jianan valued the boy so much. Ding. Aroused the beauty's attention, +1 momentum, +1 girl skills. Huh. Yi Hong immediately turned to look at Secretary Jiang, but found that she turned away from the lightning and looked out the window. In a slightly weird atmosphere, the cable car finally reached the top of the mountain. The sight dimmed, and the cable car had stopped in a quiet room. After getting off the cable car, Yi Hong followed Secretary Jiang and walked out of the house. Two similar bald and strong men were still standing outside the house. When they saw the two coming out of the room, they leaned over with two instruments. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 71 Mountain Scenery. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com. mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Check if there are any prohibited items, don't worry. Secretary Jiang explained. Yi Hong secretly said that it seems that Kai Jianan, a rich man, is not good enough. A residence needs to lay heavy defenses. The infrared light above the instrument suddenly swept over the two, just like passing through security. There was nothing else in Yi Hong's whole body except for a bag of supreme osmanthus red bean cake, specially brought as a gift. The two naturally passed the inspection and left the house. At the foot of it was a path paved with cobblestones. After a few steps, after turning a corner, the eyes suddenly turned bright. Yang breathed a little and a huge Chinese-style villa came into view. Red bricks and white tiles, golden roofs and silver walls, a rich and magnificent family atmosphere rushed to the face. At first glance, the entire villa is more than 400 square meters. The legend in Aming County is true. After entering the door of the villa, after several consecutive corridors and arches, finally came to the Kai family's parlor. A petite figure suddenly rushed out of the hall and jumped towards Yang. Yi Hong smiled slightly, not shining, and let Chi bump into his arms. Giggle, brother Yang, you're here. You're about to die. The girl in her arms is naturally Kai Siener, the pearl of the Kai family. She has a sly look on her face. Kai Hung, who was following, leaned on a cane and looked at the picture with a smile. Hong, if you don't come again, all my beards will be stripped by this little witch. Yi Hong immediately apologized and said, Sorry Kai, there have been some trivial things in the store recently, otherwise you should have come to visit your old one. Kai Hung smiled with understanding. Your business, I heard a little bit about the old man. Your character is not believed by others. Our Kai family must believe it. Rest assured, Jianan will definitely help you deal with it beautifully. If he dare not help, the old man, I will use a cane to pump him. Sienna in her arms grumbled in grievance at this time. Brother Yang, Stinky Baba, and grandfather are two bad guys. These days, Sienna is not going down the mountain to find you, saying there are bad people outside. Catch the ferry. Hurry up and tell Sienna what they said is true. Yi Hong froze for a moment, and Kai Hung next to him sighed and explained, It is the news from the Anqing Bureau, saying that it is not easy for those two traffickers to come. Let us not let the immortals know before we solve the case. Go outside. Otherwise, old man, I would have taken Sienna to find you. Yi Hong suddenly remembered what Xiao Lu mentioned last time, saying that there was a big force behind the two traffickers, and nodded thoughtfully. No wonder Kai Jianan wants to let himself come here. Don't stop talking at the door. Let's go to the advanced room. Secretary Jiang suddenly said. Look at my head. Kai Hing patted his head and shouted behind him. Sisterly, prepare some refreshments. A middle-aged woman dressed as a nanny answered and walked away. The decor in the living room is quite antique. Almost all the furniture is made of elegant solid ancient wood, and even the chandelier above the head is a simple paper lamp. After greeting Yi Hong to sit down, Secretary Jiang said aside, Mr. Kai went to the next county for a meeting yesterday and is now on his way back. I may have to trouble you to wait here. Yang nodded, indicating that it didn't matter. Then talk. I still have some business to deal with. Secretary Jiang accused him of a crime and went away. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 72 Two Guests. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. It didn't take long for Sister Lee to return to the parlor with her tea. Yi Hong also took the opportunity to take out the supreme osmanthus red bean cake he brought and handed it to Kai Hung. Hey, old man, I now rely on this cake a little bit. I always feel that I have to eat a lot of old wastes for a day. Sienna also naturally shined before her, and she gnawed at the cake she was holding. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, while chatting and waiting for Kai Jianan to return, Sister Lee suddenly entered the house and reported. Master, two guests came outside. Guest? Kai Hung frowned. Did you tell them that Jianan already has a guest today? Master, they said they came to you. Find me. When Kai Hung was stunned, there was a thick and old voice in the distance. Kai Hung, is your old guy dead? If you don't die, don't hurry and come out to receive the old man. Grandma's death is so cold. This sound should have been heard from outside the door, but still sounded after Yi Hong's ears, showing his loud voice. Kai Heng's face went directly dark, and she waved and asked Sister Lee to bring people in. Let you see the joke, it was an old comrade of mine, and I haven't seen it for years. I heard that he had nothing to do in the past few years. He was studying blindly with math books all day, and he didn't know what he had done. Kai Hung sneered, but Yi Hong saw a smile from his eyes, showing that the relationship between the two should be quite good. Ha ha ha. The Lao Yuan heard you old guy arranging me. With a few bold laughs, a tall figure approached the door abruptly. I saw that this was an old man of the same age as Kai Hong. Although he had white hair, he was binocular and spirited. A green army coat was draped straight over his body, exuding dominance and toughness. Standing on his right-hand side is a 5 or 6-year-old boy. The boy's eyebrows are clear, but his eyes are full of arrogance that he should not have at this age. The boy was not timid and glanced at the hall, but stopped on Siener, his gaze kept slightly. Yo, didn't expect you old guy to have guests. The old man glanced at Yi Hong and said a sarcasm again. Kai Hung shook his head and introduced to Yi Hong. This old guy is named Fu Huaiyong, and he is the oldest immortal in Anming County. He was about to introduce Yi Hong to Fu Huaiyong, but Fu Huaiyong waved his hand and said indifferently, "No, like this incompetent junior. Even if you introduce it today, I will forget it immediately." Fu Huaiyong seemed to be talking about a trivial matter, but Yi Hong raised his eyebrows, and a coldness flashed in his eyes. He has never seen someone as mad as Fu Huaiyong in his life. "Old man Fu, I didn't expect you old man to look away." Kai Hung smiled. Hong, he is not a normal young generation." Fu Huaiyong looked at Yang up and down a few times, but he didn't find any highlights. The ordinary face, a shirt and jeans bought from the second-hand market. Is this not an ordinary student who can be seen on the streets? His heart suddenly flashed with disdain. This Kai Hung really lived and returned, and people of all qualities made friends. Fu Huaiyong shook his head and said to Kai Hung, "Old man Kai, I came to see you today, not to chat, but to show you a baby." "Baby?" Kai Hung was helpless. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 73, I Am Awesome. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Come. I saw Fu Huaiyong wave to the little boy behind him. The little boy did not have any stage fright and bowed gracefully to Kai Hung. Fu Xn has seen Grandpa Kai. Kai Hung looked at the boy's fun and couldn't help being happy. This little guy is. Ha ha ha. Fu Huaiyong touched his beard and laughed. Aren't you an old guy with long eyes? Fu Xin is a grandson and grandson. At that time, Lao Tzu and you were more than your son. As a result, your home Jiannan was like a pervert, and it went to heaven in a few years. Your son is not as good as you. Today we will come to BB's son. How? Fu Huaiyong and Kai Hung were born and died in the same army when they were young. But after they got old, the days were gradually boring, but they started to compare each other. At first, it was better than military merits, and I found that they were almost the same. Later, he started to play chess, and as a result, both of them were stinky chess baskets. In the end, he has begun to be ecstatically better than his wife's cooking. After the two had children, this comparison extended to their children. Unfortunately, Kai Jiannan was so talented that he stood at the top of the business community in Anming County in his early 30s. Leaving Fu Huaiyong's sons behind him all alone. Affected by this, Fu Huaiyong has not come to Kai Hung for years. Now with son Zifu's heart coming, it is clear that he is not going to the Three Treasures Hall, and the comers are not good. He said that Fu Huaiyong was looking at the fairy in Yehong's arms, and he pretended to be kind. "This little girl is your little granddaughter fairy? How old is this girl? Is there any talent?" Humph. Siener hated the old man in front of him very much. He hummed and turned his head to ignore him. Fu Huaiyong was also not annoyed and said to Fu Xin, "Come on, give you Grandpa Kai to talk about the honor you have won. Just say a few." Fu Xin's small face raised high, his eyes filled with arrogance, and a tender voice rang out in the hall. "I can recite the top 1,000 after the decimal point at 3 years old." At the age of 4, he participated in the Yin Gua Gung Luo Cup, National Junior Math Challenge, and won the primary school championship. At the age of 5, he participated in the mathematical challenge of the Major League Cup, and won a gold medal. 5.5. As Fu Xin reported the honors, Fu Huaiyong kept smiling. Kai Heng's face was more and more shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect this little guy to be so amazing. Even Yi Hong sighed inwardly. Today I really let myself meet the legendary math prodigy. This kind of record must not even be able to be done by ordinary college students. If it was Yi Hong, who was like a scumbag before, he would be complacent in front of Fu Xian. But now that he has a system in hand and is proficient in mathematics, Fu Xian's achievements are nothing to him. So Yi Hong just smiled and listened, without much expression. Yi Hong's calmness made Fu Huayong pay more attention. But Fu Huayong quickly dismissed in his heart. It is estimated that this kid doesn't even know what level of games the Gunghua Cup and Major League Cup are. If you know it, it will not be so calm. Yi Hong found out by accident that Fu Xian was looking at Xiener while he was reading something while looking at it. For a long time, under the condition that Kai Heng's entire head was larger, Fu Xian finally stopped reading. His little face suddenly showed a trace of tension and said to Xiener in a showy manner, How? I am awesome. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 74 Fairy Master. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Xiener raised his head like a proud white swan, disdainful, childish. After he got back into Yehong's arms, he didn't bother to look at Fu Xian. Fu Xian's face was white, and all the peers around him looked up at him. Why did Xiener show so little face? He looked at Xiener and Yehong's intimacy, and his inner flame of unnamed jealousy turned around and spread his anger on Yehong. Men and women don't accept love. Let go of Xiener's sister. Yi Hong couldn't help but stunned, and then twitched his mouth. You're a little fart boy, understand that men and women don't accept love. Wouldn't he regard himself as a rival? Yang suddenly produced bad water in her stomach and shook her head at Fu Xian. Master Xiener is right. Your achievements are indeed ridiculous in her eyes. It's childish. Fairy Master? Everyone present was helpless. Even the fairy in her arms was puzzled and looked up at Yang. When did you become the master of Yehong's brother? Yang blinked at her without any trace, indicating Xiener's cooperation. Immortally, Xiener knew it immediately and shouted, Yes, he is my apprentice, and what he says now means what I mean. You. Even if you are an apprentice of Xiener's sister, what makes me naive? Fu Xinxiao's face was full of disapproval, glaring at Yang with his neck. Yi Hong couldn't help sneering. Do you think you are a math genius? But your mathematical ability is not even comparable to one of my master's fingers. Of course she thinks you are naive. Master, are you right? Xiener has already entered the state of acting, and the whole person is happy, no matter whether it is 3, 7, 21. He nodded repeatedly following Yi Hong's words. However, Kai Heng secretly complained. Ahom, you can't brag about it. It is not clear what level of his granddaughter is. Hearing Yi Hong blowing her up to the sky now. If he is exposed, he will be ashamed. Humph. Nonsense. Dare to say that my grandson's math skills are not as good as your grandchildren's? Old man Kai, let your mathematical genius talk about her honor? Fu Huayong sneered at Kai Heng. This. Kai Heng suddenly rolled a few drops of cold sweat on his face, his heart secretly anxious. While he was thinking about how to round the field, Yi Hong spoke again, and he said lightly, Slaughter with a slaughter knife? The mathematics level of Fu Xian's children, even me, can't be looked down upon, and I'm not qualified to let my teacher speak. Boy, you are a little mad. Fu Huayong's eyes were cold, and a breath of blood from the blood of the corpse mountain suddenly enveloped Xianghong. Ding. Suppressed by momentum, +1 momentum. Ding. The momentum has risen to the mastery level, the current progress, 11100. Ding. Trigger mastery class momentum, automatically eliminate the impact of momentum. Yi Hong was originally suffocated by Fu Huayong's iron blood, but he felt as if he was stared at by a cold-blooded killer, and he was cold all over. But as the mastery level momentum triggered, this feeling disappeared immediately. He couldn't help smiling slightly. Yun foam was light, looking at Fu Huayong without resistance. Fu Huayong's pupils could not help shrinking and looked at Yi Hong up and down. This time he really found out that he couldn't see through the teenager. Even the last time a general of the Yanwu district came to visit, he couldn't stand his glaring, but the kid looked like nothing at all. This kid is quite weird. At this time, Fu Xian was already too excited by Yi Hong and jumped out and said, "Yi Hong, I want to compete with you. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 75 Mental Arithmetic Competition." For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Fu Xian received a good mathematics education from Fu Huayong when he was a child. He fought all the way, won many competition awards, and was proud of all his peers. Such an arrogant person, but today was blown by Yi Hong repeatedly. How can he bear it? "Oh, what are you talking about?" Yi Hong asked. Fu Xian was stunned, but he didn't think about how to compare with Yi Hong for the time being. Fu Xian, compare his mental calculation ability with him. Fu Huayong smiled calmly. Even if Yi Hong was a little weird, he did not believe that someone could beat Fu Xian in the field of mental arithmetic. Fu Xian's mental arithmetic ability, even the professor of the Department of Mathematics of Jiangdai University, thumbs up. Receiving the instructions from Grandpa, Fu Xian nodded and proudly said, "Dare you dare to compare with me?" Mental arithmetic. Yi Hong's inner waters rose again, and he was stunned, deliberately pretending to be a very reluctant look. Mental calculation. Also, it is okay. Fu Huayong heard Yi Hong's guilty conscience, his mouth slightly tickled. When Fu Huayong was about to announce the rules of the game, Yi Hong suddenly interrupted. "Slow. What's the matter with you?" Fu Huayong was impatient, staring at Tiger's eyes. "If I win, you must promise to do something for me, dare you?" Yi Hong looked out, but his eyes dodged. Hearing Yi Hong's words, Fu Huayong immediately wanted to refuse. With his status in the Yanwu world, a promise that is so valuable is generally impossible to promise to others casually. But when he caught the panic in Yi Hong's eyes, suddenly the light flashed in his head. This kid wanted to bluff me. Fu Huayong immediately glared his eyes. Why not dare? But if your kid loses, he must take a good look and run away from the mountain. How about compare or not compare? This. Yi Hong immediately hesitated, looking hesitant. Yi Hong's performance instantly made Fu Huayong more affirmed his thoughts, complacent, and thought he broke Yi Hong's careful opportunity. Hesitating again and again, Yi Hong finally gritted her teeth. Isn't it mental arithmetic? I believe what the master taught me." Fu Huayong smiled, thinking that he had seen Yi Hong's sex inside. As everyone knows, Yi Hong's heart is also holding a smile. The fish is already hooked. Ding. Fool others, acting +1, current progress, 110, current level, entry level. Fu Huayong, who couldn't wait to teach Yi Hong, immediately announced the mental arithmetic competition rules. In order to show fairness, he and Kai Hung will write a set of numbers with a length of more than 10 digits and scramble all the numbers to form 10 complex calculation questions randomly. Whoever first calculates the results of all questions using mental calculation ability will win. Kai Hung asked Sister Li to fetch paper and pen and began to write sets of numbers with Fu Huayong. It's just that Kai Hung was writing while he was extremely anxious in his heart. He was worried that Yi Hong would not be able to end in a while, and he had been thinking about how to deal with it. If you really let Yang streak down the mountain, not only Yi Hong's face, but also their Kai's face. Alas, how can you be so impulsive, Ahong? Kai Hung sighed again, and the expression on his face was extremely stiff. It seemed to see Kai Heng's uneasiness, and Fu Huayong was even more contented. Under Fu Huayong's constant urging, the two finally came up with the problem and placed it in front of Yi Hong and Fu Xian. So the old man announced. Fu Huayong squeezed the stopwatch hard. The mental arithmetic competition officially started. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 76, You Must Be Scribbling. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Fu Xian almost buried his head on the paper for the first time and looked at the subject seriously. I have to say that Fu Xian's math prodigy really deserves its reputation. After a few seconds, the first question has been solved by him smoothly. You should know that this is a super complex calculation problem with addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division of more than 10 digits. The average person may not have finished the problem yet. Fu glanced at Yang proudly and continued to conquer the next question. On the other hand, Yang didn't even take out the pen and closed his eyes and didn't know what he was thinking. Yihong, what's wrong with you? Answer the questions quickly. Kai Heng anxiously waited for a slap to wake Yang. You guys have a look anyway. How can I help you round the field after this look? Oh, the pretense is deep. Fu Huayong sneered, then stopped paying attention to Yihong. In his view, this game is over. Fu Xian will definitely win. At that time, the kid had to be naked and go down the mountain in full view. And his grandson is equivalent to defeating the granddaughter of the Kai family. The suffocation and wickedness once brought by Kai Jiannan, after decades of accumulation, will finally be brought back today. Time passes by 1 minute and 1 second. Just when Fu Huayong was dark inside, he heard a sudden cough. Cough. Yihong stretched out a lazy waist and said sleepily, I'm sorry, these questions are not too challenging and made me fall asleep accidentally. Everyone, even Fu Xian on the side, thinking in his head, was hurt by Yihong's sentence. Boy, Fu Xian, he's almost done. Fu Huayong smiled confidently. The two were each assigned 10 questions, but at this time Fu Xian had already completed the first 9 questions and had just begun to solve the last question. With the gap between the two, it must be that Yang, even a humanoid computer, can't keep up with Fu Xian's progress. Fu Huayong stood up and sorted out his clothes, and he was ready to announce the victory of Fu Xian. On the other hand, Kai Heng's complexion has turned black to the extreme, and Xiener seemed to be aware of the seriousness of the matter and worried on her small face. Brother Yang, come on. Even at this critical moment, Yihong still did not forget to go back and made an okay gesture to Xiener. Immediately afterwards, he raised the pen. The languid look in his eyes instantly froze. A beam of light filled with wisdom flashed across Yihong's eyes. At this moment, Yihong seemed to have changed completely. Ding! Mastery Mathematics ability triggers. Automatically scans the question in front of you. Scanned. All answers have been sent. Swipe. For a time, Yihong's hand dashed out the afterimages and quickly traced a trace on the paper. Solve a problem in the first second. Solve 3 questions in the second. 3, 4, 5. 5 seconds later, Yihong has stopped writing. There are 10 questions on the whole paper, and the answer has been written behind each question. I finished. When Yihong spoke this sentence lightly, Fu Xian had just finished writing. He stiffened and looked at Yang incredulously. No, impossible. This is impossible. Fu Huayong's reaction was more intense. He grabbed the overnight papers and shouted desperately, You must be writing. Old Kai, please bring the calculator. I will check it myself. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 77, No Need to Continue Checking. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Soon, an elaborate scientific calculator was taken by Li. Fu Huayong compares Yihong's paper with a question-by-question calculation. But the more he counted back, the more a heart sank. Undoubtedly, Yihong's answer to each question is correct. He pressed the calculator's hand and shivered slightly. Grandpa, don't need to continue the calculation. A young hand held Fu Huayong's hand. Fu Xian watched Yihong's paper for a long time. With his own mental calculation ability, he has already seen that Yihong's 10 questions are all right. In this game, Yihong spent much less time than Fu Xian. So there is no doubt that Fu Xinxia completely lost to Yihong. This news is undoubtedly a huge blow to Fu Xian. From a young age to a big one, he was known as a math prodigy. He has gone smoothly all the way along the way and has never suffered a one-sided failure like today. This feeling of powerlessness, like a mountain in Fu's heart, made him finally taste the taste of looking up at others. He came to Yang and said seriously, "Brother Yang, my mental calculation ability is not as good as yours. You won this game. I will continue to work hard and fight for you next time." Looking at Fu Xian's generous and frank admission of failure, Yihong couldn't help but feel good about the little boy. Based on the vigor of not being arrogant and discouraged, the future of this son must be unlimited. However, Fu Xian's next sentence smashed Yihong's goodwill instantly. "I will definitely take Sister Xiener back from you by then." Yihong. Xiener cheered and threw himself in Yihong's arms, looking at him with extremely admiring eyes. "Brother Yihong, you are awesome." Fong Kai and Kai Hung were on the side, really squeezing a sweat for Yihong. At this time, Kai Hung also took a long sigh of relief and looked at Yang with a wry smile. He still doesn't understand it now. This kid is clearly in the chest. All expressions are intentionally made for Fu Huaiyong. Such superb acting tricks deceived both of their well-established old men. Kai Hung smiled bitterly, but his heart was secretly shocked Yihong's ability. With superb cooking skills, excellent character, and business mind, it seems that even mathematics ability is also a genius level. Isn't such a male student the most necessary assistant to Kai Jianan, the most suitable heir to the Kai group in the future? He looked at Xiener, who was intimate with Yihong, and his eyes could not help flashing. The two are just a decade away. Compared with the joy of Kai Hung, Fu Huaiyong's face is as ugly as eating shit. He was not an idiot, and he had already awakened himself to the trap of Yihong at this time. But because of this, he was even more annoyed. "I have spent most of my life in Anming County, but today I am planted in the hands of a hairy boy. If this matter spreads, Yin Wu and Yin Wen in Anming County will treat him as a joke." He looked pale and said coldly, "It was just a fluke, and it happened to make you encounter mental arithmetic. If other fields of mathematics are definitely not my grandchildren's opponents." But these words, "but there is no momentum," but it simply makes people think that Fu Huaiyong is a stubborn old man with a dead duck. Kai Heng laughed immediately, pushed Fu Huaiyong back to the sofa, and said in a round court, "Do not be angry, old Fu. Be careful of your heart attack. Come, eat a piece of pastry to dispel anger." If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com. The fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 78 in front of you. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Humph. I'm not angry. Fu Huaiyong said angrily, but said that he picked up the pastry on the table and took a bite, as if biting Yang. What? A rich and fragrant fragrance burst into the mouth instantly, with the sweetness of red beans and the fragrance of osmanthus. Then a warm current rushed straight into the abdomen, as if the blood and blood of the whole body were mobilized. Fu Huaiyong couldn't help but rejuvenate, and carefully chewed the supreme osmanthus red bean cake in his mouth. After a long time, Kai Hung smiled and said, "How does it taste?" Fu Huaiyong didn't lift his eyelids and said lightly, "That's it. Grandpa, you have eaten the 5th piece. Your father said that you have heart disease. Be careful when eating." Fu Xian did not know how embarrassing Fu Huaiyong would be with his innocent makeup knife. "Ha ha ha." Kai Heng suddenly laughed. Fu Huaiyong blushed old and coughed twice, pretending to ask casually, "Which old-time pastry shop did you buy it from?" "Damn it, really don't say. This pastry tastes really good. Go back and buy it yourself." Kai Hung smiled and shook his head. "How can ordinary old brands be bought? I bought it in the provincial city." Kai Hung continued to shake his head. "Isn't it a national name? Don't you tell me that it's a pastry at the national banquet?" Fu Huaiyong's eyes widened instantly. Kai Hung still shook his head. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat at the state banquet. Fu Huayong immediately scratched his head and scratched his head. You old guy, tell me which top chefs work. Don't let lousy appetite. Oh, Kai Hing gave a meaningful smile. Do you think this is a top chef? Nonsense, Fu Huayong proudly said. Lao Tzu didn't dare to say that the whole province of Jiangnan has eaten the five-star hotels in Egret City anyway. This level of appreciation is still there. This pastry is soft and glutinous and crispy, and the taste is clear but not light, sweet and not greasy. After eating, the lips and teeth are fragrant and refreshing. I can guarantee that there are 10 people in Jiangnan province who can make such cakes. Kai Heng's smile grew thicker and almost overflowed his cheeks. Jiangnan province can't find 10, but there may be one in front of him. Ah! Fu Huayong couldn't help but stunned, apparently did not reflect the meaning of Kai Heng. Yi Hong scratched his head, as if being embarrassed, and said immediately, Fu Lao, this pastry is called Supreme Osmanthus Red Bean Cake. Supreme Osmanthus Red Bean Cake. What a name! Fu Huayong repeated the name several times in his mouth, but immediately responded to talking with himself. Yi Hong, and immediately raised his face and shouted, I talk to old Kai. What mouth do you put in? Yi Hong shrugged. I don't want to talk, but unfortunately, the inventor of this pastry is right down. If I don't say anything, you should boast me to heaven. Fu Huayong's expression was stiff, and the whole person was stunned. The pastry in his hand was neither put down nor continued to eat. He turned his head hard and turned his gaze directly to Kai Heng. Kai Heng nodded. Yes, Mr. Fu, the top chef you want to find. Is it not far away from the horizon? Fu Huayong took a few deep breaths and quietly watched Yang for a long time. The contempt, disdain, and other emotions in his eyes are long gone, replaced by an inquiry and scrutiny. What are you? If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 79, A Promise from the Big Brother. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Where are you, holy? When Fu Huayong asked this sentence, it showed that he had regarded Yi Hong as a young man who must be valued. In the whole Anming County, young people who can be valued by Fu Huayong can count them with one hand. At this moment, not only Fu Xian, but also Sister Li on the side focused her curious eyes tightly on Yi Hong. With a large living room, Yi Hong has become the protagonist. Don't dare to be fooled. I'm just a young junior who is not influential. Even if you say your name, you will forget it immediately. Yi Hong smiled, but made Fu Huayong's face froze directly. His sharp counterattack instantly made Fu Huayong's face hot. Fong Kai Fu Huayong despised Yi Hong. How embarrassed he is now. Fu Huayong's face sank directly. Ding. Irony. Taunting ability +1. Ding. He who is the boss of the Yenwu world has guts +1, current progress, 110, current level, entry level. Looking at Fu Huayong's ugly face, Kai Heng screamed badly, and with Fu Huayong's temper, he might be on the spot. Just when Kai Heng was about to come out and play round, Fu Huayong grinned abruptly and laughed in the sky. The heroic laughter resounded throughout the hall. Good boy, I am brave. Nowadays, young people, all of them are smaller than mosquitoes, and they don't dare to put one when they see Lot's ass. Over the years, you are the only one who can make Lao Tzu feel frustrated. With that said, Fu Huayong no longer concealed his desires, biting the cake in his hand. True fragrance. He clapped his hands and said, Laozi has never lost his faith in others in his life. Since he has agreed to this gambling contract, he would like to gamble to lose. Say, what do you want me to do for you? Let me talk about it first. I violate the moral laws and I am sorry for the people. I can't do it. Lao Fu is assured that there is something in the hearts of the younger generation. It's just that the juniors haven't figured out what they want you to do, so... You cunning kid. Fu Huayong scolded. Laozi only waits for you for a year, and this promise will automatically lapse after a year, can it? No problem. Yi Hong was excited and did not expect this trip to have such a windfall. although he didn't know the specific position of Fu Huayong. But by looking at the kind of heroic spirit revealed in Fu Huayong's words, he knew that he was not a general. A promise of such a big man. Sometimes I can't buy it with money. This incident finally ended successfully, and the mind was removed, and a group of people talked happily in the living room. Fu Xian and Fu Huayong were holding Yi Hong to discuss the mathematics. Yi Hong only showed the skills in his mind a little bit of the sea, 9 cows and 1 hare, and said the grandfather and grandson of the Fu family in a daze. Like the primary school students, the two of them sat on the sofa and listened to Yi Hong's tongue blooming in a lot of flowers. It wasn't until noon that Kai Jiannan hurried back to the villa, and Yi Hong was able to take a breath. Seeing Kai Huainan, the grandson of Fu Huayong, was also shocked, but soon welcomed them warmly. The luxurious luncheon of the day naturally opened Yi Hong's horizons. A plate of pan shanjian highway instantly increased Yi Hong's cooking ability by several points. In the afternoon, Fu Huayong and Fu Xian left, and Kai Jiannan and Yi Hong also had time to chat face-to-face. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 80, He Dare Not Give Kai a Face. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. On the second floor of the villa, a very elegantly decorated study room with sandalwood smoke and ink fragrance haunts. After Lee brought tea for the two, she quit the study. Come, try the tea I brought back on a business trip. The color of the tea in front of me was fresh, and the fragrance of the tea was overflowing. Before I drank it, I made Yang mouthful. He was not polite with Kai Jiannan. He took a sip from the teacup. How? Can you drink what kind of tea? Kai Jiannan spoke with a hint of proofreading. Ding. Taste top tea, plus 5 tea ceremony level, current progress, 510, current level, entry level. Yi Hong was also the first to encounter such a situation with 5 points of experience directly added. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in the delightful experience brought by the tea. Combined with the knowledge of the tea ceremony that suddenly came out of his brain, he said leisurely, "The soup is clear and the veins are neat. The fragrance of the tea is clear and long, and the taste is mellow. It is indeed the top tea. If I guess right, it should be the top Dahongpo in the southeast province next door, right? I know I can't hide you as a wicked genius." Kai Jiannan laughed. Dahongpo is a specialty tea product in the southeast of Jiangnan province. It is extremely expensive. 1 or 2 teas can generally be sold for hundreds of thousands of national currency. The top quality Dahongpo tea leaves are picked from the only Dahongpo mother tree that is still alive today. Not to mention tasting this kind of tea, most people hardly see it. Its price can no longer be measured by money. Being able to come up with this top tea to entertain Yang shows the importance of Yang in Kai Jiannan's heart. Kai Jiannan was not surprised that Yi Hongning had tasted that it was a top-notch red robe. Now it would be amazing to tell Kai Jiannan that there is something else that Yi Hong wouldn't know. Kai Jiannan also took a sip of fragrant tea and then asked, "Know why I called you here?" Yi Hong thought of the little girl who had to stick to her arms even when she was eating, and nodded with a wry smile. "Oh, seeing Xiener smiling, my father's old arms are very relieved." Kai Jiannan looked at the scenery outside the window. A flash of sadness flashed in his eyes, and said in a low tone, "Xiener and her mother left early, and I was so absorbed in my career that I had little time to take care of her. For all these years, she was accompanied by only one villa, Nuada, as well as her father, his elderly family, and sisterly, 2 living people. Speaking of which, Fu Xian should be the only person of the same age that Xiener has seen in recent years, alas." Yi Hong flashed Xiener's obedient look in his heart, and inexplicably his sorrow came. Born in such a family, although I have been a child since childhood, can I really be happy? So, Xiaoyi, you may have to visit her often in the future, Kai Jiannan said. Yi Hong nodded seriously. "Don't say this, let me talk about your business." So Yang put down the teacup and explained the story of the night snack bar to Kai Jiannan at 1510. Kai Jiannan listened, but didn't even frown and said lightly, "This is simple. I just asked the moderator of the local forum to delete the post. I don't believe he dared to give me face." "No." Yihong shook his head immediately. "This is too cheap for some people." Seeing the fierce flash in Yihong's eyes, Kai Jianan nodded with satisfaction, becoming more and more fond of Yihong's heart. Shopping malls are like battlefields, and soft-hearted people usually fall first. "So what do you want to do?" Kai Jianan wondered. Yihong smiled mysteriously and told Kai Jianan his own plans. The two had been discussing various details until dinner time, and then they smiled at the meeting and ended the conversation. "Xiaoyi, the store at Dongjiku is almost ready, and you should move in." Hearing Kai Jianan's words, Yihong looked out the window and fell silent. Young eagle, after all, one day out of the nest. A broader stage is about to be unveiled to Yang. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 81, Fierce Counterattack. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. This Sunday, there was an earthquake in the local forum. A netizen whose ID is Teacher Kai posted a video post on the forum. At the beginning, there was no one interested in this post, but when someone accidentally clicked on the video, they could not help but burst a swearing underneath. "Wachow! Come out and see the big brother." Immediately after, more and more people clicked on the video, and this post became more and more popular. "This Nima, I finally saw the big brother today. Mr. Kai, please accept your brother's knee. Mr. Kai, I am in Yushu Linfeng. Can I join the Kai group?" More and more people are attracted to the post, open the video, and then cannot stop wondering. In a cafe in Anming County, two middle-aged men are enjoying the aroma of coffee and imagining a better life in the future. One of them was wearing brown glasses, his face was yellow, his beard was unshaven, and there was a sense of decadence that could not be concealed. This person is the main moderator of the local forum in Anming County, and the most powerful top manager in the forum, Yufeng. The middle-aged man with a flattering color beside him, who kept pleasing Yufeng, was the deputy moderator, Xiaha. "You moderator, because of the posts in the night snack bar recently, the traffic is bursting, and the popularity is amazing. Oh, this is inseparable from the hard work of the Xiam moderator. Where, I just opened a back door for the kid named Ma. I never thought this post would be so hot. In other words, you moderator, is there really a problem with that night snack bar?" Yufeng smiled coldly. "You have no problem with him. Let's do this. Isn't it just to collect money? Is it convenient for others? Since his pony is paid, we have to make sure that this post is on fire. We don't have to worry about the rest." "You're right. It's a big moderator. The knowledge is different, hee. Just when Yufeng and Xia touted each other, the phone on Yufeng's desk suddenly shook violently. Immediately afterwards, Xia's cell phone ringing also rang. The two looked at each other and answered the phone separately. The call was made by other staff members of the forum, and the intention was the same. "Moderator, something big is happening. Take a look at the video in the forum." The two immediately hung up the phone, tolerating the uneasiness, and tremblingly opened the video on the phone. In the video, it is a big man who is almost known to women and children in Anming County, Kai Jiannan, the president of Kai Group. I saw Kai Jiannan carefully savored the pastry in his hand and introduced it to everyone. "This pastry in my hand is called the Supreme Osmanthus Red Bean Cake, which was produced in the county's night snack bar." Hearing the words, "eat food snack bar," Yufeng and Xia Nei groaned at the same time. The food at the night snack bar is the most delicious, healthy, and reassuring product I have ever eaten. Especially their supreme beef noodles and supreme osmanthus red bean cake are even more precious dishes on earth. I was very angry to hear that their shop was slandered and doped with poppy shells. Simo guarantees his character that everything in the night snack bar is absolutely impossible to add something like a poppy shell. I hope everyone can keep their heads clear and don't be rhythm-driven by someone with ulterior motives. Kai Jianan emphasized the pronunciation of the words ultimate ulterior motives. Although he didn't mention the name, The fool knew who he was talking about. The video ends here, but Yufeng and Xiahe's cold sweat in front of the video can't stop the wild flow. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 82. President Kai said he was angry. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. It's over, it's over. Dense sweat beads ooze from Xia's face, and he stands up and walks around in the cafe. Yufeng's face was also ugly to the extreme. These nights, the snack bar is silent, and even a post of clarification has not been posted. But I never imagined that the night food wouldn't sound. It was amazing. An ordinary snack bar that was supposed to be slaughtered by someone stood behind such a behemoth. Who is Kai Jianan? That's the highest helm of the Kai Group, the top tycoon of the Anming County business community. Stomping on the whole Anming County economic lifeline will shake a few terrible characters. Would such a person eat something with a poppy shell? In other words, could a night snack bar be a Blackheart store in everyone's mouth? Kai Jianan endorsed the night food, and the words that smeared the night food snacks before became extremely ridiculous. This is not just as simple as stepping on the iron plate. If you are found behind the transaction between Yufeng Xiahe and the pony, annoying Kai Jianan, they may be laid off and become unemployed middle-aged. You moderator, what should we do? Xiahe asked anxiously. Yufeng's face was green and trembling. She flipped through the address book. I have Secretary Kai Jianan's phone number. Wait for me to contact her. As soon as the phone was dialed, Yufeng flattered. Hey, Secretary Jiang? I'm Xiao Yu in the local forum. Ah, okay. No problem, no problem. Do not worry. I didn't know what Secretary Jiang said on the opposite side of the phone, and I saw Yufeng's face pale for a while. After hanging up the phone, she recovered a trace of blood. What did she say? Xiahe asked breathlessly, holding his breath. Secretary Jiang said that President Kai is very angry now. Let us do it ourselves. Xiahe suddenly softened his legs and collapsed to the ground. His head was full of the words, Mr. Kai is very angry. Don't panic. There is a turning point in this matter. Yufeng picked up the phone and put Kai Jianan's post on top, then said to Xiahe, it seems that Kai Jianan has a good relationship with the night snack bar. If we can pass the night food, Kai Jianan can say it. Xiahe's godless eyes suddenly found a trace of vitality. He immediately stood up and hurriedly said, I'll go and prepare the gift to visit. At the time when the two major moderators made up for their deaths, the forum was already full of ridicule and criticism. The original post that slapped the night food to add poppy shells was also pushed up by the netizens who were angry, and the reply below was a 180-degree change. The landlord is shameless and spitting blood. It must have been a red-eyed night snack, only to do this kind of underachiever. It's really humiliating the people of Anming County. The landlord came out and beaten. Of course, there are also so-called analysis posts published on the forum. The people in the post made a bold guess that the night food snack bar was slandered by the peers. And this pier is directly at the pony pastry shop opposite the night food snack bar. Just as there was much discussion in the forum, a post surfaced as if a deep water bomb had been dropped in the forum. The person who posted was a local bully in Anming County. He claimed to have been instructed by the pony and went to the night food snack bar to throw flies in an attempt to destroy the night food business. As soon as the news came out, the forum was a sensation. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 83. Apologize. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Naturally, Kong DeBiao helped him deal with it. As soon as the other party heard Kong DeBiao's name, without a word, he was so scared that he immediately helped debunk Pony's true face on the forum. When countless clues point to a premeditated planting and framing case, Netizens are completely angry. They are angry at the pitiful and shameless of Pony, and even more angry at being used by others. Suddenly, countless posts swearing at Pony appeared in the forum. Every second, dozens of posts pop up, almost bursting the forum. Resolutely boycott the Pony pastry shop, but also boycott this non-human animal. What about pony sailors? Come out and be beaten. A letter of apology to the night food snack bar. There are countless posts like this. Not only that, the pony pastry shop in reality is surrounded by many people who are angry. The pony had already heard the wind, the door was closed, and he dared not take a step in the store. Lousy is really blind, so he will be deceived by you and bought this broken cake. An old man smashed all the pastries he bought at the pony pastry shop the other day and hit the gate with anger. Open the door quickly. It's no use hiding inside. We've called the police. Immediately afterwards, rotten eggs, rotten leaves, cans, everything that could be smashed was hit by the angry people on the gate. All of a sudden, the pastry shop ordered the doors to be colorful and colorful. In any case, the pony has become a rat-like presence across the street. Almost everyone shouts. The pony pastry shop can never be operated in Aming County. The other shopkeepers on the snack street looked at this picture and looked extremely complicated. They couldn't help but recall the words that Yi Hong Hong threw loudly. You guys, it is best to remember your face today. When the truth of his day surfaced, you better not shout your face. By now, the truth has surfaced, and the faces of these neighborhoods are not only painful but also swollen. All blame Pony. Yes, if he were not misled, we would not misunderstand the night eclipse. So those neighbors who ridiculed and sneered at the night food snack bar threw all the charges on the pony and joined the army of smashing shops together. That night, the night snack bar was full and packed. Almost all neighborhoods with their heads bowed to the night snack bar to apologize face to face. But more people's eyes are still focused on the back of a great shore in the corner. This back is dressed in a blue suit and a delicate gray-black quartz watch. He is eating beef noodles slowly. Everyone knows who this back is, but no one dares to greet him. The headed beef Guo rubbed his hands and said that, Brother Yi Xiao, Sister Xiaoying, a Hong. There seemed to be some misunderstanding between us before. You have a lot of masters. Forget this success. That's right. We were all fooled by ponies before. That a Hong. Could you let Mr. Kai also advertise for us? Yi Hong sneered inside, deeply disdainful for the shamelessness of these neighbors. Forget this matter. And Xiaoying suddenly raised her high voice and spit beef Guo directly into the face, spitting stars. Forgot something? Forget the fact that a group of you are accusing us of night food high, or your heart kindness. Can't bear to call the police to catch us. And Xiaoying put his hands on his hips and scolded a group of people like Hedong Roar. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com. The fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 84, As Long As You Say. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. This scolding was full of scolding for more than half an hour, without repeating the sentence. A group of people was dumbfounded and blushing. They wanted to pay back, but as soon as they saw Yi Hong's cold eyes and the silent back in the corner, there was a burst of emptiness in their hearts, and they could only be silently baptized by Xiaoying's spitting rain. Yi Hong burst into tears and laughed suddenly, but didn't expect his mother's sarcasm to be stronger than her strengthened self. But he knew that Lao suffered too much criticism and suffered too much grievance during this time. So did not stop in Xiaoying, so she scolded out painfully. The figure in the corner still ate the noodles slowly, as if everything had nothing to do with him. It wasn't until the two uninvited guests came to the store that this made Xiaoying pause for a while. Who are you looking for? And Xiaoying looked at her well-dressed, poopy belly, and carried the gift box of Yufeng and Xiaohe, thinking that what a big man was coming, and asked with some anxiety. But the sight of Yufeng and Xia, he crossed in Xiaoying for the first time and looked at the figure in the corner. In an instant, the two were shocked. They didn't need to look at their faces to know that the person was Kai Jiannan. Originally, they planned to appease Yang first, and then seek Kai Jiannan's forgiveness. But now that Kai Jiannan is here, it doesn't matter if Yi Hong is a Mao kid. Where did the ant selling vegetables? Get out. The two only looked at Kai Jiannan in the corner of Baki and ignored in Xiaoying. The anxious Xiaohe is pushing away and Xiaoying in front of him. Oh, and Xiaoying was unstable and immediately fell to the side. Fortunately, Yi Hong's response was quicker, and a small body steadily caught in Xiaoying. You guys. Yi Xiao suddenly rushed to the crown, just about to squeeze his fist forward, but was blocked by Yi Hong's hand. Yi Hong shook his head, begging him to deal with it, and then looked at the two people with the eyes of the dead. Yu Feng and Xia He did not know that they had been sentenced to death. The two stooped down and came to Kai Jiannan, flattering, and said, Mr. Kai, we are the moderators of the Anming County Forum. Earlier, because of some mistakes, which caused you to go out and provoke rumors personally, I was very sorry, and I came to pay an apology for you. Kai Jiannan put down his chopsticks and wiped his hands slowly with a tissue, without glancing at the two of them. He looked at his watch, turned his head, and said to Yang, It is 7:30 now. As long as you say a word, I can let them disappear forever in Anming County before 8 o'clock. Kai Jiannan opened his mouth, and the noisy crowd calmed down instantly. Hearing Kai Jiannan's words, the people immediately opened their eyes wide and opened their mouths, unable to speak. They suddenly found that Kai Jiannan's tone to Yang was not a command or an instruction. He was asking in an equal tone. Could it be that the young Yang, in Kai Jiannan's heart, could be equal to him? Everyone was shocked in their hearts. They knew that Kai Jiannan had something to do with the night food before, but they did not expect Kai Jiannan to value Yi Hong so much. Yu Feng and Xiaohe were the most shocked and frightened at the moment. They also saw Yi Hong when they entered the store, but didn't care. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Yang was the real big Buddha in this small temple, and the real giant peak behind the hills. At this moment, it is the high school students who seem to be able to decide the fate of their two people. Especially Xiaohe, when she saw that the woman she had just shoved was Yi Hong's mother. She was so scared that she lost her entire face. He crawled up to Xiaoying, bowed and apologized, and the whole person was almost lowered into the dust. Roll! Yang looked at Xiaohe in disgust and thundered in his mouth. Ding! Trigger mastery level momentum and automatically carry out spiritual coercion. At this moment, Xiaohe only felt that there was a catty sledgehammer knocking hard in his mind. The mind was trembling, and Yi Hong in front of him seemed to have magnified his body countless times. The endless panic surrounded Xiaohe, making him horrified and heartbroken. He shivered and stammered. Okay. I get out. Get up. Get out. He really shrank his body, rolled on the ground, and rolled away to the corner. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 85 Self-Eating. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. The crowd surrounded the audience for a moment, then burst into laughter. Yu Feng didn't dare to look at the shameful Xiaohe, but just came to Yang with a gift box and begged, Mr. Yi, I am very sorry for the trouble that caused you recently. Please also be able to raise your expensive hands and let us go. Yi Hong glanced at the gift box, which was very expensive at first glance, but his face was frosted and he didn't pick it up. If it is said that the whole incident was caused by the pony, then the moderator of the Anming County Forum is the accomplice who helped. Sometimes the murderer had no ability to kill, but the accomplice who handed him the knife was particularly hateful. Yang hates the pony, but also hates the two greedy, inferior dogs. Yi Hong's ignorance made Yu Feng's face embarrassed, and the gift-giving hand could only continue to stiff in the air, daring not to withdraw. At this moment, outside the crowd came a resounding rage. Yang! The crowd suddenly made way for the figure. I saw that figure was disheveled. His eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes, and he was glaring at Yang in the middle of the shop. It's a pony. Why is he here? Everyone immediately recognized Pony's identity. Pony pointed at Yang, full of grief and indignation, and gritted her teeth and said, "Brother Yi, no, I call you Grandpa Yi. Please raise your hand and spare our horse. My shop is now smashed with only one piece of complete furniture. My father, he was anxious and heart-attacked, and now he was lying in the hospital. Please, don't hurt our family anymore." Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Only then did they know how miserable the Ma family is now, and they couldn't help but feel for a while. "Oh, Pony, you haven't realized your mistake by now." Yi Hong sneered, pacing in front of the pony, looking down at him from the top. "I never hired anyone to smash your shop. They all punished evil and promoted goodness because they couldn't bear your evil deeds. I haven't been angry with the old horse, and the old horse got angry. Isn't it just you who are not filial? Heaven can do evil, but it can still live, but it can never live. If it were not your eyesight on our night eclipse, and your desire to murder us, how could it end like today?" Yi Hong's words struck the pony in the heart like a thunder, and also awakened a dry neighborhood. It was then that they realized how jealous they were at night. Now that the ponies have been retaliated, what about them? Thinking of Kai Jiannan's relationship with Yang, they were immediately appalled, and the apologies sounded again and again, hoping to kneel down to Yejia on the spot. Pony looked at Yang staring blankly, a mess in his head, and the whole person collapsed to the ground. His heart is extremely complex, resentful and angry, but more regretful. Regret should not provoke night food, should not provoke Yi Hong. If you don't have any bad intentions, maybe the two neighborhoods are still friendly. Maybe by the fire of night food, my family can also get some light. Maybe. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world, and the pony can only taste the bitter fruits he planted alone. Yi Hong shook his head and suddenly lost his mind to continue to care for Pony. Today's pony is almost like a waste man, but he no longer pursued it, and some people jumped out suddenly for the sake of tying Yang. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 86 Takeaway. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. I saw that Xiaohe in the corner suddenly rushed over. The body of 200 pounds burst out of amazing potential, and an accelerated flying fist directly hit the pony's face. Puff! One of the front teeth of the pony was immediately beaten by Xiaohe, and the whole person was beaten up, letting the blood in his mouth overflow. "It's all you. If it weren't for taking your business, could I offend Mr. Kai?" Xiaohe went crazy, sitting on the pony, and kept punching. The pony also regained his consciousness and immediately flicked his fist at the vital part of Xiaohe with his color. "Dare you blame me? If it weren't for you that you must make my post fire, I'll find your forum. Now that night food fart hasn't happened, I have put my store in it. I knew I wouldn't find you this waste." Xiaoma became more and more angry, fisted to the flesh, and beat Xiaohe wailfully. This Xiaohe was already hollowed out by the wine, whereas the opponent of the young man, like Pony, had to protect the face and passively beaten. On the side, Yufeng saw it, threw away the gift box, and stepped forward to persuade him. But the two were already angry. No matter who came, they even beat Yufeng together. In this way, the three rolled into a ball on the ground and stretched their fists with each other, a mess. Yi Hong looked coldly at this scene of a dog-biting dog farce, and there was no fluctuation in his heart. But the onlookers were excited. They took out their mobile phones one after another, photographed this wonderful picture, and spread it to the forum. Real hammer. Behind-the-scenes transactions between two major moderators and pastry shop owners. In a hurry, the three dogs stage a bite battle. The forum was very boiling, so the waves broke again. Originally speaking about the ponies, the two major moderators were wrapped together. At this moment, three people became the most stinking existence in the forum. But outside of the night snack bar at this time, there was a sudden scream, "Stop it!" Everyone looked back, but they found out that a security car was parked outside the shop somehow. Several security officers walked down from the car, led by a majestic female security officer. The female security officer led people through the crowd, and the solemn aura immediately shrouded the store. And the three people twisted into a ball on the ground, shuddered, and stopped. At this time, they had already had swollen noses and blue eyes, and the clothes on their bodies were ripped apart. After bringing the person towards them, the female security officer presented the relevant documents in her hand. I am Song Lingling from the Aming County Security Bureau. We suspect that you have committed a crime of defamation. Please return to the Security Bureau to help us investigate. Everyone was suddenly taken aback, and even the County Security Bureau was shocked. Generally speaking, this kind of case will only be handled by the police station, who can directly alarm the personnel of the Security Bureau. Only Yang was calm, because Song Lingling was the one he informed. Just seeing that the normally playful Song Lingling was so serious in handling the case, Yi Hong still wanted to laugh. He suddenly had a bad taste in his heart and quietly blinked at Song Lingling. But Song Lingling was always cold and did not respond at all, making Yi Hong suddenly bored. On the other hand, the three people on the ground were as mournful as they were, and the whole person was paralyzed. What filthy things they did, naturally understood in their hearts, and now that the security staff is coming, the psychological defense line has completely collapsed. Take away, Song Lingling shouted, and the three of them were taken to the safety car. Just before leaving, Song Lingling glared at Yi Hong, making him feel secretly. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 87 are in the calculation. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. After the three were arrested, the farce finally came to an end. The three people who had been washed away by the innocent night food and harbored distress were all punished. When the onlookers saw no excitement, they dispersed. Kai Jianan left a bunch of keys to Yi Hong before leaving. The store at Dongjiku has been sorted out, and you can move in at any time. Yang took the key and thanked him calmly. However, Yi Xiao and Xiaoying on the side were unable to control their excitement. The two of them suddenly suppressed their voices and began to discuss various future plans. Kai Jianan glanced at the two funnily and said to Yi Hong, "Do you need to help you hold an opening celebration? I can help you call half of the big businessmen in Aming County." Yi Hong hesitated for a moment, but shook his head and refused. Although let Kai Jianan help organize the opening ceremony, you can save a lot of trouble. But in this way, it is inevitable that his own shop is branded with the Chua's mark. Yi Hong does not want to accept too many gifts from Kai Jianan, otherwise he will owe more and more human debts, which will inevitably lead to dependence. He wanted to rely on his own efforts to make night food snacks break out of a new world at the East Street entrance. Kai Jianan is naturally unable to refute Yi Hong's self-reliance, but the appreciation in his eyes is even stronger. After Kai Jianan left, a family of three from the Yi family had another brief meeting. In the end, the three unanimously decided to officially relocate next Saturday. At night, Yi Hong lay alone in bed, thinking about what happened in recent days. From the moment you decided to deal with the pony, every step of the change was in Yi Hong's calculations. Although this process was a bit difficult, Yi Hong at this time was very fulfilled. He gradually understood that the true meaning of the God-level reinforcement system is not to change the data mechanically. Instead, tell Yang a truth. As long as you continue to strengthen, you can have the power to dominate your own destiny. Ding. Perfect layout. Layout ability +1. Ding. Countless strategies. Planning ability +1. When Yi Hong was immersed in the future, the room door was snapped. Hong, why does my phone keep ringing? Is it poisoned? Yang took a look and couldn't help being relieved, comforting. It's okay. It's our public account that is rising. Public account. Does our family still have a public account? Yi Xiao scratched her head, and in the end she said impatiently, "Forget it. I don't understand these things. Just give it to you young people." Yi Hong immediately got up from the bed and turned on the computer to find out. Sure enough, the number of fans of the night food public account suddenly rose to 5,000, and this number is still increasing. The backstage messages are even more dazzling. Some people apologize for the previous insults. Some want to taste the things in the store. Some want to build a bridge to meet Kai Jianan. Everything. Over the course of several days, the Night Snack, a snack bar, made its mark in Anming County and instantly became familiar to many people. It also benefited from Kai Jianan's star effect, which made Yi Shi, the public account, also followed by many fans. Yi Hong looked at the growing number of fans and suddenly had an idea. In the past, the nightlife was very difficult, so I had to be careful to maintain my business. Now that the scale is about to expand, can we consider opening an online food ordering platform? Thinking of this, Yang applied for an online store for the Yeshur public account. After the application is approved, diners can place orders directly through the public account to buy. Ding. Expanding influence, self-media operation ability +1. Ding. Ad platform, catering management ability +1. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com. The fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 88 introduce you to a job. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Because it takes a while to apply for the online platform, Yi Hong let the public account backstage increase his own fans and once again focused on academics. The fourth week of this semester, Monday, Yi Hong took the apple that Zhang Shuawei handed over as usual, and when she saw her charming smile, she suddenly moved. If I don't have time to take care of the public account, can I help Zhang Shuawei to operate it? But he thought about it. Zhang Shuawei did not have a system like her own, almost no study. She was just an ordinary high school student. If you help yourself with the public account, it will definitely affect her schooling, and Miss Zhang will probably come to the door by then. Thinking of this, Yi Hong dispelled this idea. But Zhang Shuawei saw Yi Hong staring at him without blinking his eyes, but had some misunderstandings. Hong, why have you been watching people? Zhang Shuawei's face is now shy, his hands unconsciously flicking the hair. Oh, nothing. Yi Hong shook his head subconsciously, but continued to think about who could take on this task. No, nothing. Zhang Shuawei suddenly stiffened, and then hummed, leaving Yi Hong with a head. Yi Hong could not help scratching his head. When did he offend the beauty again? I went to the library at noon, and I asked Zhu Ziki several questions as usual, and I got another wave of worship. Zhu Ziki is a kind of pure and lovely neighbor-like elder sister. Every time Yang is gazed at by her admiring eyes, it is inevitable that she is a little floating. But when Yi Hong saw Zhu Ziki today, she moved inwardly. Sister Ziqi, why do you want to take a higher diploma? Zhu Ziki couldn't help but give Yi Hong a glance. Of course it is to enter a higher school. Some knowledge can only be obtained in higher education institutions. Of course, you, a non-human genius, can't understand the pain of ordinary people like us, and don't know where you all learned from. Yi Hong suddenly apologized. Never thought that Zhu Ziki had such a learning heart. But within 2 seconds, Zhu Ziki's original sacred expression suddenly stopped, and he rushed into Ye Hong's ear and said, "Don't tell others, my sister actually works so hard to make more money in the future." Yi Hong sorted out the messy emotions and said seriously, "If it is to make money, why not find a better job? Do you think a good job can be found in Chinese cabbage?" Zhu Ziki sighed. "If you want a good job in this society, you need a diploma, contacts, luck, everything. If I can find a good job, I still need to stay in this library as a broken administrator?" Yi Hong, however, said, "I have a good job to introduce to you. Think about it." "You?" Zhu Ziki wondered. "What work?" "Since the media operation, take care of the public account. Are you interested?" Zhu Ziki's eyes lighted up instantly. "Don't tell me. I had my own public account when I was in school. I know this very well." But soon she looked dull. "Unfortunately, the wages in this job market are generally low now. Otherwise, I would have done this long ago. If you are interested, it will be easier to handle. As for the salary, you don't have to worry about it." Yi Hongwei pondered. "I can give you 3 times the salary of the market." "Oh, triple, that's really good." Zhu Ziki suddenly stunned. Shio eyes widened. Wait, triple. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 89 in my heart. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Right or wrong? The point is you pay me a salary? Zuziki asked in shock. Yihong calmly nodded. Zuziki instantly fell into chaos, and a high school student was even shy about hiring her and paying her a salary. If the person in front of him is not Yihong, Zuziki may have already shook his head and left. But she was still unsure and asked, "Are you kidding me?" Yihong said indifferently, "My store is moving to Dongjiku, and the scale will expand rapidly at that time. Someone needs help. I think Sister Ziqi is quite suitable for you." Zuziki froze in place. All in his mind were the words of Dongjiku. Since ancient times, Aming County has said that the east is rich and the west is expensive. That is, the west of the county is full of noble officials, and the east of the county is home to bustling commercial streets and various luxury residences. Almost every person in Aming County takes pride in owning a mansion in the east of the city. And Dongjiku, that's the top consumer place in the luxury district of Qingdong. Among them, there are many chaebols and many commodities, which is the most desirable shopping place for women in Aming County. Hearing that Yihong actually had a shop at Dongjiku, Zhuziki's first reaction was bragging. But having been with Yang for such a long time, she knew that Yang was not a big talker. He said there was a shop there, and that was basically true. She was frightened. Was this guy really a high school student? Even if I had a high school, I had mastered the high-level knowledge of the university. Even now there is a store in Dongjiku. Zhuziki felt like she was going crazy. You little bastard, what else is hiding from your sister? Zhuziki also habitually wants to drag Yihong's ears, but when he thinks of the last scene between the two of them, his face looks red and he puts his hands down. She was in a panic and immediately shifted the topic before Yihong had responded. So you are the second rich? Yihong shook his head. The 3 generations of our ancestors were all poor. Zhuziki took a sip. Who believes? Yihong shrugged. No one believed, and he couldn't help it. Although Zhuziki secretly moved the job, he was unwilling to see that he had read more than half of the textbooks on his desk. Seeing Zhuziki's expression, Yihong could not help subconsciously guessing Zhuziki's thoughts. Ding. Observe the micro-expression, reading ability +1, current progress, 110, current level, entry level. With a shock in his head, the system automatically began to analyze Zhuziki's micro-expression. Ding. Micro-expression analysis. Analysis results the probability of target entanglement is 94%. The probability of target excitement is 2%. The probability of target anger is 0.02%. The target is sad. Mind-reading ability. Isn't this the legendary mind-reading technique? With this ability to go against the sky, you can use micro-expressions to guess other people's ideas. The probability of Zhuziki's tangles is as high as 94%. When she looked at her eyes right again, Yihong could guess why she tangled. Yihongwei thought about it. Well, I will equip you with a laptop, so that you can help me maintain the public account while studying here. How? Zhuziki looked up in amazement. You? How do you know what I'm thinking? Yang smiled and said nothing, but just looked at Zhuziki quietly. Zhuziki's face was always very thin, and it was even hotter by Yihong's eyes. She discovered that the longer she stared at Yihong, the more thoroughly she felt exposed. Yihong's eyes seemed to be magical and can easily penetrate her heart. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 90, Can I Get a Third Prize? For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Zhuziki blushed and asked in a low voice, So you are not afraid of me being lazy? I believe Sister Ziki. Yi Hong's trust without hesitation thought deeply moved Zhu Ziki. Her eyes grew firmer. Since that's the case, I can take the job, cheeky. If you don't do well at that time, can you not attack me? Seeing Zhu Ziki's weakening momentum, Yi Hong smiled inwardly. He reached out to Zhu Ziki. Welcome to join Eat Food. Zhu Ziki was stunned for a while. Then he smiled and shook hands with Yi Hong. Ziqi has seen the boss. On that day, Zhu Ziki sent Yi Hong out of the library with diligent look, which attracted many passers-by again. Ding. Get grateful for the beauty, +1 for the girl's skills. Ding. Recruit staff, leadership +1, current progress, 110, current level, entry level. Ding. The staff and position are matched. The enterprise management ability is +1, the current progress, 110, the current level, entry level. Yi Hong decided to find a time to equip her own computer and mobile phone and Zhu Ziki's laptop. Time flies, and time comes to Friday at once. Just as Yi Hong was happily preparing for the opening plan, a news upset his plan. According to the urgent notice from the Mathematical Association, the county mathematics competition will start at 9 o'clock this Saturday early. Please invite our class participants to prepare well and participate on time tomorrow. Yang Daoshan said that although it is a Class 18 contestant, his eyes are looking straight at Yi Hong. After Qin Long was deprived of his qualifications, only Yi Hong was qualified to participate in the entire 18 classes. Looking at Yang Daoshan, the old man, with earnest pleading eyes, Yi Hong sure couldn't bear to refuse. It seems that the new store migration can only wait until Sunday. Yi Hong's reluctantly accepted expression made people in Class 18 immediately want to beat him. After all, this kind of competition, they do not qualify even if they want to participate. Many people wanted to participate for Yang, but when they thought of the ability gap with Yang, they were suddenly discouraged. In the corner that Yi Hong didn't notice, Qin Long seemed to have nothing to do with himself, but in the depths of his eyes there was a bit of resentment and pride. Yang, let's not end. Let's wait and see tomorrow. I will let you try what it means to hold back. That night, Yi Hong and his family talked about the competition, and Yi Xiao and Xiaoying rushed him back to their room for review. But where does Yang need to review? He believes that with the mathematics ability of more than 60 points, even if he participates in the city competition, he can still be proud of the crowd. But no matter what he said, the second elder would not believe it. That's a county math contest. If you can get a third prize, our ancestors will follow the light. Son, don't be nervous. Treat yourself as usual. Listening to the old couple, you said one thing to me. Yi Hong had to pretend to review with a book, otherwise they would probably be able to talk for a night. I had an appointment with Shui Wei to visit Sister Muya. It seems I can only wait for the next time. In the early morning of the next day, Yi Hong left the house with a pained face in the cheering of Yi Xiao and in Xiaoying resounding through the sky. According to the information provided by Yang Daoshan, there were a total of 10 talented teams in this competition, and only 1 year later was Yi Hong. The teacher who led the team happened to be Yang Daoshan. As he yawned, he walked towards the agreed meeting place. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 91, Surrounded by Jealousy. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. At 8:30 in the morning, when Yang rushed to the designated meeting place the entrance of Aming County Education Base, he found that the entrance of the base was already full of people. First middle school, second middle school, third middle school, Nani Middle School, Hongta Middle School, Jitsai Middle School. The flags of various schools fluttered in front of the door. The participating students, either excited, nervous, or worried, lined up in a team. With enhanced vision, Yi Hong easily saw Yang Daoshan's shining baldness in the crowd, and then found the square of Jitsai Middle School, but found that he seemed to be the last one to arrive. Yang here. Yang Daoshan beckoned towards Yang from afar, and the other 9 students from Jitsai Middle School looked at Yang with curiosity. Yi Hong Min acutely felt that there was not much goodwill in the eyes of these people. Ding. Trigger entry-level mind reading ability, micro-expression detection. Ding. After the test, the concentration of jealousy in the air is 98%. Jealous. Yihong knew more or less the source of jealousy of these people. That is, he had the right to participate in the first year of high school, making them dissatisfied. Yihong ignored these eyes directly and came to Yang Daoshan to say hello. All the people are here. Yang Dao looked at his watch deeply and frowned. You first adjust your mental state. Don't be too nervous. Just wait for the notice to enter. After talking, he avoided the students and smoked under the distant tree. Yang Daoshan's many-year-old cigarette guns are extremely heavy. Therefore, 10 students stayed in place to whisper and communicate. As soon as they heard that the content they exchanged was all mathematics, Yihong lost interest and simply closed his eyes to recuperate. But who knows? Their voice of communication is getting louder and louder, whether they are intentionally or unintentionally, floating into Yihong's ears. What's the name of the guy over there? I have looked at the list. His name is Yihong, and he is in class 18 of grade 1. Huh, it's really a high school. Is it a relationship? Who knows? High school students are going to make soy sauce anyway. Don't know what teacher Yang is thinking. Even gave this guy such an important quota. Yeah. Give us more places in high school and high school. Won't there be more chances of winning? Yang frowned, opened his eyes coldly, and said lightly, I heard that chewing on the root of the tongue behind someone's tongue will rot. The voice of the speech stopped abruptly, and the students' faces suddenly stiffened, and then angrily said, Who are you talking about? Say who knows what they are. Several people were cut by Yihong's small movements, and they no longer covered up. They looked at Yang disdainfully. It's you, what's wrong? We just can't be used to your relationship with the back door. Go away, don't be embarrassing. Yihong smiled contemptuously and sneered. Who is embarrassing in the end? Is it too early to say? Okay, don't be noisy anymore. A male student facing the older man walked out of the crowd. He looked at Yang and frowned. Yihong, I understand how you want to participate. But this is an annual county-level mathematics competition, and all the mathematicians come to participate. A high school student who has just entered the school for a few weeks, in addition to being able to read a few questions, how many questions can you really solve? If I were you, I would go home and go to bed now, so that I wouldn't let myself go when I got my results. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 92, Goodbye Prodigy. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Yihong looked at the boy who suddenly jumped out, holding a pair of seniors to teach the junior tone, raised an eyebrow. Who are you? Gosh, you don't even know Senior Xiao Kai. Are you still not a talented person? 2 Jitsai female students, one left and one right, got out of Xiao Kai, glaring at Yang. He is famous? Yihong frowned. Could this guy be a rich second generation or an official second generation? I saw 2 girls looking at Xiao Kai with their own eyes and said with a fool's face, Xiao Kai seniors have been ranked first in mathematics every year. He participated in the competition for Jitsai last year, and he won the 3rd prize by only 5 points. He won the best result since Jitsai was established. Yihong had heard the previous sentence, was the first in the list, and he was the big devil, and he felt quite imposing. But when I heard the latter sentence, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xiao Kai's face immediately became somber, and the 2 girls stared at Yang in a bad manner. It's funny. Xiao Kai's face was extremely ugly, he asked in a word. Yi Hongxiang smiled, and said with a smile, The younger brother would like to wish the seniors sing forward today and win the 3rd prize. Although Yi Hong said compliments, anyone could hear the strong taunt. You. Xiao Kai's face was covered with clouds, and he was about to speak, but heard a childish voice from behind him. I'm sorry, please let it go. Xiao Kai turned around, but found a Qingxiu boy, about 6 years old, politely bowing to the people in front of him in a polite manner. Wow, what a lovely kid. Little brother, are you lost? The 2 girls' eyes flashed instantly, and they couldn't help but stepped forward and picked up the boy's tender face. The boy was squeezed for a while and wanted to struggle, but was blocked by two girls. "Let go." A cold voice suddenly exploded, causing the two girls to tremble. Turning his head and looking around, he found that it was Yeong who spoke. Yihong's eyes were fierce at this time, and there was no temperature in his eyes, which made the two girls feel uncomfortable, as if they had committed a crime and were stared at by an officer. "Yi Young, what are you fierce? That is, what do you do when we play with the younger brother?" Although the tone was tough, under the pressure of Yi Hong, the two could not help but let go. The boy took the opportunity to escape the two female devil claws and came to Yang with a lingering fear. "Brother Ahong, are they your classmates?" "Brother Ahong?" Everyone suddenly realized that the child knew Yang. No wonder Yang was so angry. Yihong glanced at the two girls and said lightly, "Two completely unfamiliar classmates. Don't care about them." As soon as these words came out, the two girls were so angry that their teeth tickled. Yihong no longer ignored them, but said to the boy in front of him, "Fu Xian, why are you here?" That's right, this very polite child is naturally Fu Jiaxin's heart that had a connection in the Kai family villa last time. A few people talked about mathematics in the Kai family last time, and they talked quite speculatively. Before Fu Huayong left, he also invited overnight Hong to visit the Fu family, but Yihong did not expect to meet Fu Xian here. Alas, Fu Xinxiao's face was bitter. "It's not what my grandfather requested. Since he lost to you last time, he will let me participate in every big and small competition. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 93. I'm here. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Yihong couldn't help being a little embarrassed. Did it hurt Fu Xian himself? The two chatted happily here, and several other Jitsai students were also speculating about the relationship between Yihong and Fu Xian. Xiao Kai came out suddenly. He frowned and persuaded Yihong. "Student Yihong, according to regulations, you can't bring your family to participate in the competition, so the impact is not good." Yihong didn't look up. "He's not my family. Other people are even worse. Please let him leave immediately." Hearing Xiao Kai's resignation, Fu Xian turned his head and wondered, "Brother, are you driving me away?" Xiao Kai said solemnly, "Children, this is not your place to play. Leave now." "I'm not here to play. I'm here to participate." Looking at Fu Xian's serious expression, everyone except Yihong was stunned and burst into laughter. "Pooh ha ha, little brother, you are so cute. If you come to participate, then I am here to win the Gung Luo Cup championship. Ha 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 ha." Fu Xian shook his head seriously. "Gung Luo Cup? I won the championship at the age of 4. I now have a greater goal." But he glanced at the side of Yihong, his eyes full of admiration. He set a goal for himself. That is, to surpass Yang within 3 years. But Fu Xian was more serious, and with his young face, Xiao Kai felt more funny. "Have you heard what he said just now? He actually said that he won the Gung Luo Cup championship at the age of 4. Ha 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 ha." No, I burst into tears with laughter. "Little guy, who taught you the bragging skills?" Xiao Kai shook his head constantly, thinking that this would make other schools read Jitsai jokes, and immediately went to the side and called 2 security guards to come back. "Well, this kid, please take him out soon." But the 2 security guards were overjoyed when they saw Fu Xian. "Little ancestors, it is considered to have found you. Little master, don't run around again, or we will be fired by Mr. Fu later." The people who were still laughing laughed suddenly, and the smile was fixed on their faces. "How do you feel the script is not right, young master? Could it be that this little guy is from the education base?" Fu Xian spit out his tongue. "I'm sorry for Uncle Security. I just saw Brother A Hong and came over to say hello. I will go back with you now." Saying goodbye to Yihong cleverly, one of the security guards left the crowd holding hands. Another security guard thanked several people. "Thank you for helping us to find Master Fu Xiao Xiao. Otherwise, I am afraid that my job will be untenable. One of the girls who pinched Fu Xian's small face asked timidly. Uncle Security, who is that child? The security guard said in surprise. Aren't you here to participate in the math contest? You haven't heard of the prodigy Fu Xian's name? Prodigy Fu Xin. Several people repeated these words in their mouths, and a boy suddenly jumped up and said, could it be the 5-year-old super math prodigy Fu Xian who won the gold medal in the United States Major League Cup Math Challenge? His face was hard to look at, and he was uneasy and said, if it is really him, then it is really 4 years old and won the Gung Luo Cup championship. Several people remembered their own ridicule and disdain for Fu Xian, and his face suddenly became extremely wonderful. Especially the two girls who had squeezed Fu's face felt that their fingers were burning. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 94 Number 6 Examination Room Number 6. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. A few people thought that there was a math genius just beside them, but they missed the opportunity to ask him, and they couldn't help being annoyed. Alas, it is estimated that the grand prize of this competition is Fu Xian. Just as a few people sighed, a girl seemed to remember something, and suddenly shot her head in horror. I remember Fu Xian just saying, what are you talking about? Several people asked anxiously. The girl looked at Yi Hong with a calm face in the distance and stuttered. Fu Xian said that he lost to Yi Hong. Everyone was shocked and looked at Yang incredulously. The well-known prodigy loses to Hong Kong. Wasn't Yi Hong's math ability better than Fu Xian? No, it's impossible. If he had such ability, he would have been famous for a long time. Yeah, you must have heard it wrong. Under the rebuttal of everyone, the girl also began to hesitate. Is it wrong that I heard it wrong? Xiao Kai was even more outspoken. Yang just happened to know a genius, and he didn't know what the relationship with Baganzi was. It was nothing remarkable. Let's not worry about this gold-plated waste. Just try to sprint for the award. When the results come out, just pretend not to know him. Good seniors. A rapid ring of bells sounded over the education base, and then a voice came out of the broadcast. Please all players to enter in order. Everyone's expression became solemn in an instant, and Yang Daoshan also returned from the side, leading everyone into the education base. There are many academic associations in the educational base of Anming County, and today almost the entire base is used to hold mathematical competitions. Each player must draw a number plate from the draw box when passing the door, and then press the number plate to the designated place to play, so that everyone's position will be disrupted and gang fraud will be avoided. Yi Hong reached out his hand and took a sign from the box and looked at the words, Building 6, Examination Room Number 6. Ding. Lucky number card, lucky value +1, current progress, 110, current level, entry level. Even the staff near the lottery box were stunned and immediately gave Yi Hong a big thumb. Yi Hong smiled slightly and went to the examination room with a number plate. In the examination room, candidates sat down one after another, and Yi Hong swept around and found that there was no acquaintance in the whole examination room. When I first came to seat 6 and sat down, the boy at position 7 patted Yi Hong's shoulder. Dude, did you see the boy on the 17th? Yi Hong's eyes moved and found a swan boy wearing glasses sitting on the 17th. The boy seemed to have a heavy cleansing habit and wiped the table with paper towels. See what? Huh? Don't you know him? The boy behind him said incredulously. He's our Ming Star. In Anming County. Ming Star characters? Yi Hong suddenly became interested. Talk about it. I wipe. You really don't know Su Qingran. The boy behind him seemed to have discovered the new world. While he hadn't started the exam, he sat directly next to Yang. He said, Su Qingran, a math genius in County No. 1 Middle School, is now in Senior 3. With his excellent math results, he has been admitted in advance by the Department of Mathematics of Yanhui University of Science and Technology. Not only in the middle school, Math teachers in other schools also regard him as a positive example to educate their students. He was not prepared to participate in this competition, but somehow he suddenly changed his mind yesterday. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 95 Start End. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. In fact, Su Qingran was mentioned by Yang Daoshan several times in class. The reason why Yihong didn't know it was because his math class was either sleeping or spending time with Zhang Shuawei. At the same time, not only the number 7 boy, many people on the scene recognized Su Qingran. Pointing at him, there was no lack of admiration in his eyes. In this era, being able to be admitted in advance by Yanghua University of Science and Technology, a top-ranked institution with a Chinese name, can give him a genius title without hesitation. Competing with such genius characters, everyone will inevitably get nervous. I don't know if it is an illusion. Yihong always feels that Su Qingran's eyes Yu Guang is constantly aiming at himself. Just as he was preparing to observe each other's expressions, the 9 o'clock sounded and the math competition officially began. Before the 7th boy left, he suddenly squeezed his eyebrows at Yihong and said, "Dude, wait for the body to help me block, you know." Yihong couldn't help but stunned. Wouldn't this guy be cheating? The competition is divided into 3 rounds. The first round is a medium difficulty function test. The test time is half an hour. The proctor in exam 6 is 2 young women who should not have worked long. According to the regulations, each person's papers are distributed to the candidates in turn by one of the proctors. The examiner who issued the paper was Wenwen Jing, who was meticulously sending out the test paper. When the test paper was sent to Yang, Yang saw the above questions, and the corner of his mouth could not help but slightly ticked. Sure enough, he did not expect that this kind of problem from the Mathematical Association may be quite difficult in the eyes of ordinary students. If the average freshman is coming, he might be dumbfounded on the spot. But Yang is not an ordinary person. With this glance away, all the problems have been solved in my mind. The female examiner was suddenly attracted by Yihong's smile and was stunned on the spot. Ding! Auto-trigger proficiency skills. I don't know if it's an illusion. The female prosecutor always feels that the arc of Yehong's mouth is very charming, like a vortex, which attracts her eyes. Teacher, it's my turn. The boy on the 7th saw the female proctor examiner suddenly stunned and screamed in dissatisfaction. "Ah, sorry." The examiner of the female prosecutor suddenly recovered. Her face flushed for a moment, and she left the side of Yang in a panic. Only the whole process was a little absent-minded, and the smile of Yihong kept echoing in his head. "Hey, it's okay to laugh." The female proctor examiner secretly embarrassed, and at the moment she left, Yihong had already picked up the pen and answered in a chic and natural way. Ding! Fast writing, writing speed +1, current progress, 110, current level, entry level. Brush brush. Yehong's desk suddenly heard a rustling sound of a heavy pen tip across the paper. The candidates next to him couldn't help being attracted to this voice and gradually opened their mouths. No, it's impossible. Is he doing a question? Gosh, does this person need to think? They continually comforted themselves. The boy must have found that he wouldn't do it at all. At this time, the female supervisor's examiner had just issued the examination papers for the whole examination room and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. When she was about to return to the podium, she found Yihong's hand raised high. What's wrong with this guy? The female supervisor's examiner was extremely ashamed of the boy who made him embarrassed, but he acted without delay. He came directly to Yihong and asked, "Is this classmate a problem with the paper?" Yihong shook his head and handed the paper forward. "Teacher, I want a hand in the paper." If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 96 Record-breaking speed. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Hand in, hand in. The mouth of the female proctor immediately opened into a lovely O shape, looking at Yang absently. She shook her hands and took the overnight exam paper, but saw that it was already filled with dense answers. And the handwriting is neat, and there is no trace of scribble. She had just finished the test paper, and Yihong finished the question. This is only 3 minutes before and after. What a strange speed is this? If it wasn't for the test paper that she opened it by herself, she wondered whether Yihong had brought it home. Looking at the supervisor's dumbfounded appearance, Yihong couldn't help wondering. Can't you hand in the papers in advance? The female prosecutor immediately smiled bitterly. Of course you can advance, but no one has been like you in advance. Sorry, I have to discuss it with my colleagues. Yihong's submission speed has broken the records of previous math contests. She didn't dare to make decisions without permission, so she took the exam paper and discussed it with another proctor. The two didn't discuss a result at all, so they had to invite the examiner of the association. The examiner is a majestic middle-aged fat man. He frowned at Yihong's test paper. After confirming that there was no problem, he could only let Yang leave the paper. When the invigilator announced this news, the entire examination room 6 instantly seemed to suffocate. They looked at Yihong's back and left speechless. Most people have just started to examine the first question at this time. Why did Yihong finish it? Heaven, why am I in the same examination room as this pervert? Right or wrong? Why didn't I have a good relationship with him just now and let him borrow it from me? Boy 7 behind Yihong's seat is on the verge of collapse. But Su Qingran's complexion suddenly gloomy. He looked at the paper with his last question left, his hand holding the pen was exposed, and his eyes were full of shock and venom. It must be that his number is ahead of me, and he will start to roll the paper first, so he has the advantage. Su Qingran had to be so self-deceiving. After the first round of exams, there will be a half-hour break, and the second round will not begin until 10 o'clock. Because Yihong submitted the papers in advance, he had a rest period of nearly an hour. Nothing to do, he strolled around the base, but accidentally strolled to the playground. At this time, the playground was full of leading teachers from various schools, looking eagerly inside. When they saw Yihong walking out of the examination room, they couldn't help but shook their heads and said with a smile, "It is estimated that another candidate was collapsed by the difficulty of the examination." No way. The problems of the mathematical society in recent years have become more and more tricky, and some of them cannot be solved by me. Among this group of teachers, Yang Dao was impressive. He looked at Yang in shock, and an arrow step came to him, surprised. What happened? Why did it come out so quickly? Yihong shrugged. Of course, I will come out after finishing. The teachers burst into laughter when they heard this sentence, and deeply admired Yihong's optimism. Even a teacher who knew Yang Daoshan sarcastically said, "Mr. Yang, your student is a bit interesting. It is indeed the best product that Jitsai came out, ha ha ha." Yang Daoshan's face instantly turned to the extreme. Yihong was a student with high hopes, but now he came out within 3 minutes of opening the exam. Isn't this equal to abandoning the exam? Yihong, Yang Daoshan was so disappointed in his heart that he turned his head directly and was no longer ignoring Yang. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 97. One tree can't hold 2 guests. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Yang Dao was so angry that he didn't talk to Yang, but Yang was quiet and happy. He slipped under the tree by the playground to close his eyes and strengthen his energy. It didn't take long for the noise to come from his ears. Yihong opened his eyes and found that the genius Su Qingran came out of the examination room. As soon as Su Qingran came out, he was greeted by many teachers in the middle. This kind of treatment is very different from Yihong. But Su Qingran completely ignored those people, squeezed out of the crowd, and walked under the tree where Yang was. One tree cannot hold two guests. Yihong kept his eyes open. Su Qingran stopped at 3 meters away and asked seriously, "Are you really answering seriously? Aren't you writing?" For a long time, Su Qingran did not hear Yihong's response. Just when he was about to ask questions again, he heard an even grunt coming from his ear. Zzz. This disdainful attitude instantly made Su Qing's gas tremble in the chest and distort his face. He snorted and flicked away. No one noticed that instead of returning to the playground, Su Qingran turned 7 corners and 8 corners into a dark corner. In the corner, a middle-aged man with a hoarse face and triangular eyes has long been waiting for a long time. Su Qingran said viciously to the man, "Qin Long is right. This young mathematics level is indeed a bit weird. By the time, I understand, I promise to do it well." The two then sneaked away from this corner one after the other. At 10 o'clock, the second round of competition started on time. The questions in this round of competition are medium difficulty geometric test questions, and the test time is also half an hour. It was also the invigilator who sent the test paper, and she locked her eyes tightly on Yang the first time she finished the test paper. Seeing that Yihong was still answering, she couldn't help but patted her chest, and finally, she didn't have to be intimidated by Yihong. But this luck didn't last 10 seconds, and Yihong's suddenly raised hand frightened her again. Yihong was slightly dissatisfied with his speed. If it wasn't because of the geometric problems that required a lot of drawing and wasted some time, otherwise it should have been completed long ago. He raised the test paper in his hand and smiled at the two prosecutors who were in a state of disappointment. Hand in the paper. At this time, Su Qingran had just solved the second question. He looked at the back of Yihong leaving the classroom, smiled evilly, and deliberately miswritten the remaining questions. The most collapsed in the examination room was the number 7 boy, who looked at the empty location in front of him in tears. "Man, you leave so early every time. Who helped me cover?" When Yihong was the first to leave the examination room, the disappointment in Yang Dao's eyes had turned into despair and then heartache. He thought that he had once pulled down his old face and applied to the principal for Yang to apply for the position of Jiang Daji, which was a moment of regret. I already knew that Yang would treat the game like this, so I gave the quota to others. At 11, the third round of the competition officially began. The questions in this round are complex questions of higher difficulty. There is only one question, but the difficulty is extremely high. I heard that 99% of the people in previous years fell on this last question. But when Yihong saw this question, he was slightly surprised. The eyes of the entire examination room number 6 and the eyes of the two proctors were all concentrated on Yihong, without blinking. When they saw Yihong's stunned expression, they let out a sigh of relief. Finally, there is a problem that this metamorphosis will not. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 98, President Forgive Sins. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. But where did they know that Yihong was not able to solve this problem? On the contrary, he is too familiar with this question. Just last week, in the Kai's villa, Fu Huayong and Fu Xian once asked him to come up with a question for them, which was what Yang asked at the time. So this question is from the hands of Yihong. But how did your own question appear on the exam paper of the Mathematical Association? So Yihong finished the question with his head full of doubts, and he kept thinking about the reasons until he left the examination room. But even so, he is still the first person to complete the examination room. Fortunately, the people in examination room 6 were already numb and had no mood to pay attention to Yang. At 11:30 noon that day, with the ringing of the bell, the 3 rounds of the game were completely over. After the examination, the jury of the Mathematics Association will directly review the papers and select the top prize, first prize, second prize, and other awards. The basis for selection is naturally based on the total score of 3 rounds. Just as the teachers and students of various schools were waiting for the results to be announced on the playground, in a certain room, The judges were quickly correcting and finishing the papers. There are 5 members in the jury. Except for the examiner, the other 4 are all senior teachers of the Mathematics Association. And the middle-aged man with a horse face that Su Qingran had met before was awesome. I saw that he had 7 choices in the pile of test papers, and finally picked out the papers of Su Qingran and Yi Hong. While the others were immersed in the correction, his eyes flashed, and he used the pen to swap the names of the 2 papers. In this way, Yi Hong's paper became Su Qingran's, and Su Qingran's nature became Yi Hong's. After all this was done, the middle-aged man with a horse face quietly stuffed the 2 rolls back, showing a smug look at the corner of his mouth. The papers were reviewed, and the scores were counted. In less than half an hour, the scores were calculated, and the examiner took the final transcript to the playground to announce. There were only 4 teachers left in the room. After the examiner left, a tall figure wearing a military coat suddenly stepped into the room. The 4 teachers were shocked and stood up in panic. "Chairman, why are you here?" Fu Huayong said indifferently. "I am the one who made the question this time. Can't I care about the achievements of these students?" "Of course, no problem." Was shocked by Fu Huayong's momentum. How dare several people say nothing? Fu Huayong is actually the president of the Anming County Mathematical Association. Over the years, he has worked mathematics and even founded the Mathematics Association. Every mathematics competition is also organized by him to select mathematics talents. He hasn't had a problem for a long time, but after discussing with Yi Hong in the Villa of Kai family, he was very itchy and he decided that this year's paper should come out by himself. Fu Huayong randomly turned the mountain-like papers and asked unconsciously, "Who is this special prize?" The 4 looked at each other, and the middle-aged man from Nama's face replied, "Of course it is Master Fu Xiao." Although Su Qingran from that school answered well, it is far worse than Master Xiao. A few people thought that this fart would make Fu Huayong Longyan Deyue, but he did not expect Fu Huayong to pull his face down directly and scolded. "Nonsense. Who made you favor Fu Fu? What rank he should be is what rank. False evaluation will only hurt him. The president will forgive sins. The president will forgive sins." The 4 teachers were directly scared with white faces and kept bowing. "Soon, please show me Su Qingran's paper." Fu Huayong stared again. "If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com. The fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 99 and slow. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. Looking at the paper with the name of Su Qingran, Fu Huayong kept sighing. This is what the special prize should be. Fu Xin is far worse than him. It is indeed a talent. But Fu Huayong always felt that the paper had an indescribable weirdness and a faint sense of familiarity. At the same time, the examiner, the majestic fat man, had already announced his results on the playground. The whole playground was full of tension and excitement. When the results are announced every year, it seems like the ancient imperial examinations were released, making these teachers and students look forward to and anxious. In Jitsai Middle School's phalanx, Yang Daoshan's palms were already sweating out. He kept praying in his heart, "Tianyu Jitsai must get a place, even if it is the 3rd prize." First, announce the 3rd prize. There are 3 people who won the 3rd prize, which are Lu Zifeng from number 2 middle school, Chun Luo from number 7 middle school, and at this moment, the phalanx atmosphere in Jitsai Middle School suddenly tightened, all staring at the examiner on stage. Xiao Kai of Jitsai Middle School. Congratulations to the above 3. Please remember to come to receive the award later. The students of Jitsai were startled and then cheered loudly. For so many years, Jitsai finally has an award that is not a consolation prize. They grabbed Xiao Kai and threw them high into the sky. Xiao Kai in the sky was excited, and his proud eyes immediately aimed at Yi Hong. Even Yang Daoshan was very pleased. He wiped the corners of his eyes to excite the old tears and looked at the calm Yang sideways. If it weren't for this kid's passive game, this award should belong to him. Next is the 2nd prize, the 1st middle, and the 3rd. Next is the first prize. Su Qingran won the first prize. Su Qing ran under the stage, while calmly accepting the compliments of everyone around him, while casting a strange sight towards Yi Hong's figure in the distance. With the announcement of each award, cheers and sighs continued to sound from the playground, and several were happy and some were sad, which is the best description of this situation. But in any case, everyone's eyes are focused on the examiner, waiting for him to announce the special prize. This year's special prize, that is, the player who won the honorary title of King of Mathematics, specially awarded by our Mathematics Association, is Fu Xin. Everyone applauded in anticipation, and at the moment when Fu Xin also participated, many people expected the result. Just as the winners took the stage to receive the awards, Yi Hong frowned tightly. He was puzzled in his heart, and he clearly got all the questions right. How could he fail to win an award? What's more, Fu Xin, who is familiar with himself, won the special prize. With Yi Hong's understanding, Fu Xin's last question could not be completely solved. Among them, something must have gone wrong. Xiao Kai, who had received the third prize, came back and saw Yi Hong's brow furrowed. He deliberately shook the golden trophy in front of Yi Hong, taunting, "I have long advised you to go home and stay. You must not listen. This is good. There is not even a consolation prize, which is really pitiful." The remaining students were even more sneered. What's the use of knowing child prodigy? I'm not a waste one. It's a real waste of precious places. Even Yang Daoshan shook his head again, and Dark Road Yehong's talents might really just be a flash in the pan. Then I announced that this county-level mathematics competition is successful. Slow. Just as the examiner was about to announce the end of the competition, he was directly interrupted by a loud scream. If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of literature in the urban strengthening system. Chapter 100 Monstrous Anger. Don't do it by yourself. For some reason, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please book friends to remember the domain name www.mtlnovel.com, the first letter of literature plus or .com, mtlnovel.com, to find the way home. The eyes of everyone on the playground were immediately attracted by the sound. I saw the frightening Fu Huayong, who was wearing a military coat and came to the stage with a cold face. Behind him, for members of the jury followed respectfully. The judge of the horse-faced judge looked as though he was mourning, and the whole person lost his soul and seemed to have suffered a great blow. Seeing Ma's ugly face, Su Qingran suddenly groaned in his heart, giving a bad hunch. The time returned to 10 minutes ago. At that time, Fu Huayong looked and felt that Su Qingran's paper was very wrong. He suddenly frowned and said to the 4 judges' teachers, "Give me the list of participating students." After getting the list, Fu Huayong glanced at the names one by one, and finally saw a familiar name in the column of Jitsai Middle School. Yong. Fu Huayong's eyes suddenly sharpened. Jitsai Middle School student Yehong's paper. Take it to me immediately, hurry. Everyone hadn't seen Fu Huayong's expression so eager, could not help but be interested in this man named Yi Hong. They secretly said, "Strange, there is no Yi Hong in the first few awards." Only the horse-faced judge was stiff, and his forehead quietly exuded fine cold sweat. Several judges did not dare to neglect and quickly found Yi Hong's paper for Fu Huayong to check. Fu Huayong looked at the paper while frowning deeper and deeper. Especially when I saw the last question in the blank, I filled my face with doubts. He suddenly focused his attention on the place where Yehong's paper was written, and his gaze was fixed. Immediately, Su Qingran's paper was compared with the same part, and the ice gradually solidified in his eyes. The names of the two are passive. Humph. Fu Huayong slammed the table hard, and the huge hand directly shook the teacup on the table to the ground. Slap. The teacup cracked, and the splashed tea splashed on the faces of several people. But none of them dared to wipe, and they all stood tremblingly in place. They haven't seen Fu Huayong so angry for years. It's like a volcanic eruption. In their hearts, what did Fu Huayong see on the paper made him so angry? The faced judge of that horse was paler, his calves began to tremble, and he was about to cramp. Fu Huayong was more angry and pointed at the nose of the 4 people and scolded. Do you know who Yi Hong is? He is the top math genius I have ever seen, and it is the existence I can only look forward to. The last question of this topic is from him. Now you tell me that he doesn't even have a place? Do you think that someone like me is always dizzy and can be fooled at will? Okay. Everyone was shocked in their hearts. Never imagined that Yang was so big. In addition to the judge of Nam Ma face, the other three were also confused. Since Yi Hong was so genius, why didn't he win the award? Fu Huayong stood up directly, threw off Su Qingran and Ye Hong's 2 papers on the faces of the 4 people, and said in a word, "Who? What?" A terrifying momentum crawling out of the sea of the corpse mountain immediately chopped his head and covered his face towards several people. The judge of the horse face was so scared that he collapsed to the ground and shouted, "Not me. Not me. I didn't change their names." The air was quiet for a moment, and the other 3 judges suddenly shot him in shock. Fu Huayong's face was clouded, and he came to the judge of Ma face and dragged him off the ground. He asked one by one, "I said that their names have been changed? If you like to dominate the entire field of urban strengthening system, please collect it. www.mtlnovel.com, the fastest update of the literature in the urban strengthening system."